It's the class awakening ceremony at the Hunter Academy, and every student here dreams of awakening a powerful combat class that will let them conquer dungeons and become filthy rich. This guy steps up to the awakening crystal first and places his hand on it. A massive glowing tree suddenly appears, leaving the entire academy speechless. Everyone instantly assumes he has awakened some kind of divine combat class. Even the principal personally walks over to ask what class he received. Then Chin reveals it's the Divine Creation class, an ability that lets him control tiny creatures and accelerate their growth. The entire academy bursts into laughter. The students start roasting him on the spot. After all, who the heck is going to conquer dungeons with bugs? Chin doesn't waste his time arguing. He simply walks away, activates his system, and is instantly transported to a mysterious dimension. Standing before him is the exact same giant tree that appeared during the awakening ceremony. That's where he finally discovers what his class can actually do. It lets him command insects. So Chin decides to summon his very first one. Except, instead of a tiny bug, he summons a gigantic mother of insects. A nightmare big enough to make even veteran hunters turn around and run. He casually transforms the giant monster into an adorable little girl, and that's when he finds out that by feeding her monsters, allowing Chin to build an unstoppable army of insects that everyone else is going to regret laughing at. He becomes confident that after hitting such a jackpot, he has no need for any combat class at all. He begins planning to let her rapidly devour monsters, so he can build an entire insect army under his command. As he considers the terrifying potential of the insect race, Chin realizes he cannot allow anyone to witness his true ability. He decides to use Nine's poisonous mist as a cover while she devours monsters, enabling him to grow stronger in secret even though he naturally enjoys standing out. At that moment, Nine warns him that she senses a threat nearby, prompting Chin to immediately withdraw back into his consciousness. He finds himself facing the leader of the Night Watch, a man who at the very least appears to be a master-level expert. The Night Watch leader directly asks Chin whether the massive commotion is caused by him. Even the people standing nearby can sense the immense aura radiating from the man. Chin notices the way he is being stared at and begins to wonder whether this is some kind of test. At that moment, he is alerted that Nine is losing control and has the urge to devour the target standing right in front of him. It seems that because her devouring value is still too low, she is going mad. Chin realizes he must quickly find monsters for her to consume. For now, he somehow manages to suppress her violent impulse. The leader of the Night Watch suddenly praises Chin for being able to endure his pressure despite having just awakened. He adds that he can already sense a bright future waiting for him. Chin finally asks the man to identify himself. The leader formally introduces himself as Ji Gong. Leader Ji immediately extends an invitation for Chin to join the Night Watch. Chin recalls that the Night Watch is an organization stationed on the front lines against the monsters, always the first to investigate newly formed dungeons. Since this group constantly fights at the front for the sake of ordinary civilians, the offer would normally be unappealing due to the extremely high risk of death. But for Chin, the situation is different. He needs consistent opportunities to battle powerful monsters so he can accumulate enough devouring value for Nine to begin reproducing her offspring. At the same time, he considers that her reproduction ability could cause a major uproar, which makes the dungeons an ideal place to keep it hidden. Leader Ji attempts to persuade him further by claiming that the rumors about the high death rate are exaggerated. Chin, however, quickly shakes his hand to seal the deal, and states that there is no need to say anything more. Leader Ji stands there stunned, hardly believing what just has happened. Chin casually excuses himself, explaining that he has somewhere else to be, and promises that he will come report to the Night Watch headquarters in 3 days. As Chin vanishes in the blink of an eye, Leader Ji suddenly realizes that he completely forgot to ask about the boy's hidden profession. At that moment, the 8th elder from the Martial Arts Academy arrives, only to be mocked by Leader Ji, who tells the old geezer that he is too late if he rushed all the way here to recruit Chin. The elder immediately questions him about the kid who awakened a divine rank creation class, and asks whether Ji has already hired him, accusing him of planning to send the boy to die on the front lines. Since he belongs to the creation category, this would make him the worst possible fit for such a role. Leader Ji feels a chill run down his spine as he realizes he may have made a serious blunder. Meanwhile, Chin goes to visit his Uncle Wang and openly reveals that he has awakened a divine rank creation class. Uncle Wang assumes the boy must be disappointed, and tries to lift his spirits by explaining how useful such abilities can be, adding that his parents would be proud of him if they were still alive. Uncle Wang then mentions that he is about to enter a beginner-level dungeon to gain some experience, and invites Chin to join him. They form a team and step into the dungeon together. However, the situation takes an unexpected turn when they are matched with a C-rank dungeon instead of a beginner one, and undead soldiers are already standing, waiting for them. Uncle Wang grows uneasy as he points out that this dungeon clearly does not look like an easy challenge. Xiaoshi suggests that the celestial system might have adjusted the difficulty because Chen is a divine rank. Uncle Wang refuses to accept that explanation, insisting that Chen belongs to what is considered a useless creation category. Instead of backing down, Wang treats the situation as a stroke of luck, thinking this is their chance to obtain high-quality equipment, and he optimistically decides to push forward. He tells Chen to stay behind while he charges at the undead soldiers himself, warning him about how dangerous they can be. He calls for Xiaoshi to grant him a status enhancement as he cuts through the monsters one after another. Watching them fight, Chen begins to understand why Uncle Wang always comes home covered in injuries. He remembers how they have consistently supported him over the years, and he silently resolves to grow stronger so he can properly repay them. At that moment, Nine asks for permission to devour the surrounding monsters, and Chen takes this as the perfect opportunity to test her abilities. He starts by activating her corrosive poison mist and allows her to consume the fallen corpses. He follows along the path Uncle Wang has cleared so that the mother insect can increase her devouring value. Without warning, a shadow lurker appears with its name displayed in red. Chen speculates that the red marking might indicate that the level is higher than his own, yet he remains confident because he can share Nine's attributes through her united skill. He instructs Nine to transform into a spreading poison mist while he experiments with his own abilities. Chen proceeds to eliminate several monsters with ease, dispatching them as if they pose no threat at all. When more undead begin emerging from the distance, Nine alerts him that additional prey is approaching. Seeing the overwhelming number of monsters gathering, Chen grows concerned about Uncle Wang's safety and urges Nine to finish them quickly so they can rush over and check on him. Meanwhile, Uncle Wang is indeed at his wit's end. He urges Xiaoshi to retreat and take Chen out of the dungeon while he stays behind to distract the monsters. In the process of splitting his focus, a high-leveled undead seizes the opportunity to launch a sudden attack. Wang regrets letting his guard slip, but just before the fatal strike lands, Chen intervenes and shields him with a surge of poisonous miasma. Uncle Wang stares in shock and questions whether Chen is not supposed to have a creation class, prompting the boy to briefly explain that he possesses a hidden poison ability. Chen then instructs Xiaoshi and Li to escort Uncle Wang out since his injuries are serious, assuring them that he will hold off the monsters alone. At that moment, a system notification announces that the dungeon boss is being summoned. Wang grows anxious, yet Li tells him to trust Chen. Before retreating, the old man throws his sword toward Chen and asks him to bring it back safely. Chen grips the beginner-level sword with satisfaction because it extends the reach of his poison mist. He even boasts to himself that he has always been the best swordsman in his entire school as he cuts down monsters. Soon he confronts a far stronger enemy known as the Undead Monarch and uses the sword to deflect its incoming strikes. The weapon fails to withstand the immense pressure and shatters. Chen questions whether this creature is the true dungeon boss since it surpasses his expectations. Yet what troubles him more is how he will explain the broken sword afterward. As the pressure mounts and he begins to feel overwhelmed, Chen summons the mother insect. She instantly blocks the attack and crushes the monster's clawed hand, then proceeds to eliminate it effortlessly. Chen waits for the dungeon to conclude, but instead something unexpected begins to unfold. The undead monarch crystal suddenly activates and energy begins to swirl and condense around it. In an instant, the undead creature re-emerges as an undead tyrant, now 5 levels higher than its previous weaker form. Chen quickly suspects that the crystal might actually be the true core of this dungeon boss and instructs Nine to destroy it specifically this time. The undead tyrant proves to be incredibly difficult, constantly dodging Nine's attacks despite its massive size. Chen thinks fast and hatches a plan. Since the boss is charging around like a complete psycho, he can finally make use of the roots spread under the ground. When the boss dives at him to finish him off for good, he finally activates his skill. Thick roots violently burst out of the floor while they paralyze the boss midair. He quickly orders Nine to use her strongest attack. Their excellent teamwork makes him realize that he also has massive support potential in battle. His skill goes on cooldown for 8 whole hours, but the boss's core is now exposed. He calmly crushes it with his bare hand and receives the top reward for single-handedly clearing the dungeon. He gets a nifty dagger, but he decides to give it to Uncle Wang as a simple replacement. Then, he moves on to the next reward. The massive hammer he can barely lift has an overpowered effect that deals 5 times damage on a critical hit. But then, he gains experience and his level goes up. That raises his strength just enough for him to swing the hammer around like he is Thor. With that, 9 shyly asks him if she can eat the other weapons as her reward, but he tells her these are definitely not for eating. She pouts like a little kid, then asks him if she can have the boss instead. He suddenly remembers that monster bodies earn a boatload of devouring value and grants her permission to dig in. He wonders how she can possibly eat something so big as she opens her mouth wide. Without warning, she transforms into a massive behemoth nearly twice the boss's size. He is honestly baffled by the intense way she wolfs down the armored boss. He is safe inside the dungeon for now, but it would be big trouble if someone saw this scene. When he sees how much devour value the boss is giving, he realizes targeting bosses is the best strategy to grow fast. Right then, he hears the others coming toward the boss room. He quickly hides his chonker mom and pretends he soloed the boss because his poison happened to be its weakness. Since he cannot farm dungeons every single day, he thinks he will have to go into the wild to feed 9 instead. Uncle feels bad for him, having to do research even though he can already slay a boss at level 1, but he clarifies that he was hiding the truth because he did not want to worry his uncle. He shyly reveals he already joined the Night Watch, and he wants to farm in the wilderness to prepare for that. The scene moves to him exiting the train station on his way into the wild. He casually chows down on some dry bread. Every bite gives him a devour value, but Mother is clearly disappointed by the bland taste. So he pulls a map out of the storage ring Uncle gifted him earlier. You see, electronics get heavy interference in the wild, so a paper map is the only reliable way to navigate the post-apocalyptic area. He chooses the Goblin Dungeon beyond the question mark, which represents areas too dangerous to even explore safely. Just then, a ticked-off guy asks him if he has seen a dark-haired girl nearby. Apparently, he has been calling out to Chen for a while now already. My guy tells him he did not see anyone, except some loudmouth whose mom clearly did not teach him basic manners. When he sees his skin melting, the guy is shocked that a newbie can hurt a level 27 tank like him. Furious, he states Chen made a huge mistake messing with someone from the Shao clan. He jumps away fast as the guy smashes the ground hard. He has no idea who the Shao clan is, but the name sounds oddly familiar. He orders 9 to go all out against the scumbag immediately. The guy goes berserk, saying he is not scared of some creepy black mist at all. But then, he freezes when he suddenly hears someone say his name. Out of nowhere, a silver-haired man he calls Master appears right behind him. The man coldly calls the goofball a waste of oxygen and deals an uppercut to the jaw. It is his punishment for daring to use the Shao clan name as a mere errand boy. Our boy instantly clocks that this guy is leagues above the other fool. The man calmly apologizes for his little dog barking too much. He finds Chen interesting and casually asks if he wants to join his party. Our boy refuses the offer and leaves immediately. The man already knows about his class and orders his errand boy to keep searching for the dark-haired girl. He also tells the others to gather their forces, because there is no way she can leave this place alive. Later, Chen is deep in the wild and starts thinking he might actually be lost. It is getting late, and Mother grows tired of munching on rats that give almost nothing. Just then, he walks through a gate and it suddenly starts raining. He feels like he has entered some special area. Sure enough, there is a massive 8-legged monster ready to ambush him. Mother gets excited, but he tells her that the monster is only big in size and the level is pretty low. He effortlessly dodges its attack, then smashes it straight into the ground like a certain bald hero. That is not all, because Mother shows him this was just the beginning. The entire place is basically a massive nest full of these things. Seeing that, he tells her it is basically an all-you-can-eat spider leg buffet. Our boy tears through all the poor spideys and gathers up all the carcasses for his mother insect to devour. However, she senses something even more powerful and delicious waiting up ahead, so he orders her to find it and attack right away. But when he hears it say, "Ouch," he pauses, confused whether the girl lying on the floor in a swimsuit is even a monster at all. When she gets up from the pain, she instantly withdraws when he asks if she is fine. He assures her he is just a hunter looking for monsters. She gets angry and argues that he literally sneak attacked her out of nowhere. He swears she looked like a monster. I mean, he is not wrong if he is talking about that monster dump truck. Anyway, it is honestly impressive that she is completely unhurt by his attack. Wasting no time, she turns and leaves while murmuring about someone chasing her. When he asks why she is so restless, she says she is scared of monsters. He clearly does not buy her weak excuse, but if she is right, then he can simply farm any monsters that come after her. At the same time, he figures there might be actual people hunting her too, since there are no police in the wild. Suddenly, 9 snaps him back to reality because a lot of prey is rushing straight toward them. But when he sees their sheer number, he realizes the girl might not be lying about monsters chasing her. Regardless, they are all free points for him, so he shifts into farming mode. He notices they are a lot faster than before, and one even ambushes him like it has intelligence. It does not take long for him to realize they are strangely coordinated for simple monsters. Right then it hits him that the boss might be controlling them like a hive mind. He figures it will be hard to take them all on alone. But then, 9 appears and says the boss is openly mocking him. Furious, she lets out a monstrous scream that throws the insects completely out of control. While they start attacking each other in confusion, he zips through the mindless herd straight toward the boss. He dives from the top and drives his poison dagger right into its skull. A few moments later, our boy stands over the boss's lifeless body and pulls up his stats, realizing he has reached level 14. Watching the fight turn into a complete one-sided massacre, the remaining monsters panic and try to flee. He doesn't let them get away and tells 9 to enjoy her mukbang. After a short while, his devouring bar hits its limit, and the mother insect informs him that she can now create even more insects. Once he gives permission, her body begins to glow as the reproduction process starts, amplified by his own abilities. At the same time, the mark on his hand lights up, signaling that he has unlocked new skills and that swarm production is nearly complete. Chin stares in awe as countless flying insects spawn all around him, already wondering just how monstrous this army will become in future generations. As he pats one of their heads, he realizes the insect babies are absurdly loyal to him and that their birth even unlocks several new skills. 9 suddenly sneaks up from behind and surprise hugs him, earning a few gentle head pats in return. She then tells him she needs to rest and instantly disappears back into her nest. Our boy feels satisfied knowing he can safely store his insect army and summon them whenever he wants. 9 wastes no time and immediately switches to snoring mode, making him realize just how exhausting the process must have been. Curious, he decides to test his new skill Overlord. Raising his hand, he activates it and is completely stunned by how effortlessly he can control the swarm, even sharing their senses as if it's second nature. He realizes that the insects seem hungry for action too, and orders them to follow him, like some off-brand Jin Woo. The scene shifts to a monster-infested city as something crashes down from the sky. The monsters freeze, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura. They don't even get a chance to react before they get vaporized by a spreading poison mist. Sharing the senses of his swarm, Chin feels absurdly overpowered. He remarks that creating another swarm will be a piece of cake now, and opens his stats to see how much it will take to reach the next limit, only for his eyes to widen in shock the moment the screen appears. The scene shifts to an abandoned warehouse where a random thug nervously calls out for his boss. He reports that the spider nest has been completely wiped out, not a single one left behind. Panic sets in as he wonders if the night watch was responsible or if something else went wrong. Either way, he thinks that they will have to rob some unlucky people just to get their hands on spider venom. Before they can move, they notice someone slowly approaching. Our boy steps into view, and casually asks if they are interested in trading some food. The thugs immediately relax, sizing him up as nothing more than a low-level adventurer. One thug tells him that the food can be really expensive. He plays along, claiming he has some quality goods they might like. Then, the crooks drop the act and start pulling out their weapons. In response, our boy calmly summons the corpses of every monster he wiped out earlier. The thugs realize this is the guy who slaughtered the spider nest and start sweating. Chin locks eyes with them, and they scramble away without a shred of dignity, running like the cowards they are. With the warehouse quiet again, he summons a few insects to act as guard dogs, and sits down to enjoy a warm bowl of stew, as if nothing happened. While eating, he argues with himself that reaching the devouring limit feels borderline impossible now, as even taking down a high-level boss barely counts. The only real option left seems to be the secret realms controlled by the Night Watch. Just as he thinks 9 is still fast asleep, he senses something is off, as if multiple people are closing in on his location. He stands up and immediately bumps into someone, only to realize it is the girl from before. She recognizes him at once, and desperately begs him not to sell her out. That is when it clicks that the other group has been chasing her this whole time. Moments later, the silver-haired guy walks in again with his retainers, clearly surprised to see Chin camping here so calmly. One of his lackeys starts barking threats, telling our boy to spill the beans, but the white-haired man shuts him up instantly. He then takes a seat and makes small talk about Chen's recent leveling. Then, without warning, he materializes a sword and asks about the girl again, making our boy aware of their power difference. Chen points outside at random and claims he saw someone pass by earlier. The noble decides to believe him but warns him that if he is lying, he will face the wrath of the Gen Empire. That name makes our boy realize where the noble actually is from. Dropping into lore mode, the Gen Empire families are infamous high-rank snobs who only show up when something big is about to happen. Some of them can even erase continents, and the thought that he got dragged into their mess makes him very irritated. He decides he needs to leave immediately, but before he can move, the girl reappears. He grabs her hand without hesitation and demands an explanation. She spills everything, explaining how her family was ambushed by that noble brat who wanted their wealth and refused to leave witnesses behind. Now that she is alive, that Xiao family guy wants her silenced too. She promises Chen compensation, but he is more focused on his survival. Suddenly, a suffocating aura presses down on them, and the girl panics, realizing a barrier has been deployed around the area. A voice calls for them to come out, and our boy knows instantly that it is too late. The noble brat walks in again and coldly orders his retainers to capture them both. The girl grows desperate, shouting that he has already stripped the Luo clan of everything. The noble brat calmly replies that this is exactly why she needs to disappear. Our hero catches onto the family name at the same time she warns him that the Luo clan will never let this go. The noble brat starts going off, saying the Luo clan is nothing without money and amounts to little more than trash. He goes on a full rant, calling them filthy peasants he can crush for his own amusement. He adds that even if someone investigates later, they will find nothing at all. With that declaration, he activates his dragon family technique, sealing the entire area inside a barrier. The retainers immediately start getting bold and advance, but the noble brat raises a hand and tells them to wait. Turning his attention to Chen, he offers him one last chance. He promises to back him all the way to the top of the world if he submits. As proof of loyalty, he orders our boy to capture the girl as an initiation test. Our hero just laughs in his face, telling him to choke on his own spit and catch these hands instead. Enraged, the noble brat gives the death order and the retainers finally rush in. They are not completely brainless and avoid charging him head-on, but Chen reveals that poison is far from his only trick. Activating his other talent, plants erupt from the ground and coil around the attackers, restraining them. The overconfident subordinate from earlier freezes for a moment, before breaking free, and then barks to his comrades that the plants are weak. The noble brat shouts out that this is only a distraction, but it is already too late. Chen summons his insect army and sends them surging forward. The swarm overwhelms the retainers in seconds, shredding their weapons before tearing through their defenses. One thug realizes too late that the insects can release poison as well, and any remaining hope vanishes when Chen activates his skill. Before our boy can land the finishing blow, the noble jumps into the fight himself. He is shocked by his speed, realizing the white-haired brat is faster than even the poison mist. Using his dragon family technique, the guy slams him with a heavy strike and immediately follows up with a sword attack. He starts gloating, convinced the battle is over, until his eyes widen in shock. The Luo girl manages to block the attack with a defensive shield skill. The noble brat curses himself for ignoring her existence, but Chen does not waste the opening and commands the insects to attack again. In a truly vile move, the noble brat grabs one of his own retainers and uses him as a human shield, letting the swarm tear the man apart instead. Chen calls him out for being a disgusting piece of trash. The noble brat ignores the dying retainer and simply says the man fulfilled his purpose. He then admits that Chen is stronger than expected, and swallows a strange pill without hesitation. Staring him down, the white-haired brat tells Chen to say his prayers, declaring that this next move will send him straight to the afterlife. He unleashes a flashy second form of the Koning called the Dragon Subduing Slash, but the Luo girl barely wards it off using her enhanced Earth's eternal shield. She struggles to maintain the shield while the white-haired brat relentlessly continues using his second form. Chen realizes he must go all out and releases an ominous, immense aura that forces the Xiao family brat to question if Chen is actually a creation type. Our boy commands his insects to swarm him, but the brat still refuses to acknowledge the gravity of the situation. He considers the monsters mere insects, yet it takes him only a short while to notice that they keep regenerating endlessly. Chen's expression hardens as he challenges to see how long the Xiao family brat can keep up with his relentless swarm of insects. The white-haired brat continues using his second form, as if it is the only technique he can remember while panicking, and within seconds even the dragon chi he radiates starts being devoured. The insects finally reach him, and one sinks its teeth into his arm, rendering it immobile with poison. As Xiao Yuanwu runs out of options, he finally resorts to his trump card, pulling out a strange family heirloom called the Life Jade Protector. He grows cocky, declaring that a few lame insects pose no threat to him, and revealing his true identity as Xiao Yuanwu. Our boy senses a powerful aura emanating from the treasure and, to test it, sends his insects to attack, but somehow they can't even scratch the shield surrounding his opponent. Yuan-Wu smirks, and immediately begins boasting again, explaining how his treasure can block any attack no matter what is thrown at him. He commends Chen for cornering him like this, but declares that Chen is now finished. The Xiao guy shows a surprising leniency as he invites him to become his subordinate, promising in return to let him inherit the Xiao family name and spare his life. However, he doesn't appear the least bit worried, while the Luo girl looks on in sheer disbelief. Yuan-Wu wonders if Chen has gone insane after realizing that he is about to lose, and once more starts bragging about the strength of the Xiao family. Our boy calmly reminds him that if he wants to investigate something, there should be a trace left behind, threatening that he will end his life without leaving so much as a trace. As Chen becomes shrouded in his poisonous aura, Mother Insect awakens from her slumber, announcing that she is starving and would like to use this Xiao guy for her meal. Yuan-Wu's confidence falters as he lays eyes on the spider-like monster before him. Mother Insect attacks with her claws, effortlessly shattering the so-called proud shield. She buries him in the ground as if digging a grave, murdering him brutally without leaving so much as a shred of hair behind. Mother Insect then lunges back to her master, thanking him for the meal. The Luo girl, having witnessed everything, grows worried that Chen might consider forcing her to kick the bucket now that she knows so many of his secrets. The girl hurriedly offers all her belongings contained within a storage ring worth 10 million to Chen. He turns toward her and coldly points out that she cannot be trusted after watching her lie so smoothly earlier. The Luo girl reveals that her real name is Sandao Luo, and swears that she will be struck by lightning 5 times if she ever lies to him again. When Chen refuses to even believe that her name is Sandao, she pulls out her identification card, showing him a photo of her chubby self from 2 years ago as proof. That doesn't look convincing at all. Chen responds with a chilling death stare, making his murderous intent painfully clear. After exhausting every other excuse and bargaining tactic, the girl finally takes out a seal scroll and explains that once she signs it, she will die instantly if she ever reveals any of Chen's secrets. Chen accepts the proposal and takes the seal scroll into his hand. When he asks about its value, she admits that it is worth 10 million, which immediately angers Chen because she has just used the only expensive item from the ring she was offering him. Sandao grows visibly anxious and quickly promises him an even greater reward if he agrees to escort her back to her parents safely. Chen refuses to act as her bodyguard and tells her that he needs to report to the night watch since he is already running late. Sandao persists and argues that her home is much closer, promising that she will arrange teleportation to the night watch headquarters afterward. Somehow, through sheer persistence, she manages to convince him to take her back to her residence. Before long, the two of them arrive at the Luo family mansion, which turns out to be an enormous estate. When the lady of the house hears about the Xiao family's actions, she becomes furious. Her husband attempts to calm her down, but she continues shouting in anger. Even so, she ultimately admits that the Xiao family is too powerful for them to confront directly, which is why she decides not to take immediate action. The Luo couple then turns toward Chen and presents him with their black card as a gesture of gratitude for protecting their daughter. They also arrange a lavish meal for him while preparing the teleportation Sandao promised. Chen shyly accepts the food, insisting that he will only taste a little. Yet once seated at the table, he ends up devouring far more than intended, completely giving into his massive appetite. He begins to wonder whether this intense hunger is the result of controlling so many insects. During the meal, the lady of the house states that she cannot believe her daughter claimed Chen was useless after he saved her from the clutches of the powerful Xiao family. She doesn't buy anything her daughter told her. She even finds herself impressed by his handsome appearance, and within minutes she and her husband half-seriously attempt to rope him in as their future son-in-law. They assure him that their daughter is not engaged and proceed to praise her, explaining that she excels in business and works as a financial manager, which would make her a perfect wife for him. Sandao tries to stop her parents from being so straightforward, while Chen attempts to escape this unexpected predicament. The Luo couple then asks their daughter to personally see off their new son-in-law, leaving her sitting there in embarrassment. Even so, she cannot help but blush as she realizes just how handsome he truly is, almost forgetting how terrifying he seemed to her before. The scene shifts to the Xiao family, where Grandpa Xiao Yuanshan can hardly believe that the Life Jade Protector has been destroyed and that his grandson is dead. He immediately proposes launching an investigation, but Yuan-Wu's cousin Xiao Beihan argues that Yuan-Wu was as useless as they come and not worth wasting resources over. Beihan goes on to say that such a lowly death does not even deserve the old man's anger. Grandpa Xiao forces himself to stop mourning what he calls a worthless scumbag, yet he still insists on doing something for his former grandson and demands revenge. He declares that he wants to know who in all of Daxia dares to oppose him. Beihan calmly suggests that they should deal with the matter after he finishes participating in the Tianjiao camp. Meanwhile, Chen arrives at the Night Watch base and informs them that he is here to join and work for the organization. At that moment, leader Ji Gang appears from behind and says he has been expecting him. He proceeds to introduce Chen to the team members, starting with Yun Xiaoke, their level 45 support specialist. Then there is Dong Thong, the sharpshooter, along with Chu Bulang, an armored warrior whom leader Ji jokingly describes as a talkative dwarf. Finally, he introduces Aunt Tang Jin, the deputy commander and an excellent chef. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone appears, Chen modestly remarks that he is only a creation type. Leader Ji immediately tells him to stop belittling himself, reminding him that being divine rank is extraordinary on its own and admitting that the entire team has high expectations for him. Ji warmly welcomes Chen into what he calls their family and tells him that this will be his new home. Chen feels slightly cornered because his original goal in coming here is simply to keep his identity hidden. Leader Ji quickly shifts to business and explains that he plans to enroll Chen in the Tianjiao training camp, but the condition is that he must reach at least level 20 within 3 days. When Chen mentions that he is already level 17, Ji becomes even more excited and proudly praises his own judgment. At that moment, everyone in the base senses a strange presence, as if someone is tracking their location. Ji immediately asks Chen whether he has crossed paths with any powerful figures during the 3 days since his awakening. Seeing Chen's confused reaction, Ji clarifies that an unknown powerful awakener with divine sense appears to be monitoring his whereabouts. Chen begins to worry that it could be the Shao family making a move. At Ji's request, Yin sets up a soundproof barrier so Chen can speak freely without fear of being overheard. Chen rubs the back of his head and admits that he killed Xiao Yuanwu, although he insists that he carefully erased all traces. He offers a mild apology, wondering whether he has dragged the Night Watch into trouble. Everyone reacts in shock and Ji points out that Yuanwu is the grandson of Xiao Yuanshan. The group discusses how Yuanwu is considered the worst among his generation, which likely means that old Yuanshan will not personally intervene. They begin planning how to handle the situation, and for the first time in his life, Chen feels a sense of belonging as if he finally has a home despite being born an orphan. Ji suddenly recalls that Yuanwu was at least level 30, and questions how Chen managed to defeat a battle-type awakener of that caliber. Chen explains that he had assistance from Sandao, the daughter of the Zhannan Luo family, who possesses a hidden defensive-type profession. Ji relaxes momentarily and laughs while holding Chen's shoulders, remarking that although the Luo family lacks combat-oriented awakeners, they are the wealthiest clan in the region. He feels reassured, believing the Luo family would provide support if necessary. Just as Chen thinks his explanation has satisfied him, Ji quickly realizes that the Luo girl is purely defensive, and presses Chen to clarify how the victory was actually achieved. Chen then discloses that he also has a second hidden profession of the poison type, which enabled him to defeat the Shao heir. Uncle confidently shakes Chen's hand while it is still coated in poison. Chen attempts to warn him but Uncle smirks, claiming his defense is exceptionally high. Moments later, that defense collapses under the toxin's effect, and Uncle awkwardly insists he simply did not activate it correctly before calling Yuan over to heal him. Ji grows even more pleased, admitting that the more abilities Chen demonstrates, the more satisfied he becomes. However, after weighing the risks against the potential benefits, he initially decides to withdraw Chen from the training camp, believing the dangers outweigh the available resources. Once Chen learns about the caliber of resources offered by the camp, his interest is immediately sparked. He calculates that those materials could help him assemble a new swarm much sooner than expected. Driven by that prospect, he urges Ji to proceed with the registration, confidently asserting that he can safeguard himself. Meanwhile, by the West Lake, Beihang of the Shao family demands to know whether his minions have discovered the whereabouts of the culprit who attacked the Shao clan. The investigators inform him that from what they have gathered, Yuanwu's recent demise appears to involve both the Luo girl and Chen, who are currently participating in the camp. Beihang smirks, impatiently counting down the days until the camp begins so he can exact his revenge. Back at the Night Watch HQ, Leader Ji tells Chen that even though he has successfully registered him for the camp, he is still concerned and has therefore arranged a strong ally for him. He reveals that the ally is Mu Hanhui, and explains that he has organized for Chen to accompany her into a dungeon, giving him the chance to strengthen his relationship with her in advance. Shai even hints to Chen that he could try to impress her with his looks. Just then, Hanhui of the Mu family appears. Ji begins negotiating with her, and although she argues that she has already provided them with a free dungeon scroll, Ji insists that she take Chen along to the dungeon. Manhwa then turns to Chen and asks about his combat abilities. When she learns that he is only a rookie, she dismisses his creation type as garbage. This enrages Ji, and he scolds her never to address him as uncle again, arguing that Chen is not only divine rank, but also possesses a dual profession. When her butler mentions that she has just been dumped by someone, Manhwa blushes and reluctantly agrees to bring Chen along. As the scene shifts, the team heads toward the dungeon known as the Beautiful Village, where they must defeat the boss and destroy the altar in order to clear it. Dan Feng takes charge of the dungeon exploration while warning everyone to head back to the teleportation stone if they end up separated. He explains that the chance of mutation is extremely low, while the shorty Chu informs Chen that this scroll alone is worth at least 1 billion. Manhwa glares at Chen with clear disdain, warning him not to slow them down, while Chu reassures him that he doesn't need to worry because he will make sure Chen stays safe. Chen, however, can't shake the uneasy feeling that something bad is about to happen. Suddenly, they find themselves inside the dungeon, standing in what appears to be a beautiful village. They plan to search the houses, hoping to uncover any lurking monsters. As they approach the village, Dan points out something odd about the stone where the village's name is inscribed. Yun casts a cleansing buff on everyone, and Chen is surprised to feel that it not only boosts his agility and energy, but also clears his mind. Just then, the worst occurs as the mutation activates, and dark energy emanating from the stone surrounds them all. The dungeon transforms from the beautiful, charming village into the dead spirit village, now called Nightmare. Unfortunately, what was previously an easy, ordinary-level dungeon has now become a nightmare-level threat, and to make matters worse, the mutation scatters everyone across the dungeon. Chen quickly realizes that fighting alone at such a low level could be life-threatening, so he decides to follow Dan's advice and return to the teleportation stone to regroup with the others. As he steps into the room, he finds it packed with coffins. There, he finds a strange portrait on the wall and notices that it smiled after seeing him, making Chen wonder if he is imagining things. Just then, undead spirits begin emerging from the coffins, and they have a couple of skills like collision and corruption. When Chen realizes that these monsters are completely immune to general physical attacks, he understands just how badly he is cornered. He tries using his poison, only to discover that even his poison skill counts as a physical attack and is utterly ineffective, while Nine asks him to let her devour the monsters, though he hesitates, wondering if her eating might also count as a physical attack. Chen decides to let the mother insect give it a try, but instructs her to be cautious and to call for help if it fails. And luckily, Nine devours the monsters effortlessly, which makes her master realize that she also comes from the abyss, and would therefore be categorized as a dark species like the undead. He even considers that she might eventually evolve into a lord of the abyss, potentially ranking her higher than any undead around. And after confirming that these spirits can be consumed, he releases his swarms, instructing them to feast on the monsters while ensuring no humans witness the process. Chen lucks out, gaining a massive amount of experience points, leveling up rapidly, and in just over 10 seconds he accumulates more than 500,000 experience points, leaving him elated. And once he finishes clearing the nearby monsters, he takes Nine with him to inspect the smiling portrait. This time, the portrait is filled with anxiety and wears a sad expression. When Nine asks if she can see whether the portrait can be eaten, it literally explodes, and the system informs Chen that he has scared a level 30 necromancer guard to death, granting him double the experience points compared to normal monsters. Meanwhile, Dan struggles to keep control, only managing because he had luckily brought along a magic weapon purely by chance, and as the one leading the group, he worries about the rest of the party, fearing for their safety inside the mutated dungeon. When the system alerts him to the incredible speed at which monsters are being wiped out, he starts to wonder who could be responsible, eventually arriving at the conclusion that only Hansue might be capable of pulling off something like this. He questions if she could truly be this strong, suspecting that she must be hiding a powerful ace up her sleeve. He firmly rules out the idea that Chen could be the one accomplishing such extraordinary feats on his own. Hansue, on the other hand, is pushed to the edge and cries out that she does not want to die. She laments how much she had been looking forward to taking part in the camp. Just then, she notices a swarm of dead spirits running away from someone and wonders who it could be, hoping they might save her. To her utter disbelief, she realizes that it is Chen who has been systematically taking down all of these monsters. She literally begs for her life at this point. Chen quickly drags her out of the mess and tells her to run. When she sees his powers, she is completely stunned. Hansue cannot believe that what she is witnessing is the capability of a mere trash-type awakener. Meanwhile, the rest of the team has managed to regroup. Don wonders where the spirits went, as he cannot find a single one of them now. Yun suggests that Hansue must have defeated all of the dead spirits, and there is a chance she might be carrying a secret treasure. Don hopes that Chen is doing okay. Just then, the three notice signs of a battle a short distance away. They walk towards it and find Hank sitting behind Chen, giving him a gentle massage like a waifu. Seeing her acting like Chen's servant, Don worries that they might actually be a transformed boss trying to fool them. When the three from the Night Watch try to interrogate them, Hansue of the Mu family steps up and declares that they would have to go through her first. Chen shoves her aside and reminds them that their boss is Ji and that Aunt Tang is a great cook, which convinces the Night Watch that they are truly allies. Everyone starts gossiping around while Chen's proposal to go and defeat the boss is completely ignored. When he can no longer hold back, he shouts and takes them to where the boss is. There, they come across a dead spirit leader at level 40. While the entire crew begins assigning roles and dividing responsibilities among themselves, the boss suddenly appears terrified and bows down submissively, seemingly unable to resist the overwhelming force Chen possesses. Chen calmly steps forward and tells everyone to take a proper rest, reminding them that they are all battered and injured from the battle. He then instructs Nine to finish the boss off without being noticed, and in an instant, Nine devours it completely, allowing Chen to gain an enormous amount of experience points along with a significant increase in devouring value for his mother insect. Don finally realizes with shock and disbelief that it was Chen all along who had been defeating the monsters all along. Despite this, Chen casually uses his poison as an excuse, downplaying his own abilities and claiming that he had simply been lucky, arguing that it was only because his poison unexpectedly turned out to be effective against these particular monsters. The dungeon finally concludes, and all of them receive the Medal of the Dead as a reward, a special and extremely rare item capable of absorbing a fatal attack once. Everyone expresses their gratitude to Chen, thanking him profusely for practically carrying the entire team through the dungeon from start to finish, acknowledging that without his intervention, they might not have survived. Even the items that Chen receives as loot turn out to be quite unique and valuable, far above ordinary treasure. He decides to keep a dark dance invisibility cloak for himself, while choosing to sell the rest of the items in order to buy blood essence to further strengthen his insects and enhance their abilities. Later, back at the HQ, Uncle G is left completely shocked when he hears that Chen had literally carried the whole gang through the dungeon. G asks everyone to leave so that he can speak with him privately, expressing his astonishment and saying that while Chen might be able to fool others with his performance, he is certain that his poison could never have stood a chance against the monsters of the undead category. As G presses him for explanations, Chen begins to feel a sense of worry, realizing that revealing the truth about his insects could be dangerous, considering that these creatures were infamously known as a catastrophic threat to humans in the past era. Faced with the leader's intimidation, he actually feels nervous for the first time in the story. The old man seems seriously amused by his reaction. The leader then lies back on the couch and says he does not need to reveal everything as long as Chen is useful to the Night Watch. Chen promises he will get the rarest equipment for him, which clearly pleases the old man. The leader tells him that having secrets is fine, but there is something important he should know. He brings out 3 bodies from his storage. These are the corpses of the assassins tracking them, and they were all very high level. When he asks if they were sent after him, the leader says they were actually after the posh princess. The leader then shows him their kill list. There are many names written on it. Most of them are unfamiliar to him, but he feels a chill when he sees Xiao Beihong. The participant from the Xiao family will also be with him in the training camp. He is not an ordinary awakened. For comparison, many assassins have already gone after the pouty princess, the daughter of one of the 12 Seal Kings. Most of them failed because her family's secret guards protecting her quietly wiped them out, but her family's power is nothing compared to Beihong's family. The purpose of showing our boy Xiao Beihong's name was clearly a warning. He is not allowed to use his poison at the camp because it will only attract unnecessary danger. The leader regretfully says he is too powerless to protect him from those clans. Our boy is honestly touched by the old man apologizing just because he cannot hide his secret better. But then, the man completely destroys all the respect he gained by casually asking if he smashed when he was alone with her in the dungeon. He quietly walks away, telling the old man he is probably tired and should just go to sleep. Later, he excitedly uses the blood essence he bought with the money from selling his rewards. Watching the high-quality purple juice swirl around, 9 immediately gets hungry. She throws a tantrum like a little baby when he refuses her request. Having no choice, he lets her chug a bottle while he uses the rest himself. A panel informs him she now has enough points to reproduce. With that, the insect army suddenly grows to 100,000 strong. Suddenly, he feels his black mist going out of control. It spreads throughout his room even though he orders it to stop before his home gets wrecked. He yells at the brainless bugs like a cranky dad losing patience. That finally makes them return after they nearly chew through all his furniture. Of course, boiling with irritation, he asks the drunk 9 how the heck he is supposed to control them if the only command they understand is eat. He feels good when he checks his stats, though. His current power is already on par with veteran fighters. After that, he prepares for the training camp, which will begin the next day. The scene shifts to the fire mage freaking out over the Nightwatch leader's request. He told her he wants his master, the Heavenly Blade King, to personally oversee the training camp in case Chen gets into trouble. She thinks it is outrageous, but he believes it will be pure chaos if Chen's poison gets exposed. His poison class might belong to one of the devouring classes that were declared taboo many centuries ago. The lady thinks he is overthinking things and says he would already be in jail if his class were truly taboo. The leader just hopes she is right and that he really is worrying for nothing. The scene shifts to Chen roaming through the forest. He hears a desperate cry for help from someone stuck high up in a tree. He uses his skill to grow large vines that easily pull the old man down safely. The man thanks him for the help and asks if there is anything he can do in return. So Chen asks him to guide him to the training camp, which the old man is coincidentally heading to as well. On the way, he asks why the old man does not store his sword inside a storage ring. The graceful man reveals he is just an ordinary swordsman with no special skills. Back in his day, he was too poor to afford a house. He had to live in a small hut owned by a hunter deep in the mountains. There, he discovered a very powerful technique after spending half a century training alone with the sword in solitude. Then, he suddenly starts going deeper into his tragic backstory, but Chen shows absolutely zero interest in the old man's non-stop yapping. When the camp finally comes into sight, he turns to look for the man, but the graceful geezer is already gone without a trace. Later, he receives his identity wristband at the camp. There, he just stares in confusion as 2 girls immediately start simping over him. Their little rom-com routine abruptly stops when someone huge crashes down next to them. A nearby patrol officer fights the student who started throwing punches before the session even begins. But that veteran fighter also gets blown away like a human basketball. The ones behind the chaos are an assassin shorty from Tianji Tower, the psycho chief commander of the defense force, and the immortal sword, Xiao Beihan. Sandao gets angry the moment she sees him because he stole her family's legendary sword. But the biggest threat the 3 of them are facing is the unbreakable Wu Shuang. The guy is so cracked that he is casually taking on all 3 of them at once. It is said he has 3 classes, and no one even knows what they are. Their explosive reputations make our boy curious whether his insects would even stand a chance against monsters like them. Just then, the Shao clan brat suddenly surprise attacks the Luo girl. He is impressed that our boy moved her out of the way when even the so-called invincible Wu Shuang could not dodge it. The guy immediately accuses him of murdering his brother. Even if his brother was trash, it is unforgivable for anyone to kill a member of his clan. Chen does not hold back either, mocking him that his rotten personality must be some family disease. He inwardly apologizes to the leader for breaking his promise not to attract attention. Before their duel can even begin, however, a giant slash tears through the ground between them. It is announced that the Heavenly Blade King has arrived on the scene. The graceful old master calmly tells the rowdy bunch to stop right there, or face his sword. My guy facepalms when he realizes the senile old man he saved from the tree earlier was actually the Blade King himself, a living legend who makes even the 4 geniuses freeze up in fear. Murmurs start spreading about the legendary man's insane power. Even the 4 geniuses begin thinking of ways to stand out in their master's eyes. Meanwhile, Chen looks completely clueless, and quietly asks his girl what the big deal is. She explains that the legends say the master was so awesome in his prime that he killed a dragon with a single slash. Princess Hanqiu adds that his standards are so high that he even rejected Wu Shuang's request to become his disciple. In his whole life, he only accepted 2 students. Our boy suddenly realizes he missed his golden chance to learn from a legend. He ignored him earlier, thinking he was just some random senile old man who liked climbing trees. Anyway, the master announces that their zone has been massively underperforming for years. To fix that, he introduces a new rule. 10 participants must die in every round. When the candidates hear that, they immediately start getting second thoughts. Xiao Beihan, on the other hand, looks excited. He already has 2 deaths lined up. Chen ends up having the exact same thought, thinking it will be great if he can remove the thorn in his side. With that, the Sword King continues, saying there are 150 flags scattered around the camp. Only half of the 300 candidates holding a flag will pass to the next round. There are no restrictions. You can form big parties or run solo and use any methods necessary. With that announcement, the round begins, and all the weaklings immediately scatter to search for flags. Staying far away from the Big Four, the silver-haired devil instantly turns to our boy with a bloodthirsty grin. He tells the girls to find a flag and let him handle the scumbag himself. The guy mocks Chen for playing hero when he is just a newbie with no real skills. But Chen is not scared. Beihan's swordsmanship is worse than his brother's, and our boy has leveled up since then. The duel starts with Beihan launching an airstrike, but it abruptly stops when the assassin girl suddenly steps in between them. She argues that they agreed to team up against Wu Shuang right from the start, and she drags him away to honor their deal. Our boy gets the feeling she did that to help him. Sure enough, she secretly turns back and gives him a quick wink. Turns out her aunt is the fire mage lady, and she asked her to cover for him whenever possible. As the two leave, one of Beihan's lackeys offers up a flag to show loyalty to his boss. Instead, Beihan orders the goon to do him another favor to prove himself. In the meantime, our boy meets up with his girls, who already found 2 flags. Their little reunion is suddenly cut short when an explosive arrow blows apart the roof above them. It is Beihan's personal guard dog, famous as the Sunflame Archer for his ridiculously powerful fire arrows. Chen tells the girls to run so he can go all out and personally add another number to the Sword King's 10 death quota. The mid-air archer panics the second the poisonous mist swallows him whole. He screams for his teammates to come out and back him up, but the guys completely lose their minds and bolt when they see his slow, agonizing death. Watching through the security footage, the Sword King and his vice captain quietly nod at how fast and clean the kill was. The old man orders his subordinate to call in teleportation specialists for emergency extraction if things get rough. He also tells him to release 10 grade 3 monsters near different flags. That way, the geniuses will be forced to fight monsters instead of other candidates if they want those last 10 flags. Shifting back a few minutes earlier, Wu Shuang looks disappointed seeing the trio struggle just to scratch him. Right then, an announcement says our boy drew first blood. Beihan is baffled because defeating his loyal puppy is no small feat. It happened way too fast. The other 2 are just as stunned by the sudden news. Hearing that, Wu Shuang calmly asks if they should really be wasting time here instead of meeting this hidden genius. Then another announcement plays, talking about 10 special flags guarded by monsters and a massive cash prize for clearing them. All 3 of them instantly disappear, rushing off to secure those monster flags first. Shocked, Chen starts calculating all the leveling resources he could buy with that prize money. Before he can even finish thinking, one of the monsters suddenly appears right in front of him. Hunkyu quickly warns him to be careful, saying it is at least level 90. When the Luo girl notices that the wolf looks strangely weakened, Chen immediately tells her to get as far away as possible. He nearly gets hit by a sudden sword slash. Riding the wolf like some Minecraft horse, Beihan coldly says he underestimated Chen for far too long. Chen fires back with a poison attack, but the swordsman easily slices through the dense mist with a sharp wind strike. The girls panic since he is clearly at a huge disadvantage. Not holding back anymore, Chen goes all out and summons a massive poison mist dragon. Beihan is not impressed. He responds with a forbidden wind technique that completely engulfs the giant poison dragon. Chen actually appreciates that, because the flashy move lets 9 quietly swallow all the energy and stack devour values. When she is almost done, he sends out a concentrated burst of poison to punch straight through the wind lotus. Dumbfounded, Beihan cannot wrap his head around how his technique lost to what he calls a pathetic poison attack. He activates a jade barrier stone just like his brother did. The dude suddenly acts immortal and loudly declares his victory. Chen simply tells his girl to deploy her shield and seal the entire area. Beihan frowns and asks what he is trying to do. Our boy silently grins back, asking if he has a clue about how his brother got hooped. Beihan is completely certain that a second-rate poison user cannot do anything against his barrier at all. To everyone's surprise, the shield actually endures little 9 strike without breaking. The wolf beast under his control immediately rushes in to protect its master in panic. In response, Mother summons 2 poison dragons to take care of the beast while she personally penetrates his barrier. Although Chen is surprised by the barrier's toughness, he remains confident it will eventually shatter. Watching through the screen, Guang orders the teleportation master Cheng Yuan to pull Beihan out immediately if things turn dangerous. The Sword King questions whether it is really unacceptable for a hunter to die on the field just because he is Xiao Jingguo's son. The subordinate argues that they are not truly in any position to oppose the general's family. The events inside the training camp are being hidden for now, but everything will be revealed after it ends. The Sword King wonders whether our boy can actually eliminate one of the highest-ranked participants here. He also grows suspicious that the barrier might be meant to prevent them from teleporting Beihan away once he gets seriously hurt. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where the wolf beast suddenly drops like a lifeless sack. Beihan's jade barrier begins to spread visible cracks across its entire surface. Right then, our boy receives a mental warning to keep things low-key because the teleportation master Cheng Yuan is on his way. He immediately recalls his mother insect to avoid exposing his real strength. As a final gift for the arrogant brat, he orders one poison dragon to self-destruct and finish the barrier completely. The shockwave from the explosion is so intense that even the Luo girl feels the tremor from far away. After the dust settles, our boy sees a single arm still gripping a sword fall directly in front of him. That makes him wonder whether nothing else remains, or if the body was teleported away at the last second. He decides he can sell the limb back later and casually tosses the sword to Lady Luo as a present. Back in the office, the man furiously yells at Master Cheng Yuan for failing to return Beihan safely this time. Cheng Yuan explains that the mental spirit had already been poisoned, even though he arrived in time and tried to extract him just before the explosion went off. Unable to believe that such a thing is even possible, the two immediately start arguing with each other. The Sword King grows tired of their endless yammering and orders both of them to shut their traps. He scolds Guang, saying that constantly flattering powerful families is exactly why he never improved or received a promotion. Back when he questioned whether he could confront the Xiao family, he didn't care enough to answer. Now he coldly states that great heroes die on a battlefield. Compared to that, Beihan's life is not worth all that much. He orders the men to quietly inform the other superiors in the camp and make sure no eliminated participant is allowed to leave afterward. Meanwhile on the battlefield, everyone completely loses their minds in disbelief. They cannot accept that the infamous grandson of General Jingguo was defeated by our hero. At the same time, the other top candidates, including Wu Shuang, are left stunned while staring at the underdog who actually defeated Beihan in combat. The scene shifts to Commander Duan, who asks Saidian why he suddenly barged in. The old man responds by instantly setting up a silencing barrier, forcing Duan to drop his relaxed attitude and get serious. The Sword King cuts straight to the point and asks whether a poison skill can damage the mental spirit. Duan admits it is possible, but only if the poison is extremely powerful. He adds that even a fourth transfer poison king he once knew could not achieve such a thing. Duan then asks whether there is a genius in the camp capable of this, already imagining how dangerous such a kid could become. Saidian does not deny it, and Duan presses further, questioning what the old man is really doing here. Instead of answering, the Sword King shifts the topic and asks whether the poison itself can be sentient. Duan laughs and says that it is impossible unless the poison is merely pretending to be poison. That answer shocks Saidian. Duan pauses and recalls an old record he once encountered, one that mentioned a terrifying insect capable of producing poison mist. The creature is called 9 miasma wings, a being from the abyss that once caused a world-ending disaster. Saidian grows serious, but the commander laughs it off, saying the ancient insect has long since vanished. The Sword King plays along with the joke and then decides to leave. Duan calls out again, asking about the genius with such potential. However, the Sword King does not have the answer and instead vanishes into his pocket dimension deep in thought about the 9 miasma wings. He feels pity for the boy who sits at the top of the rankings yet carries a taboo power that would get him instantly murdered if exposed. He recalls the Night Watch leader's words, asking him to take care of the boy and even make him his disciple too. It hits Saidian that Ji actually wanted him to take the kid under his protection. Convincing himself that power does not define evil, he decides to take Chen under his wing. Still, he decides to take some precautions and sends a telepathic message to Hong Yao. The old man orders her to investigate the number 0 ruins and gather information about the insect. He then returns to the control center, where Yang reports that the test is nearing its end. Most of the ordinary participants are barely holding on, while the real geniuses are close to clearing all 10 beasts. Lei and Lu had teamed up to take one down. The red-haired boy and Ning formed a pair and are already eliminating their second one. At the top stands Wu Shuang, who has defeated 3 beasts solo and is now moving toward our boy's location. Yang adds that Chen himself has already taken down 2 beasts alone and that the 9th beast has just been released in his area. On the battlefield, Chen stares at the towering monster ahead of him, excited to mark his third beast of the day. Poison mist spreads as 9 lunges forward, devouring the beast and rapidly stacking points. The monster is quickly reduced to an empty shell, and Chen smiles as 9 levels up. Suddenly a massive fist rushes toward them. The girls rush forward to shield Chen, but Sandao's defense shatters, sending them flying like origami. Forced to react, Chen releases poison mist to block the blow, and the impact sends him sliding backward. Wu Shuang watches with interest, impressed that the poison mist blocked his attack. Chen steadies himself and remarks that the third-ranked powerhouse is not bad either. He then asks if the blonde came here to steal his beast. The prodigy denies it, saying the beast is already finished. Instead he lets his aura leak and makes it clear he is here for a fight. Chen asks if Wu Shuang is truly willing to put his life on the line. The guy smiles and replies that he would not have it any other way. The fight begins instantly as Chen releases a surge of poison mist, but the blonde counters at once with heaven-reaching cliff. The sheer force of the attack catches Chen off guard, forcing him to dodge on instinct. He curses his own slow attack speed as he regains balance. Turning inward, he asks 9 if she wants to level up by feasting on the guy. The mother insect calmly replies that she cannot defeat him, but she is willing to die for her master. Her answer shocks Chen, and he then wonders if self-destruction is the only option left now. He immediately shuts that thought down and orders 9 to hide, as losing her would shatter every future plan he has built. Wu Shuang steps closer menacingly, taunting Chen that he is far too weak to have defeated Beihan. That hits a nerve, and our boy activates plant growth, causing vines to appear, which seal the prodigy inside a dense cocoon. The guy only smiles and asks if Chen did the same thing to that noble brat. Back at the control center, Kai Qian grows irritated as our boy completely blocks the cameras yet again. Yang tries to calm him, saying Wu Shuang's vitals are stable. Kai Qian snaps back that he is worried about Chen instead. Wang calls out his favoritism, but the Sword King brushes it aside, pointing out that there is a massive gap between the two fighters. The battle resumes as Chen summons his insect army. Wu Shuang shows a moment of surprise but remains calm, preparing another skill. The insects swarm in, only for the guy to slam his hand into the ground. Giant fists erupt upward, smashing through the air and wiping out the insects in a single wave. Our boy then uses his insects as kamikaze drones, making them explode on the prodigy's face, which causes a huge explosion. Just then, Wu Shuang jumps up from the smoke and claims that he now understands how he defeated Beihan earlier. He then uses his giant fist skill again, forcing Chen to defend himself. The impact drives our boy to his knees, and he realizes this must be the true strength of someone carrying Woody's bloodline. The 2 insects he sacrificed only neutralized the attack, and did not injure Wu Shuang at all. He hesitates, wondering how many more of his precious insects he will have to lose, but then figures he has no other choice. He orders 10 more insects to self-destruct, which causes an even bigger explosion, but Wu Shuang dodges it cleanly. Chen immediately follows up with another vine attack, but out of nowhere the guy suddenly announces that the battle is over. Our boy just stares at him in disbelief. The guy explains that our boy is the first person here who forced him to fight seriously, and calls him a worthy rival. He finally understands that the blonde only wanted him to go all out since it had been too long since he had a proper fight. The prodigy adds that he is feeling sleepy now, and tells him to deal with the remaining beast. Chen snaps back, asking if he is really giving up first place. Wu Shuang shrugs it off, saying he is really tired, then walks away to find a place to sleep. That irritates our boy, who shouts that he will not let pride get in the way, and will take the beast anyway. Wu Shuang smiles, satisfied that he has finally found a good rival. Back at the control center, Saidian nods in approval at Wu Shuang's fighting spirit, while the teleporter collapses again from poison exposure. He then orders Yang to send the 10th beast toward Chen, so he can claim first place and win the entire event. The scene shifts to Hong Yao, first disciple of the Heavenly Sword King, as she explores the haunted ruins. She swiftly clears out the ghouls and approaches an ancient stone pillar emitting an ominous aura. On closer inspection, the pillar reveals a hidden database, causing multiple screens filled with ancient insect records to appear. Using her divine sensing skill, she searches through them and pulls out a document that confirms the 9-winged miasma caused a catastrophic disaster in Earth's history. Built like an emo hornet, the insect can release poison mist capable of damaging even mental energy. After gathering the info, she immediately retreats to report back to her master. Back with our hero, Chen has already defeated his 4th beast, and senses that he is close to reaching the next transfer limit. With surplus flags in hand, he casually hands the extras to the girls, who happily accept their effortless victory. Ing and Bai also manage to defeat their own beast not long after. As the redhead wonders if the prodigy secured first place, an announcement echoes across the camp, declaring the exam over and ordering everyone back to the square. Chen sends his insect army to clean up any remaining beasts, while Beihan, still bitter from his defeat, silently swears revenge, even if it means relying on his grandfather. Once things settle, Kaidian calls all the successful participants to follow him to the Forbidden Zone trial. Panic spreads through the group due to the danger, but they decide to trust the Sword King's power. Recalling Hong Yao's confirmation of Chen's taboo power, the old man suddenly draws his sword and unleashes his heavenly blade technique. The entire camp rises into the sky as a single chunk. Flying away from the campsite, he orders his blade to carry them all the way to Yangmeng Marsh. The participants are left stunned by the sheer display of power, while others are in awe. Chen grows concerned about their destination and questions the girls. Han Qiu explains that Yangmeng Marsh is one of the 8 forbidden areas, capable of bending space and time. Small fragments exist in that space that may be bigger than Earth and are drifting unpredictably through the domain. Time there does not align with the outside world, and she recalls a case where someone entered for 2 hours and emerged as a 7th transfer king after 2 centuries had passed in the real world. Chen concludes the place is pure chaos, though Sandow reassures him that the Sword King must have a plan to guide all of them. Meanwhile, back at the campsite, the onlookers grow agitated over the Sword King's risky decision. Commander Duan rushes in after receiving Kaidian's emergency message and listens as officials protest about their children being taken away. Internally cursing the old man, he remains calm and shuts them down, assuring everyone there is no need to panic. He reminds them that the Sword King promised to return them all safely before selection day. As Duan reflects on the drastic move, it suddenly clicks when he recalls one detail Kaidian mentioned earlier, the 9-winged miasma. Sometime later, Ji receives a message from his master that Jiang has something taboo, and it's such a serious matter that he's taken him to the Forbidden Zone to lay low for a while. He also asks him to try and find some allies among the Sealed Kings, because they might face a fierce battle when he returns. Shortly after, Ji laments to Tang Jin about how it'll be to protect Jiang, who had killed the prodigy from the Huang family and cut off Beihang's arm, apart from the fact that he's holding on to a taboo. Regardless, Tang assures him that they'll get through it, since he has made up his mind to protect Jiang. She encourages him to focus on the future and mentions that she's spoken with her father, who is willing to stand with them. She reminds him that they have the Heavenly Blade King, senior sister Hong Yao, her father, and Commander Duan. With 4 sealed king powerhouses, they can handle any storms that come their way, so Ji is encouraged to meet the sealed King Wu family and the merchant Luo family to get more allies for Jiang. He prepares himself for anything and plans to use the same energy he used when he stormed into the Shao family and go all out. Excited, Tang notes that she hasn't seen him so excited in years. Meanwhile, Senior Gu asks Hong Yao what she thinks they should do after they return. She comments that their junior brother's 9 miasma wings are so cool, and she wishes she could raise one herself, but Gu calls her silly and asks her to get serious. Surprised, she reminds him that Great Xia has 0 tolerance for taboos, and there's nothing she can do if he can't fix this. When she asks him if he can chop down Grand General Yuan Xian with one strike, he lightly smacks her and tells her to watch her tone. From his perspective, he's ended up taking weirdos for disciples despite his great reputation. Hong Yao is always loud, rowdy, and never cares about anything, while Ji is stubborn and headstrong. Eventually, Hong Yao asks her master why he's so bent on protecting Jiang, and he recalls that he had randomly chosen her as a disciple because she wore red armor that he thought looked cheerful, and he chose Ji, who had mistaken him for an old customer outside a club. Back in the day, when the Shao family heir went to forcefully marry Tang Jin, Ji Gang went to stop it, and Master Gu was ready to lay down his life to protect him. He wonders if he needs a reason for everything and states that he just does it because he cares, and it's the same for Jiang because he knew they'd get along the moment he met the boy. Jokingly, Hong Yao calls him the best teacher in the world because he acts so tough but is so protective, but he tells her to stop flattering him. Eventually, she mentions that the only way to protect Jiang is through Great Xia's high military commander, one of the 3 invincible supremes, and also Jiang Wushuan's grandfather, the martial god Jiang Xuanji, also known as Wudi. Meanwhile, at a place called the Pojin Cavern, Myriad Race's battlefield, Xuanji lands a punch on the ground that sends several men flying back. He's surprised that a group known as the Myriad Races dares to invade Great Xia, so he tells his men to kill them without mercy. He quickly tells his men to guard the entrance to the cavern, but he soon receives a telepathic message from Wuxuan, who he knows should be busy at a prodigy camp right now. Soon after, Senior Gu appears, so Xuanji asks Gu if Wuxuan got into trouble in the camp. However, Gu clarifies that his son is doing very well, but he wanted to make a deal with him, so Xuanji asks him to speak his mind. Gu immediately explains that he took in a disciple who is a divine-level creation type but possesses the taboo 9 miasma wing, and he wants him to protect his life. Surprised, Xuanji reminds him that Great Xia has always believed in killing rather than letting those with taboos go free, and he asks him if he thinks he's all-powerful because he's the martial god. Surprised, Gu tells him he actually believes that, so Xuanji asks him to name his terms. Finally, Gu mentions the Hall of Taishu in Yunmeng Marsh, which only he knows the way to, and mentions that he can take Zhang Wuxuan there to give him quite an eventful experience. The Hall of Taishu is the legendary treasure trove of the Heavenly Tao, and Wuxuan's cultivation will advance greatly if he can go there. Eventually, Xuanji says he'll agree on the condition that Jiang is not allowed to use the 9 miasma wing during the prodigy tournament, and he will throw him to the myriad races battlefield to fend for himself if he can't take first place on Great Xia's overall prodigy leaderboard. When Xuanji mentions that there's no other choice if Gu really wants to save his life, Senior Gu agrees since sending him to the battlefield is still better than letting General Xiao and the rest kill him when they arrive. After Gu leaves, Xuanji reasons that it's impossible for the 9 miasma wing to reach a natural calamity scale in this era. Besides, Great Xia has produced other divine-level talents before Jiang that are not creation types. He's certain that he can't pass Wuxuan in the test, or even take first place without using his taboo. But even if he ends up stirring trouble, he can wipe out any evil spirit in the world in seconds since he's a martial god. Meanwhile, when the entire camp enters into a strange-looking place, Jiang asks the ladies if they've officially entered the Yunmeng Marsh. Han Xiu is unsure because it's hard to know the way, but Senior Gu relies on Aura to lead the way. Apparently, the deeper they go into all the 10 layers of the marsh, the easier it is to get lost, and Han Xiu mentions that her grandfather got lost in the 7th layer years ago. Since the path can't be remembered using eyes and the brain, Jiang suggests that they sit down to meditate so their spiritual sense can guide them, so they join him. While they meditate, Jiang notices the Tree of Origins drifting towards something even when there's no wind in his mind. He wonders if it's leading the way, or if there's something ahead that the tree is craving. Surprisingly, the tree suddenly bears fruit, and his system tells him that he's obtained the red function fruit with the ability to copy one of the target's abilities and fuse it into himself. The copied ability has no class restrictions, and he has to complete the copy within 3 hours, or the card will expire. Shocked by the prospect of copying an ability with no class restrictions, he recalls that everyone in the camp is a top-tier prodigy, and he can pick anyone he wants. The most valuable targets would be Wu Shuang, Feng, and Tang Ying. However, since the copy ability is random, he worries that he might end up with some garbage skill. Having just 3 hours to make a decision, he wonders whether to just take a gamble. Suddenly, Gu announces to them that they've reached the 6th layer of Yunmeng Marsh, called the Taishu Realm, and the Hall of Taishu is up ahead. Suddenly, it occurs to our boy that he can copy one of the old master's characteristics, especially since he said he only knows one move. This way, he can copy the skill and consider it an early lesson. They soon reach Taishu Hall, and the kids are excited. Apparently, there was a legendary Sealed King in the Demon City who ascended to Sealed King in this hall, and one of the 3 invincibles of the Great Xia, called the Great Dreamer, attained enlightenment here. Gu informs them that there are 3 trials in Taishu Hall. The first is to climb 1008 steps, with a chance to receive a reward of Heavenly Tao on each step. The second is the Taishu Monument, and Gu admits that only the Great Dreamer has reached this point. As for the third trial, which is inside the Taishu Hall, no one has ever reached it. However, they will only be doing the first trial. From the 150 participants, the top 10, based on the number of steps climbed, will be selected to represent the Jiangnan Zone, and enter the grand finals of the Great Xia's 8 war zones, Tianjiao competition. Immediately, Gu announces that they begin the trial, and the kids eagerly rush up the stairs. As Sandow rushes there, Jiang drags her back and asks her why she is rushing when the Taishu Hall is not running away. He shows them the top students, who are not rushing there but are preparing themselves. When they see that, they decide to meditate with him since they only have one shot to do this right. When Gu notices those who are meditating calmly, he is slightly impressed. In truth, Jiang is using the excuse of preparing himself to replicate the heaven-splitting blade move so that the card does not expire, and he hopes the old master did not lie about knowing only one move. When our boy selects Gu, the system reminds him that there is a chance that an ability will be downgraded or upgraded during the duplication process, and Jiang accepts the terms. He does not care if the ability is not upgraded, but he hopes it is not downgraded. When the duplication begins, he confirms that Gu was not lying. As the process continues, he sees a vision of himself training until he reaches a point where he has been training for 10 years, then 20 years, then 40, and then he finally achieves the heaven-splitting blade. When he finally gets it, he cleaves the ground with one strike of his blade. Apparently, man models himself after the earth models itself after heaven, but heaven models itself after Tao. When the copying process is completed, the system congratulates him for receiving about 4 different skills, and Jiang is very excited that he was able to split the heaven-splitting blade into 4 different forms. A while later, Hong Yao notifies the master that Wu Shuang has begun to ascend the steps, but only Jiang is left. She becomes worried that Jiang is asleep, and Gu also becomes concerned that it does not take this long to adjust one's state. Suddenly, Hong Yao notices that her sword heart is resonating, and it surprises Master Gu that even his sword heart is resonating. She immediately asks Gu if this could mean that brother Ji Gang was successful in finally breaking down the heaven-splitting blade into 4 moves like he said. Apparently, Ji's stubbornness had kept him stuck at the 3rd transfer grandmaster level for so many years, and Hong Yao wonders if he is finally enlightened. However, the master suspects that it might be from the brat, Jiang, because the aura that he experienced just now is familiar, but he soon convinces himself that it must be an illusion by the Tai Shu Hall. Suddenly, Jiang heads towards the steps, and Hong Yao becomes nervous to know how many steps he can ascend. Years ago, she could only go up to the 301st step, while Ji only made it to the 298th step. At this point, Wu Shuang is on his 289th step, Feng is on 250 steps, Ying is on her 248th step, Zai is on his 211th step, Han Qiu is on 199 steps, and San Dao is on 170 steps. As Jiang makes his way up, some students lament about not having the chance to properly prepare for the Tai Shu Hall. The first 100 steps are illusion steps, then it gets hard with gravity as each step feels like carrying several mountains. While they argue, Jiang walks past them to begin the illusion test, which he believes should not be a problem due to his good mental spirit. When he gets there, he is shocked to see Xiao Yuanxian, who threatens to kill him for touching his grandson. As Yuanxian slashes with his sword to destroy him, Jiang quickly blocks with his poison mist, but he gets knocked backward and realizes his insects could not block it. Eventually, the folks from the Night Watch show up to help him block it and ask him to move forward, but Yuanxian slices them all with one move, which causes Jiang to scream in horror. In reality, Hong Yao is shocked to see Jiang stuck on the first step, with tears streaming down his eyes. Her master clarifies that the first phase of steps tests the mental spirit, physique, agility, and strength, but all the geniuses in the camp have been tempered with rare materials and treasures since they were young, except Jiang, who has always relied on himself. It seems that Jiang will suffer in this trial, and Hong Yao becomes afraid that he will get sent to the battlefield, just like the master agrees with the martial god. In Jiang's vision, he begs Yuanxian to kill him because he does not want to live anymore after causing everyone's death. When the Tree of Origins causes Yuanxian to fade away, Jiang is shocked to realize he is in an illusion. He is shocked because it felt so real, but he eventually comes back to his senses. Suddenly, the system congratulates our boy for receiving 5 Star Wish fragments. Apparently, 1,000 fragments can be combined to form 1 complete Star Origin. 10 Star Origins can increase a skill between levels 1 and 3, while 100 is required for skills between levels 4 and 6. Jiang is shocked because a single fragment is worth tens of millions in the market, and such rewards seem so generous at the start of the trial. It's also a good thing because he can sell each fragment to be able to feed his swarm for a while. While he climbs higher, he wonders why the illusion hasn't attacked him again in the second step, but when he sees the Tree of Origins, he excitedly realizes that the tree has blocked the illusion completely. When Jiang begins to laugh excitedly, the others wonder why his expression suddenly changed, and suppose that he's about to get kicked out of the stage. Jiang overhears them and promises to show them how he'll casually crush the entire trial. When he looks up, he realizes that Wu Shuang is almost at the 300th step already, and he needs to surpass him. When Jiang hesitates, Hong Yao supposes that her junior brother is stuck again and may not be able to even surpass the 10th stage. Suddenly Jiang begins to jump from step to step and starts singing happily. The others almost choke from the shock of watching him playfully sing till he reaches the 100th stage, and they wonder if he got stuck in the first stage intentionally because he liked those stages. As Jiang jumps past the ladies, he playfully sings to assure them that he believes his sisters will reach the 100th stage, which really motivates Han Chiu to want to risk her life to meet his expectations. Shocked, Hong Yao asks her master if the Hall of Taishu's assessment is malfunctioning because Jiang has reached the 200th stage and is not slowing down at all. But even Master Gu admits to never having seen this before. As Jiang jumps past some other geniuses, they wonder if Jiang is really experiencing the same trials they're in. Suddenly Jiang comes closer and finds the 3 top geniuses stuck at the 299th stage. Meanwhile, the Master and Hong Yao realize that every stage after the 300th is a major hurdle, and is even hard for prodigies because every step after feels as heavy as a mountain. When the 3 top students notice Jiang behind them, Wu Xiang and Ning commend his ability to catch up, but Feng doesn't say anything. Eventually, Wu Xiang informs them he'll take the lead now. Suddenly, Jiang's divine rank spirit nurturer talent begins to resonate with Wu Xiang, so Jiang wonders if he's also divine rank. When some chains appear around Wu Xiang, Jiang wonders if the chains are to suppress his strength. Suddenly the chains shatter and Wu Xiang takes his next step, where a purple aura develops around Wu Xiang. Feng wonders if this aura is the reward for reaching the 300th stage, and Ning seems pretty impressed. Eventually, Wu Xiang explains to them that the steps after the 300th are considered extreme. Although this new stage seems to be testing willpower, it's in truth testing the strength of one's soul. Wu Xiang tries to counsel Jiang to proceed with caution because he didn't come from a good background like this, and didn't have the luxury of being bathed in rare treasures and a good foundation. But while he's talking, Jiang casually steps onto the 300th stage. He soon turns to Wu Xiang and asks him if he was messing with him because this isn't that hard. For the first time, a look of shock develops on Wu Xiang's face. Suddenly, Jiang's system rewards him with an origin crystal for passing the 300th assessment stage. That's an insanely good reward, and Jiang reasons that he can give this to Uncle Ji since he heard he's been stuck in the third awakening for years. While Jiang is thinking, Little Nine excitedly tells him to keep climbing because they want to eat. When he looks up, he finds a slab on the top of the steps known as a stele, and realizes that Little Nine wants to eat that. He continues to climb, but eventually, Little Nine pushes him up forcefully across several stages, much to the shock of the 3 top prodigies. Their mouths open wide as they watch Jiang go up, and Wu Xiang begins to rush up the steps after changing his form, determined not to let Jiang surpass him. As Feng watches Wu Xiang, he realizes Wu Xiang has mastered his war god body, and anger wells up inside of him that makes him want to kill both guys that went before him. He activates his god demon blood power and goes hard after them while Ing watches them. Those behind the 3 prodigies wonder if the others have gone crazy and hope Ing isn't also some kind of freak. Ing assures them she's fine and just an assassin, but an odd air soon develops around her, and she turns into a snake, blasting across the stages and leaving the 2 guys confused. Shocked, the 2 guys comfort themselves about how hard the world is. Meanwhile, Hong Yao is completely shocked by everything that's going on, but the master heartily laughs that it's expected of the disciple he picked. Jiang is just 1 stage away from the top and about to become the 2nd person in history to do so. Seconds later, he successfully reaches the top and dispatches his swarm to take whatever they want. The swarm surrounds the Taishu stele, and Hong Yao wonders what he's trying to do. She recalls that the Taishu stele is quite mysterious, and the invincible dreamer has used it for enlightenment. Right before her eyes, the Taishu stele disappears, and she wonders where it went. The master is equally shocked that he absorbed the stele for himself and wonders how he did that. Wu Shuang soon reaches the top and realizes he's lost but plans to go all out when they compete in the Great Xiao Prodigy ranking. When Wu Shuang turns back, the others decide to retreat, since going any further can kill them and hurt their essence. Meanwhile, the ladies watch Jiang in awe, and Hong Yao is glad that they've also been able to complete their mission. Jiang reached 1008 steps. Wu Shuang reached 623 steps. Feng reached 609 steps. Ing reached 600. Lei and Lu reached 304, while the 2 ladies reached 300. The master realizes that these kids probably wouldn't have made it this far if not for Jiang, and Hong Yao agrees that the new generation is much stronger than they were. Soon after, Hong Yao notices that Jiang isn't coming down from the top and is standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, Jiang is notified that Little Nine has been upgraded to level 25, and their devouring value has skyrocketed, which means they'll be able to breed a 3rd generation soon. However, when he notices that Little Nine brought back the stele to the nest and is clinging to it, He wonders if the 9 miasma wing and the steel are connected in some way. Suddenly, his insect system informs him that the Taishu steel was originally an abyssal anchor stone, located at the bottom of the abyss, a companion artifact, and one of the abyss's core essences. It suddenly makes sense that little 9 is clinging to it since she's the ruler of the abyss. While Jiang is thinking about it, his system informs him he's become the Taishu realm master. No matter where he is, with a single thought, he can teleport back to the Taishu realm at any time, and no one except the master can open the gates of the Taishu hall. It seems the steel is the key to the hall, and Jiang is absolutely stunned, but he decides not to enter the hall now since many eyes are watching and decides to check it out later. While Jiang jumps down, Master Gu and Hong Yao apprehend him to speak privately. Some other students who notice that believe it serves Jiang right for acting so cocky. When they're alone, Master Gu mentions that one of the Great Xia's 3 invincible figures, the Dreamer, could only observe the Taishu steel for enlightenment, so he asks him how he used the 9 miasma wing to absorb the Taishu steel. Shocked that the master already knows about the 9 miasma wing, Jiang wonders if the master summoned him here to kill him. When they notice his silence, the master jokingly asks him if he really thought he could fool everyone by portraying the 9 miasma wing as poison, and Hong Yao laughs at the look on his face. Eventually, Jiang realizes they don't want to kill him, so he explains that the 9 miasma and the Taishu steel both come from the abyss, and the Taishu steel originally belonged to the 9 miasma wing. Immediately, the master informs him he only has 2 options because of the stance of Great Xia on taboo. Either he stays in the Yunmeng swamp forever and lives as an exile, or he comes back to fight for his survival even though those of the general level or invincible level will want him dead. Suddenly, Jiang confirms his suspicions that the master brought him here to give him a way out, while he wonders why the master is treating him this way. Hong Yao tells him to answer the questions, so Jiang replies that he's only killed bad people with his power, and he's done nothing wrong. He explains that he won't run since he has a clear conscience, and the master laughs heartily that this is expected of the disciple he's chosen. When Master Gu mentions Ji, Jiang wonders what Ji has to do with this, so Hong Yao informs him that she's his senior sister and Ji is his second senior brother. Apparently, Ji nearly got killed by General Shao when he stormed the Shao family to steal Aunt Tang, and Master Gu had told him to hold his ground, but he didn't want to drag the master into this, so he was eventually exiled to Chujiang City. However, Master Gu assures Jiang that it doesn't matter who comes at them, because they can face them as master and disciple as long as his will is firm. When Master Gu assures him that he will carve a path for him with his blade, Jiang quickly bows to his new master. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's titled kings gather for a meeting, and Duan announces to them that Jiang Chen's poisonous mist is indeed the 9 miasma wing, according to their investigations. According to Great Xia's law, anyone who awakens a taboo class or uses such an object will be killed without mercy, so Duan asks them what they think. Soon after, Mu Hanqiu's grandfather, Mu Henian, responds that he doesn't believe the 9 miasma can cause as much destruction in this present day as it did in the olden days, and he suggests it's enough to put the kid under supervision. At worst, he suggests they destroy the 9 miasma wing but spare the kid. After that, Tang Jin's father, Tang Wanchuan, expresses that he agrees with Henian because Great Xia was quite weak when this law was given, and they can approach taboo matters with more flexibility. When he's done speaking, some of the other kings begin to accuse the 2 men of siding with Jiang because their daughters are involved with him. While they're arguing, Xiao Yuanshan steps in and states the kid must be killed on sight, but anyone who dares speak for Jiang would answer to his sword. When Duan sees the general, he realizes he may not be able to help old Gu anymore, and he hopes that Gu doesn't drag himself down. Sometime later, at the Tianjiao camp, Duan informs the Night Watch that General Shao has deployed the Heavenly Punishment Squad, who are all hidden in the mountains nearby. Ji immediately plans to draw blades along with Tang Jin to settle old scores with the Shao family if a fight breaks out, and he hands over the Night Watch to Duan, who pleads that he hands it over to someone else since he had also helped him cause trouble in the issue of the wedding. The other members of the Night Watch also refuse to miss out on the fun, but they soon notice Jiang and the others coming from a distance. Yuan Qian and his squad also notice them and quickly tell them to prepare to fight. When Hong Yao notices the squad preparing to fight them, she recalls how she didn't get to fight enough back when Hong Yao stormed the wedding, but the master warns her to at least try to put on a show of diplomacy before they start fighting. However, Hong Yao jokingly reminds the master she's simply following in his footsteps, and she notices that Jiang has spaced out again. Actually, he's breeding his 3rd generation and was able to make 5 million new insects and upgrade Little 9 to level 27. At this point, he has 5.11 million insects, and Jiang is certain the general won't have an easy time fighting them. As Hong Yao tries to assure Jiang not to be afraid, he assures her he's not and informs her that he wants to go give Uncle Ji and the others a gift first. After she permits him, he excitedly goes to meet them. When he gets there, Jiang excitedly gives Ji an origin crystal, which is better than the epic gear he promised him, and Ji realizes this is as good as having the key to reaching the 7th awakening. Jiang also gives Aunt Tang a scarf that he thought would match her style and gives Brother Duan a sun chaser bow he took from Yong Chao. He also gives Bulang a dark gold grade weapon for him and gives Xiaoqi a platinum grade set that looks like a bikini. Meanwhile, Yuan Shen spots Jiang and tells the squad to await his orders. Suddenly, Duan notifies the general that there are more than 100 prodigies from the camp still with Guam, and they can't afford any mishaps. Yuan Shan agrees but states that he'll kill Gu too if he doesn't know what's good for him. Eventually, Commander Duan has to step forward to ask old Gu to hand over Jiang to him. Although Duan doesn't want to be in such a position, he realizes that their Jiangnan zone will suffer heavy losses if they let this develop into a fight. However, Gu assures him that he has brought back all 150 prodigies from the Jiangnan war zone and even took them through the Hall of Taishu. When the titled kings hear that, they're glad that their children will be able to make them proud for enjoying the experience of going to the Hall of Taishu. With such a great favor, they decide to repay by not siding with the Shao family either. Even though they may not be able to protect Jiang Chen, Duan agrees with them, but while they're chatting, General Yuan Shen splits the nearby river into 2 halves and tells everyone to shut up. He states that Jiang must die for possessing a taboo by Great Xiao Law and states that Gu is going against the law by protecting him and by sealing off all the prodigy camp examiners by gambling their lives and taking them into danger. Meanwhile, the titled kings fearfully watch as the general walks on the sea and reverses the power of the heavens, and they decide to stay neutral. Immediately, Gu tells Jiang to return back to him and orders Hong Yao to handle the prodigy camp's flight. Jiang immediately leaves his friends and sets up a barrier around them, which they didn't notice he had even set up, and asks them to only enjoy the show. He proposes that they can only save him if he really can't handle the fight. When Master Gu draws his sword, Xiao Yuan Shen asks him if he really plans to draw his blade on him, but Gu points out that the general is an 8th awakening powerhouse with dozens of water element forbidden spells and he has nothing to be afraid of with a man with just one blade. The general quickly creates an ice barrier, but Yuan asks the both of them to calm down because the prodigy camp and the Jiangnan base next to it will be destroyed. While he pleads with them to consider the people, Xiao Beihan comes out of nowhere and suggests that they settle this with a 1 versus 1 life and death duel, and he plans to end Jiang today for taking his arm back then. Immediately, Jiang proposes to the men that they let the young ones settle their grudges and not interfere. However, Jiang senses that there's a catch in Beihan's proposal, and Beihan gladly states that the condition is that he's not allowed to use the 9 miasma wing. Excited, Yuan Shen agrees with him and says no one should object, but Gu calls it nonsense, stating that they can't do what they want just because they stand on moral high ground. He angrily calls Yuan Shen a bastard and states that he's wanted to cut him down for a long time, so he proposes that they face each other and leave the kids if he has the guts. Surprised, Jiang is the one that has to hold back the master this time to retain sanity. He assures Master Gu that he has a way of dealing with Beihan without using taboo, and Master Gu wonders what he's talking about. Jiang reminds the master that he had said he'd teach him the heaven-splitting blade, so he proposes he teach him now, but Gu thinks he's out of his mind. Hong Yao is more furious, as she states that it took her 10 years to get the hang of it and Ji is still at the basics. When Beihan laughs that he can't wait 10 years, Jiang assures him he'll only need to wait 5 minutes. Shocked by his statement, Master Gu calls Jiang a brat and asks him if he thinks the heaven-splitting blade is a low-level technique. However, Jiang grabs the master's blade and asks him to trust him. To Gu's shock, the blade begins to resonate, and he seems to realize that the blade had also resonated back in the Hall of Taishu. Eventually, Jiang whispers into his master's ear to explain why the blade is resonating with him, so Gu reluctantly agrees to teach him right now. Immediately, Commander Duan proceeds to construct a battle arena, since it's a life and death duel to prevent others from interfering. Amused, Beihan asks Jiang to learn quickly and assures him that he'll make sure everyone sees how he kills him without the help of his taboo. Angered, Ji tells Beihan to go screw himself and asks the master why he even agreed to all this. He blames himself for letting Jiang join the camp, but Jin assures him that the old master wouldn't make a reckless decision. Meanwhile, Master Gu explains to Jiang that he needs to know that the heaven-splitting blade is a blade of willpower. He has to break his attachments, overcome life and death, understand his true self, and act without hesitation. After asking him to watch closely, he gives a demonstration of a strike, and Yuan Xian, who is unsure if this strike is aimed at him, activates all his defenses. Duan also worries why Gu is breaking the rules and interfering in the 1 versus 1, but when the strike goes past General Yuan Xian, they realize it's not aimed at him. The strike tears through a barrier of space and hits a nearby dragon, slicing off its tail. As the barrier closes, the popularly known black dragon that was hiding nearby threatens to come back to kill Gu. It seemed that everyone's attention was on the duel and only Gu noticed, but Gu supposes that the dragon must have been after the 9 miasma wing. Shocked by the demonstration, Yuan Xian realizes Gu has some skills. Meanwhile, Gu asks Jiang if the first time seeing his master use his blade was cool, and our boy excitedly agrees. When Gu asks him if he was able to learn the skill, Jiang uses the Tree of Origins to reach for Ji's sword. When he retrieves the blade, Master Gu asks him why he doesn't just use his own blade, but Jiang assures him he'll understand in a moment. Jiang doesn't give a demonstration and quickly goes to meet Beihong, but he assures his master that his own demonstration of the sword will also be cool. Shocked, Hang Yao is certain the master is sending Jiang off to his death, so she proceeds to get her junior brother out of there, especially since martial god Xuanji didn't show up to help them like he said. However, she's unable to enter the battlefield, so the master tells her that only the 2 fighters can enter the life and death arena due to the barrier. He also informs her that Xuanji, the martial god, has arrived and is in the void but is not revealing himself yet. When she hears that, she freezes out of fear because she had just spoken ill of him. On the battlefield, Beihong enjoys a hearty laugh and asks Jiang if his entire group is crazy, especially because Jiang must think the heaven-splitting blade is a garbage skill that can be mastered by looking once. However, Jiang assures him he'll find out soon. Annoyed by our boy's pretentious crap, the young master gets ready and hopes to see how he intends to fight him without the 9 miasma wing. Meanwhile, Feng asks Wu Xuan who he thinks will win, and he responds that Jiang can win if he uses his 9 miasma wing but will certainly die if he doesn't, especially because Beihong has rebuilt his martial heart after setbacks and is even stronger than before. More so, the sword in Beihong's hand, called the Moon Soul, is ranked 20th on Great Xia's divine weapon list. On the battlefield, Beihong allows Jiang to have the first move, to watch his broken blade fall under the Moon Soul's power. However, Jiang tells him to stop with the nonsense and raises his sword, signaling to Master Gu to watch his disciple's blade and to correct him if he's wrong. He immediately uses the heaven-splitting blade strike, employing the blade of humanity form, and a blinding purple light fills the whole place. The light is so piercing that the other students have to cover their eyes because it hurts, and Hong Yao immediately comes to warn those with weaker souls to cover their eyes. She and the master are equally shocked that the little brat was able to learn it after all, even though this particular strike only targets the soul and consciousness. Meanwhile, Beihong, who seems completely unfazed, makes fun of Jiang because his skills are lacking. He clarifies that there's no point in attacking just the soul because the Shao family is renowned for having the strongest souls. Immediately, the young master proceeds to use his sword in a move known as the Star and Moon Slash. However, Jiang isn't surprised, and he signals to Uncle Ji that the first move he did was called the Blade of Humanity. He quickly prepares to counter Beihong's attack with a second attack that doesn't target the soul, but the physical form. The attack is known as the Blade of Earth, and it easily shatters the energy from Beihong's Star and Moon Slash, knocking him backward as he dazingly wonders how Jiang is able to do that. The strike knocks Beihong backwards by a few feet, but he manages to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, Commander Duan becomes tense when he notices the life and death arena is about to explode, and he wonders how a second awakening cultivator can do that. While he reinforces it with ice, Beihong realizes he must block the onslaught of the Blade of Earth, otherwise, he'd die. In the tumult, he uses a forbidden spell called the Ultimate Arcane Art that pulls the sword out of the hands of the other prodigies standing nearby, and he directs them all at Jiang. Tense, Commander Duan realizes these 2 brats have gone insane, so he orders someone to get a few ice cultivators here so the arena doesn't collapse. In a frenzy, Beihong laughs at Jiang because he's lost and reminds him that he's nothing without the taboo, even though he's divine rank. As he hopes that his forbidden spell will tear our boy to pieces, Jiang asks him how he knows he doesn't have a backup plan. As the swords are about to hit Jiang, he uses the third form, known as the Heaven's Blade Slash of Karma, and lets out such a destructive energy that tears Beihong limb from limb while he screams that this should not be possible. In a moment, Beihong is eradicated, and his grandfather watches in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Ji watches all of Jiang's display, and he realizes the boy is achieving the dream he left unfinished years ago. Hong Yao, on the other hand, can't wrap her head around how her junior brother learned it in 5 minutes. The master is intrigued that Jiang is able to learn it even though his energy wasn't enough, and that he upgraded it the way Ji wanted to but couldn't. Meanwhile, the 3 top prodigies watch in absolute shock, and they realize this may be the strongest person they encountered among their peers. Sandao and Henkyu also cry tears of joy that Jiang won. While this is happening, the invincible sword god Ji Lingqiu mentions that Gu's disciple is quite interesting, so he suggests they don't kill him yet so he can help sharpen the other prodigies. Xuanji agrees that he wasn't planning on killing him at this time anyway, but Lingqiu reminds him that Yuan Xian won't let this slide easily, even if they want to let him go. When Yuan Xian senses Xuanji's pressuring aura, he asks him to retract his pressure and to not interfere because he must seek justice for his grandson, who just died a horrible death. However, Xuanji reminds him he's old enough to know that those who gamble must accept the consequences. Eventually, Yuan Xian calms down, but Jiang rushes towards him to demonstrate his 4th slash and impress Master Gu. Gu immediately tries to stop him from drawing his sword at the general, and Xuanji eventually admits that the child is foolish and they have no chance of saving him. Yuan Xian is surprised that a mere second awakening that's as insignificant as an ant dares to draw his blade at him, but Jiang uses the method called the Blade of the Great Way that upholds justice and eradicates evil. The 3 top prodigies watch in abject shock since the strike is way too powerful and is comparable to a full force blow from a 5 awakening Mountain Sea Realm expert, but they figure it's a pity that he's throwing it away in a death wish. Meanwhile, General Yuan Xian tells the boy that even his master doesn't faze him, but a fresh-faced brat like him dares to challenge him. As Jiang's attack closes in on him, he easily blocks it with a flick of his finger, considering it a puny thing. However, when he looks around, he sees a myriad of 9 miasma wing around him. Jiang explains that he knows that the slash couldn't kill him, and they hadn't said he couldn't use taboo in this fight, so he surrounds the general with 100,000 9 miasma wing and commands them to explode. They all explode around the master, but he appears completely unaffected, so Jiang keeps causing more explosions until he's affected. As the explosions continue, Commander Duan and his men make a run for it. Meanwhile, Yuan Xian decides that this child must be eliminated lest he becomes a disaster in the future. He immediately activates a curse of water skill called Blood Explosion. Jiang's blood suddenly starts to seep out of his body as it is controlled by Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian immediately commands his veins to contract, and blood begins to spew out of every hole in his body. Ji, who is watching the horrific scene, tries to smash through the barrier, while Hong Yao and Master Gu swing into action to save Jiang. Han Qiu and Sun Dao also jump in to save Jiang, but Han Qiu is pulled back by her grandfather, while Sun Dao is pulled back by her dad, and they ask the ladies if they have a death wish. The ladies quickly ask their wards if they can't do anything to save Jiang, but Sun Dao's dad apologizes that they don't have anything, while Grandpa Henian explains that anyone cursed with blood explosion is as good as dead. They point out that Gu and his disciples have gone to save him, and they can only hope for the best. Meanwhile, Gu rushes at Yuan Xian and commands him to stop, and Hong Yao asks the old rascal to let go of her junior. However, Yuan Xian asks them to sit back and enjoy the show as Jiang explodes soon. As they both attack him with the heavenly blade, Yuan Xian blocks it with water shields, and he asks Gu if he really thinks he can strike him. Regardless, Gu keeps going to see how many strikes he can take, and Hong Yao joins him. Meanwhile, Jiang screams in pain as he rapidly loses blood, but Yuan Xian laughs and asks the others to say goodbye. Eventually, he crushes him completely, and Jiang explodes in the air. As tears fall from his eyes, Ji screams in horror, and Hong Yao begins to cry too, as her master also watches nearby in shock. Dazed, the ladies believe this can't be happening and Jiang is messing with them, but Yuan Xian's hearty laugh causes the situation to sink in. As Yuan Xian rejoices that he got revenge for Beihan, Gu rushes towards him and determines to kill him even if it costs him his life. When Commander Duan realizes there will be more deaths today, he signals to the warrior god and pleads that he acts before these two cause more casualties. Immediately, Xuanji freezes Hong Yao and Gu in the air, and they consider changing the venue for this battle. However, a 9 miasma mist appears, and Jiang speaks out of it, stating that he and Yuan Xian can fight here and now. Yuan Xian is shocked, and everyone else is more shocked as Jiang manifests again out of the mist. When he reappears, he asks Yuan Xian if he really thought he'd die that easily, and assures him he has more trump cards than he thinks. Yuan Xian is certain that this is impossible because he saw the boy die with his own eyes, and the 3 top prodigies wonder if Jiang reincarnated. Meanwhile, the ladies hug each other and cry joyfully that Jiang was messing with them. Nearby, Bulong notices the scent of a dead spirit on Jiang, and realizes he must have used the Reaper's order, the thing they got in the spirit village, to prevent death and danger of any magnitude. In the air, Jiang states that it's his turn since the general couldn't kill him. He releases all 5 million of his swarm, and Yuan Xian realizes this is calamity level. Lin Qiu realizes this number is absurd, and Xuanji wonders how someone who awakened recently got so many bugs. Meanwhile, Jiang declares to the general that he will destroy him today even if it takes risking all of his 9 miasma wing, so he directs them all to tear him into pieces. As the general proceeds to activate another curse, he notices he can't move, which means the warrior god has locked his movements, but he doesn't know why. Even Han Qiu wonders why the warrior god is helping Jiang, but Mr. Liu clarifies that it's the same way we can kill people who owe us little money but treat well those who owe us a ridiculously large amount of money. Great Xiao will kill normal taboo users, but for one that also knows the divine blade, and in such little time, it's normal for him to receive special treatment. It would seem that Jiang's decision to reveal his trump card wasn't cockiness, but an intentional gamble. While the 9 miasma explode around the general, he spitefully declares that they will all go to hell and won't be able to kill him so easily because he has a trump card. As the explosion continues, Yuan Xian decides that he can break through Xuanji's hold if he gives it his all. He uses a hidden curse called Divine Might and breaks through to Jiang, whom he tries to immediately kill. Our boy is shocked that he was able to break through the warrior god's seal and his explosions, but before Yuan Xian can reach Jiang, Yuan Xian is pierced in the back with an arrow from Lin Qiu, who tells him it's already over. Lin Qiu warns that he'll chop his head off if he dares move an inch, and Jiang uses the opportunity to trigger his explosions again. As Yuan Xian is caught in the explosions, he protests that they can't treat him like this because he's risked his life for this nation, killed beasts, stopped revolts, and defeated the ancient god church. As he declares that he's the pillar that supports Great Sia, the 9 swarm surrounds him and begins to eat up his flesh. With half of his body gone, Yuan Xian asks Jiang if he'll really kill him, but Jiang tells him to stop asking stupid questions. Eventually, Yuan Xian admits he was wrong and offers to compensate him if he spares his life. But when Jiang turns to the others for their opinion, they don't utter a word. Eventually, Yuan Xian calls out to Xuanji to save him and even offers to go fight in the dungeons if that's what it takes. But Xuanji asks him if he pleads guilty to his crimes of corrupting forces and oppressing people as a major general. Yuan Xian eagerly pleads guilty, and Xuanji states that he'll take away his property considering how he's indeed benefited the country and will cast him with a curse, then send him to the dungeons to fight as a vanguard until he dies. When asked if he accepts, Yuan Xian accepts that over death, so Xuanji casts the curse on him. Jiang watches as Xuanji casts the curse that will make Yuan Xian explode if he ever tries to escape, and he's shocked at the power of the 3 great gods of Great Sia. Soon after, Xuanji approaches Jiang and asks him if this judgment calms the rage within him. Quickly, Jiang agrees with the god's choice and states that he wasn't that mad. Xuanji commends his talent and humility, which gladdens Jiang's heart. Suddenly, Commander Duan notifies the warrior god that the poison Duan released will spread and cause pollution to the abyss, so Xuanji just snaps his hands and the entire atmosphere is purified in a moment. While that happens, Jiang watches the display of strength and shock. When that's done, Xuanji shows them all that they know he can control everything, so he gives them regulations to spread abroad. The martial god states that all who benefit the country are friends, but everyone, such as Yuan Xian, who goes against the country, is a foe. When Xuanji considers Jiang's case, Muhanian speaks humbly to the god that Jiang won't do anything to harm Great Sia, and he vouches for him personally with all he owns. Additionally, Tang Wangchuan, the leader of the Tang family, also vouches for Jiang. So does the Jiangnan army, the Jiangnan martial arts faction, as well as Mr. Luo. Meanwhile, Heng Yao wonders if Jiang attacked General Yuan Xian. Knowing all of this would happen, the master agrees and states that Jiang showing the full strength and good usage of his power is the best way to quell the fear everyone has of the 9 miasma wing. Unfortunately, all of his 9 miasma seem to have exploded during the fight, but Heng Yao is certain he'll be able to form more. Since everyone expresses acceptance for Jiang, Xuanji decides to agree, but he reminds Jiang to know his place and use his powers well. Additionally, the martial god explains that the person that comes out as number 1 in the heaven rank that's to take place in 10 days among the prodigies will get plentiful resources and all privileges. That intrigues Jiang, but he recalls he can't use his 9 miasma wing during the heaven ranking tournament. He wonders if the martial god had said that to test how potent he is without the 9 miasma wing, but Jiang assures himself that he'll get a new parent bug whenever he completes a quest. Eventually, martial god Xuanji decides to clean up, so he summons Great Dreamer to come work. A portal opens and Great Dreamer, Zhuang Zilu, the commander of Great Xia and one of the 3 overpowered warriors of Great Xia enters. It turns out to be a very young lady in pajamas who's looking quite tired. She laments that there are too many people and so many ranked 6-star awakened, which means the job is a bit too much. So Xuanji simply asks her to handle the memory regarding the 9 miasma wing for everyone below the rank of king, and promises her she can sleep for a year after this. The mention of sleeping for a year sounds great to her, so she snaps her fingers and employs a skill called dreaming of a butterfly. Suddenly the prodigies begin to yawn and they all fall asleep. Meanwhile, Hung Yao asks her master why the martial god decided to wipe their memories, so he explains that it's to protect Jiang and delay a potential catastrophe, as Great Xia isn't very stable. That makes sense, but Hung Yao wonders why the Great Dreamer is also sealing Jiang's memory. So Zilu explains that she's not sealing his memories, but enhancing his soul to prevent long-range assassination by curses, because his soul foundation is weak. Suddenly, Zilu notices that Jiang is immune to her ability, and he's only pretending to be asleep. Meanwhile, Jiang sensed the energy wave that made people want to sleep, but didn't feel the effect because it was deflected by the Tree of Origins. Regardless, he decided to play along to help the Great Dreamer save face. While he's laying down, he hears little Nine weeping because her babies died in droves, so he begins to blame himself, but she soon becomes excited that she can make more babies since she's reached level 30. Eventually, Zilu asks Jiang to stop pretending because she knows he's awake. When he realizes he's been caught, he gets up and calls her sister. Surprised, Zilu boasts to Quanji that Jiang called her sister, and he tells her it's nice, even though he doesn't understand how she's so girlish after 800 years. Zilu grabs Jiang's face and tells him she accepts him as her little brother. Since his soul is strong enough, she won't reinforce it, but she gives him a protective ring to block all mental, soul, and curse-based surveillance as a welcome gift. As she goes back to her home to sleep, she reminds him to visit her in his dreams. She soon goes out of sight, and Jiang wonders if he really just became her little brother, just because he called her sister. Meanwhile, Hung Yao considers rushing up to her to do the same, hoping it'd work. Before he leaves, Quanji reminds Jiang of the Heaven's Chosen tournament in 10 days, and informs him that he'll prove himself worthy of national resources if he can come out first without using the 9 miasma wing. When Quanji leaves, Ying's uncle suggests that Jiang marry Ying, who is the niece of his Aunt Tang. However, Mr. Liu states that he's already on that queue, and is willing to offer 20% shares as a dowry, but Mu Henian tells them to step back, because Han Chiu is already carrying Jiang's child. Later that night, after Jiang manages to get everyone to leave, he decides to focus on Little Nine's reproduction and his second awakening. He activates his Divine Evolution Accelerated Reproduction, which lasts 1 hour, and Little Nine produces 5,009 miasma wings. After that, Jiang begins his second awakening. Once the system detects that Jiang meets the requirements for a transformation, it assigns a quest in the Magic City Sky Tower for him to clear the Sky Tower, defeat the boss on the 50th floor, and seize its sword with a limit of 1 day. Jiang decides to sell the equipment with him worth billions, and convert it to beast blood to help him start raising the second generation of bugs, then head to the Magic City Tower and clear the Sky Tower. Suddenly, the Tree of All Things bears another fruit, and Jiang acquires the ability fruit called Void Eye that allows him to see through, probe, and mark abilities, ignoring stealth, illusions, and skill effects. Excited, he decides to give it a try and spots Ying through the wall, with her abilities displayed right next to her. The panel also explains that she's shy and anxious about her grandfather's arranged marriage, and is unsure about how to approach her target. When he zooms closer to her phone, he sees that she's typing a letter to him, so he quickly decides to turn off the lights and pretend he's not there. The next day, our boy heads to the Magic City War Zone Sky Tower. Inside, folks talk about one Jishuanyu, the pride of their Magic City War Zone, who has the highest record from half a year ago for clearing all the floors in the shortest time and topping the second transformation ladder speed record. Jiang overhears them talking about her and recognizes that she's the second-ranked genius in Great Xia and is more powerful than Wu Xuan, and he hopes to meet her when the Heaven's Chosen rankings come around. When it's his turn, he enters the Sky Tower and is taken to the first floor. He's told that the monster's strength will automatically adjust to the entrance level, and he sees some scary-looking monsters on that level. Using his Void Eye probe ability, he learns that the monsters are level 40 fallen elves. This is only the first floor, but the monster level is already high and its combat rating isn't low. He fears that he'll start facing level 90 monsters at the 50th level, and he realizes it's no wonder that Jishuan Yu could only clear up to the 40th level. However, no matter how tough, they're all food for his bugs, so Jiang releases the bugs to enjoy the buffet. When Little Nine excitedly pleads that she also wants to eat, Jiang assures her that he'll give her something tasty later. Somewhere else, a young man named Ding Zhan, the top talent of Great Xia, meditates in a cave. He's soon interrupted by his uncle named Fang, who brings the latest intel. However, Zhan clarifies that there's no need to show him intel about Wushuan and Jishuan Yu, even though they're at god level, since there's still a big difference between gods. Uncle Fang quickly clarifies that the information is about Gu Kaitan's new disciple, Jiang Chen, who is a god-level spirit trainer. Surprised, Zhan asks his uncle why he should care about a creation type, so his uncle informs him that he killed Xiao Beihan and also stood up to the National Guard and lived. Surprised, Zhan collects the paper and reads about all of Jiang's latest achievements, which he finds interesting. However, Zhan thinks it's a pity that Jiang won't be able to use his 9 miasma in the Tianjiao tournament, since it would make things a bit exciting. Meanwhile, Great Xia's second talent, Jishuan Yu, does some practice and shoots some monsters with arrows. Those who watch worship her strength, which is almost at god-level grandmasters, but another man believes she's ranked at least at a 5th rank. Zhan Yu dominates in long-range combat, and she's training in close range to get a better chance in the tournaments. While she's training, the supreme commander of the Demon Capital War Zone, Ji Hongyin, tells her to take a break, and the guards quickly bow to the patriarch. Zhan Yu excitedly greets her dad and tells him she's made more progress today. However, he jokingly tells her not to push herself so hard and to take it easy whenever she can, just like he does. Intrigued, she asks him if taking it easy made him the supreme commander of the Demon Capital War Zone, the 4th titled king of Great Xia. Soon after, he hands her the information she requested about the top talent and tells her to consider a new talent called Jiang Chen carefully. While she goes through it, he asks her if she thinks she has a shot, so she mentions that this Jiang seems strong and too strange, which means he might even be stronger than Ning Zhan. Hongyin also adds that her great-grandfather, the sword god Jilin Qiu, who's still practically young even though over 100, sent her a message to warn her to be cautious around Jiang in the tournament. Challenged, Zhan Yu informs her dad that she's willing to go to the Tangtian Tower to see if she can clear the 50th level and increase her chance of taking first place. However, Hongyin asks her if being so competitive isn't too exhausting, but a guard soon enters to inform the miss that her record for the first 10 levels of the Tangtian Tower was just broken by Jiang. She recalls that her time back then was 1 minute and 13 seconds, so she asks if he did it in just a few seconds less, but she's told Jiang did it in 37 seconds. Shocked, she protests that someone at her level should need at least a minute to clear it. While she's lamenting, she's also told that Jiang has also broken her record for the first 20 levels. Annoyed, she takes on Jiang's challenge to mess with her confidence and heads to the Tangtian Tower to take him down. While she rushes off, Hongyin wonders how he got such a competitive daughter since he's such an easygoing guy. Meanwhile, Jiang is told that he's broken the record for level 20, and he's given several rewards that include a spirit arrow and a fragment of the 9 Gods treasure map, with which he can use to unlock a special realm once he gets all 16 fragments. Most of the rewards don't seem so useful to him, so he continues to level 21. While he's working on the levels, those outside talk about how the monstrous Jiang Chen has beaten Xian Yu's records by so much. At Sando's home, she runs into the news of Zhang's records on social media. While she checks out the records, she sees several hate comments about Jiang and the Jiangchan battle zone for trying to mess with their princess, Xian Yu. Annoyed that the Magic City brats dare insult their benefactor, she quickly calls Han Qiu to help her war against those talking trash on the live stream, and even plans to take a trip to Magic City. Meanwhile, at the Tangtian Tower, several people protest about an outsider from Jiangnan dominating their ladder rankings, and they urge Princess Xian Yu of the Ji family to defeat Jiang. When she steps in, she promises them she will reclaim the position in the ladder ranking of the Second Awakening. She soon enters the first level. She recalls that she had just completed the Second Awakening and was far weaker than she is now. With all her upgraded gear and skills, she's certain she'll be getting her ranking back. 2 minutes later, she reaches level 10, and she's told that she successfully cleared the 10 levels in 59 seconds. Shocked, she wonders how it took so long even after giving it everything she's got, and she wonders how Jiang was able to do it in about 37 seconds. Eventually, she concludes that it must be because of her profession, which may be God level, but is at a disadvantage at the first 10 levels where there are a ton of smaller monsters that require short-range attacks. She decides to immediately jump to level 40 and start off from level 41, where she left off last time, since it'll be high-level solo bosses, which will give her the extra edge. As long as she can clear all 50 levels and claim the leaderboard, it won't matter if she was slower in the earlier levels. 5 minutes later, she's caught by an octopus-like monster and fires a golden crow firestorm arrow at it. When she defeats the monster, the system announces that she cleared it in 5 minutes and 29 seconds, which is the new record for level 50. Tired, she rejoices for finally completing the record in half the time she completed the level 40 record, and she's sure Jiang will never be able to beat her record no matter how hard he tries. She counts this as his first defeat and plans to defeat him in the Heavenly Talent Leaderboard too. Meanwhile, Jiang, who is also at level 50, checks out the system and learns that the beast has high-grade meat, which means that the larvae will be able to reproduce 3 more generations once they eat it. Clearing level 50 will help him obtain a side sword and complete his second awakening, and that means he can finally get his second breeding mother. When Princess Xuanyu steps out, she wonders why people aren't cheering after she just set a new record for level 50, but have a sour look on their faces. When she looks up, she notices that Jiang cleared the 50th level in 4 minutes and 9 seconds, which means he was a whole minute faster than her. Annoyed, she decides that she has to clear it again, even if she has to push herself to the wall so he doesn't win. She quickly brings out a boosting potion that may burn up a bit of her essence, but it seems like a good price to pay for success. Meanwhile, Jiang's larvae have begun reproducing, and our boy gets an epic armor instead of the sword he was expecting. Annoyed, he realizes he has no choice but to go through levels 41 to 50 again. During her own trial, Xuanyu uses the flowing gold and blazing heat method to destroy the final boss. Her clearance time is 3 minutes and 7 seconds, and she breaks Jiang's record and reclaims the leaderboard. She's over a minute ahead of Jiang, so she's certain there's no way he can beat her. Meanwhile, Jiang reaches the 50th floor again, and Little Nine plays with the monster because she considers it fun. However, Jiang asks her to stop playing and finish eating so Daddy can give her a sibling. When Little Nine hears of a sibling, she protests, and asks if she isn't enough, but Jiang asks her to relax because she's still the boss, and can smack her sister around since she's strong and already has many offspring. The thought of a sibling that she can bully intrigues Little Nine, so she destroys the monster with one hit and begins to devour it, causing her to level up to level 37. When those outside hear of Xuanyu's new record, one of them, Hua Yunfei, the second-ranked genius in Magic City and also Xuanyu's bootlicker, makes fun of Jiang and tells the ladies who came from Jiangnan to get lost. Annoyed, the ladies tell him to shut the heck up because Jiang isn't even taking this seriously. While they're arguing, Jiang's new record of 2 minutes and 58 seconds comes in, and Yunfei watches speechless as the ladies rejoice. When Xuanyu comes out, she collapses when she realizes that Jiang surpassed her again. Although she doesn't feel so good anymore, she refuses and takes another potion so she can do another run. Before she can do that, more notifications of Jiang beating his own record over and over keep coming in until Xuanyu breaks down in public and begins to weep. As she begins to cry, Hongyin immediately arrives on the scene and asks who made his little princess cry. When she mentions Jiang's name, he assures her that he'll destroy him when he comes out. He watches as Jiang continues grinding the leaderboard scores, and he wonders if this is necessary to awaken second class, or if he's doing this because he discovered the hidden quest in the Tower of Heaven and is aiming for the Julie treasure. The Julie Divine Emperor's treasure consists of 12 pieces, and his Ji family has been sweeping the floor for years and has only gotten 4 pieces of the treasure. Hongyin is certain that there's no way Jiang can get a full piece in such a short time. Meanwhile, Jiang begins to combine all 8 parts of the Julie treasure map he got. To gather them all, he had to complete hidden quests with specific time limits depending on his class tier. After he successfully combines the treasure map, the system informs him that the Julie clan is a powerful tribe from ancient times that later split into humans and self-proclaimed as Julie and were ranked 53rd among all tribes. The treasure map contains the Julie Divine Emperor's weapon, the Tiger Soul Blade, but it's hidden in an extremely dangerous location. The Julie Divine Emperor's Tiger Soul Blade would suit Jiang, who is also a divine rank, but he chooses not to rush in blindly since it's so dangerous. Since he's farmed the materials needed for the second-tier class awakening, the system scans it and announces that his Divine Spirit Trainer class advancement is successful. His status is upgraded, and the Tree of Origins is enhanced and able to bear opportunity fruits. Since he's completed his second awakening, he extracts the queen bug and obtains a catastrophe-level queen bug called Crimson Armored Elephant Beetle. Dwelling in eternal hell, the beetle absorbs the grudges, defiance, and lingering wills of divine and demonic remnants to nurture itself. It has asexual reproduction and can reproduce offspring of about 49 to 100 every 10 levels. Also, with every evolution of the queen bug, Jiang is able to draw a random ability, but evolution occurs every 30 levels. When Jiang triggers its divine evolution, the queen bug transforms into a human form and calls him father. It looks calmer and more mature than little Nine, whom he had named Xiao Zhu, so he names the new queen bug Xiao Jia. He didn't expect the evolved queen bug to be a boy, but it seems to be a boy since the reproduction is random and the form after evolution is random. The Crimson Armored Elephant Beetle is currently a level 0 with several abilities and has Hell Furnace condensed into its body, making it capable of refining all forms of life essence, world energy, and the power of the sun, moon, and stars into the essence of life itself. Jiang is impressed by his abilities and the Hell Furnace he has, which he wishes he himself could have. Suddenly, Xiao Jia explains to his father that he can draw his first ability right away without waiting until he's level 30 if he helps him complete his first life leap. The first life leap only requires the sacrifice of 10 drops of divine and demonic blood. However, Jiang complains that he's just been born and he's already requesting huge stuff like that, so he proposes that he goes to the nest first to meet his sister, but he promises to find the divine and demonic blood he wants. Meanwhile, Commander Duan tells Gu they need to teleport to Magic City's Tower of Heaven right now, but Gu wonders what all the fuss is over Jiang's second-tier class advancement. However, Duan clarifies that he just saw Xuanyu crying on the livestream and that her lazy father doesn't care about anything else but his daughter. When Gu hears that, he quickly joins Duan, and they head there through a portal. In the tower, Jiang comes out, and Hongyin tells Xuanyu to stand back and let him take care of the punk. Suddenly, Duan and Gu come to grab Jiang, and they tell him to run first and they'll explain on the way. Immediately, Hongyin fires a blast at them and tells Duan to stop trying to foil his plan to punish one of his Jiangnan people who made his daughter cry, and he demands that they hand over some land as compensation. However, Duan protests that their Jiangnan is higher in this year's genius rankings, and Magic City might be handing over land to them. Eventually, they escape, so Hongyin assures Xuanyu he's going to Jiangnan to get justice. He promises to make Jiang marry into the Ji family and endure humiliation night and day, but Xuanyu asks him what nonsense he's spouting. Hongyin assures her he'll do anything to make her happy, so she eventually pleads that they go home. She decides to leave Jiang's name on the leaderboard to motivate her for the genius rankings. When they get home, Hongyin is surprised to find Jiang and the other men there. Tensku explains that they made this visit to ask for a favor. The sad thing is that Master Gu has to lower himself to beg on Jiang's behalf to help him get the divine and demonic blood for Jia. Because of his respect for the Heavenly Blade King, which he doesn't have for Duan, Hongyin asks him to ask whatever he wants. Gu states that his disciple needs 10 drops of the divine and demonic blood that only the Ji family has for his class advancement quest, and Duan even offers to trade him the Dragon Abyss in Jiangnan in exchange. Surprised, Hongyin says the Dragon Abyss isn't worth even a single drop of divine and demonic blood, but he explains that he'll give them for the sake of the Heavenly Blade King. However, he adds that the second condition is that Jiang marries into the Ji family and weds Xuanyue. Shocked, Xuanyu tells her dad he's spouting nonsense again, but Hongyin explains to her that seeing Jiang's face every day will give her an endless drive to grow stronger and protect Magic City. But Xuanyu still doesn't totally agree. Master Gu reminds Hongyin to choose his words carefully, and Hongyin still insists on becoming in-laws with Jiang as payback. However, Xuanyu protests that her dad can get married to Jiang because she's not going to do it, but Hongyin reminds her that feelings can develop after they get married. Annoyed, she storms off and protests that she's not going to waste time talking about this. Eventually, Hongyin excitedly proposes to Jiang that he stay at their house for a few days, and they can let the idea go if it doesn't work out. To get the divine and demon blood, Jiang agrees, especially since he knows that Xuanyue doesn't like him anyway. When it's nightfall, Jiang gets the 10 drops of divine demon blood, which is known to let ordinary people instantly reach king-level strength after drinking it. The cost, however, is bursting into pieces and completely obliterating your soul. When he's alone, Jiang calls out little Jia, and he appears looking quite unhappy. When Jiang asks what the problem is, Jia explains that Xiao Zhu, who is also little 9, doesn't like him and wants to kick him out of the hive. Jiang asks him if she hit him, but little Jia says she didn't, and he'd never even fight a female insect, which amuses Jiang because he's acting like he could win if he tried. Eventually, Jiang gives him the divine demon blood, and he consumes them instantly, allowing him to complete his life tier transition. His ability extraction begins, and Jiang hopes to get the infernal furnace ability. Eventually, when the ability extraction is completed, the ability that is given is called the Divine Elephant Suppression Body. Apparently, the human body consists of 840 million particles, each containing the strength of a giant elephant. When fully awakened, it rivals a divine elephant, and you can stir the seas, roar down stars, and swallow the moon and sun, all with a single thought. This skill allows little Jia to transform into a particle source and merge with the host's body. This shocks Jiang because the Divine Elephant Suppression Body is basically an upgraded version of the Infernal Furnace. The physical strength is insane, and Jiang is fairly sure that he may be able to spar with Wu Shuang if he can spawn 2 more generations in the next few days. Suddenly Jia shows up again and asks his dad if he can have some divine demon meat, and Jiang notices that he's starting to talk like Little Nine. Meanwhile, the ancient god cult gathers in the Jiangnan temple, and their leader asks them if there's any news from the Arbiter. One of the cult members reports to the one sitting on the 7th seat that news about Jiang Chen mastering the heaven-opening blade just arrived. Apparently, Jiang has developed it into 4 moves, and the final one might be at the divine ability level. Apart from that, they've tried to get some information about his involvement with General Xiao Yu and Xian, but it seems to be covered up, and those who have tried to get information were killed by backlash. The leader immediately assumes that this is the work of the Great Dreamer, and as such, gives an order that the 3 people at the top of the hunter rankings remain, but Jiang be moved to the 4th position in the ranking. The leader also instructs that they raise the bounty on these 4 individuals to state that anyone who kills one of them will receive the ancient god's blessing and ascend directly to 6-star level. Ever since the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th seats were killed by Jilingqiu, their ancient god cult has been dormant for too long. By the grace of the ancient god who hasn't abandoned them and has sent divine revelations, they decide that it's time to start doing something for the ancient god. Sometime later, the leader goes to meet with a being known as the Spider Emperor to discuss an alliance with it. However, the Spider Emperor blatantly states that he doesn't trust humans. In response, the 7th leader explains that they may possess filthy human bodies, but their souls already belong to the ancient god, and supposes that the Spider Emperor must have received directives to collaborate with them since his faction ranks among the top 100 in the abyssal race and their goals align. Eventually, the Spider Emperor tells him to cut the crap and state his purpose, so the 7th leader states that Jiangnan is vulnerable. So, he invites him to unleash a beast tide on Jiangnan City during the Great Xiao Genius Rankings competition. He also adds that they'd use the sacrifice to summon an ancient god, and the Spider Emperor can name his price once that is accomplished. The next day, Xianyu goes to Zhang's room to check if he's up. He happily comes out and says they can go now, but when she wonders where he's going, he mentions that he thought they were going on a date, but he's not ready if she had planned to take him to her room because that's fast. Flustered, Xianyu tells him to get lost and asks him to follow her because her dad has something planned. At the Ji clan training grounds, Jiang finds Hongyin already lying down first thing in the morning, which suits his reputation as the king of doing nothing. When Jiang steps close, Hongyin shows him some men who are top-tier talents from his Magic City war zone and states that in a few days, they'll all be his opponents. He immediately introduces the one leading the group, Huayunfei, and states he's the only one with the hidden class, heroic spirit god worshipper. But when he's about to state his ability, Xianyu stops him from revealing their secrets to the enemy. Jiang is surprised that Hongyin isn't treating him like an outsider. Soon after, Hongyin tells the kids that the Great Xiao Genius Rankings will take place in 8 days, and to help them rise to the next level, he's decided to open a 9-li divine treasury for their training. That shocks Xianyu and Yunfei since the 9-li divine treasury is one of the top secret realms of Great Xiao, but Jiang feels like Hongyin called him here to try to rope him into joining his clan. Apparently the treasury is inside a 10,000-foot ancient god corpse. After entering it, they'll be exploring its body. Even though 80% of it has already been explored, it's still incredibly dangerous, and he warns them not to go near the head to avoid certain death. Suddenly little Jia pops out again and says that he's hungry for an ancient god corpse. However, Jiang tells him to stop using baby talk since it doesn't suit his poker face, and says that his ability to bring him along depends on what King Hongyin says. Immediately, Hongyin tells everyone to follow him, and Jiang wonders why King Hongyin isn't making any demands, which means that his insects may get to eat this time. While they're heading towards the treasury, Yunfei asks the commander why an outsider like Jiang is being allowed into the treasury. However, Hongyin agrees that he's an outsider now but may be family someday. He turns to Jiang and reminds him to protect Xianyue once inside the treasury, since they'll have to support each other if they want to see more of the world. Hongyin makes a sly wink at Jiang, but Xianyue tells him to shut up since it's not decided that he'll be the one protecting her. Once they approach the entrance of the treasury, they meet an odd-looking man who tells them to leave immediately because this place is dangerous. To calm him down, Hongyin introduces himself as the patriarch of the Ji clan, and explains that he's visiting with the younger generation, so he pleads with the senior to open the door. As the senior lets them in, Jiang realizes that this duly divine treasury must be really extraordinary because of how cautious they are about it. He plans to get familiar with this one through the clan, and then focus on the one he found through his own map. Once the entrance opens, a strange wave of energy hits them, and Hongyin explains that the anomaly came from the unutilized 20% of the ancient god's soul sea. The area has likely mutated, so Jiang warns them not to try to enter it, and he hands them teleport flags to teleport out immediately if they sense any danger. Eventually, Xianyue tells her dad he can go back now and asks everyone to follow her. They head to the lower leg area of the ancient god's corpse, and Xianyue explains that she's been here many times before, and there's almost no danger as long as you're careful with the blood beasts. While she's talking, Jiang considers that the area is tens of meters high and wide, and it's just one pathway that connects organs and systems throughout its body. While he wonders how large the corpse is, little Jia comes out and praises his dad for preparing the ancient god's corpse as food for him. Amused, Jiang lets Jia out to eat anything he can eat but warns him not to get caught. Soon after, they run into a level 35 blood beast, and the team begins to attack. Jiang thinks the blood beasts aren't half bad, and he wonders why little Jia flew somewhere else and didn't focus on eating the blood beasts. Yunfei immediately hits the monsters with something called a soul power slash, which wipes them out instantly, and he cockily asks Jiang if he can do the same. However, Jiang praises his impressive skills, but he really thinks Yunfei has zero brains. Xianyue warns Yunfei to stop showing off over nothing, and he submissively calls her a goddess, which makes her think of him as a brainless simp. Eventually, Xianyue decides to lead them to the heart area of the ancient god's corpse that has more blood beasts they can train with. She explains that the ancient god's anatomy is different from theirs because it has 3 hearts, but Jia immediately communicates with Jiang not to listen to her nonsense because the ancient god has 4 hearts and can resurrect as long as one is intact. When Jia mentions that he's found the 4th heart and it's still alive, Jiang is shocked, and he tells Jia to come back immediately. When Jia pleads that he waits until he eats the heart, Jiang refuses and promises to give him better things to eat, so he agrees. Suddenly Jiang warns them that it's too dangerous here and they shouldn't go further. He advises them to grab their teleport flags and leave with him now, but the scornful Yunfei thinks he's scared of the blood beasts. When he demands that Jiang speak up, our boy punches him a few feet away to injure him badly enough that everyone will agree to retreat to get him treated. Shocked, Xianyue asks Jiang what he's doing, but he only states that he's been itching for a fight. When Yunfei gets up, he angrily states that he's going to kill Jiang, and he activates his spirit sacrifice skill. General Jia soon arrives, and Jiang is glad that he came back just in time for the fight. Yunfei immediately attacks, and Jiang tests out the power of the divine elephant prison body. With one hit, Jiang destroys Yunfei's spirit body, and the others start to wonder if our boy is really human. While Yunfei wonders how this is even possible, Jiang punches him again and knocks him into a nearby wall. With Yunfei knocked out cold, Xianyue asks Jiang if he's crazy, while the others are shocked that Jiang didn't even use his blade or 9 miasma wing to knock out Yunfei. Immediately, Jiang tells her that Yunfei's injuries aren't life-threatening, but he'll suffer long-term damage if he doesn't get them treated, and they won't be able to compete in the Heaven's Chosen battle in a few days. Surprised, Xianyue asks him if he's doing all this out of fear to get them to leave, but when he doesn't respond well, she has no choice but to instruct the team to leave when she realizes she can't beat him. They immediately activate their teleport flags but are shocked to find out they're not working. Suddenly, Jiang guesses that the other side may have immediately set up a trap for them when little Jia found the heart. It makes sense since this is an ancient god, and it would seem they're now facing an enemy that's a 10 revolution or an even higher being. If that's the case, they're all doomed today, but Jiang decides to stay calm since the being is just sealing the space for now but is not killing them. Since he's not killing them, it means he's restricted somehow and can't make a move yet, so they have a chance to kill him before he acts. Immediately, Jiang tells Jia to lead the way so they can destroy the heart. Xianyue calls out to him and asks if he had tried to force them to leave because he really realized that something was wrong earlier, but Jiang doesn't answer her. She immediately orders everyone to follow after Jiang, and she orders some of her teammates to carry Yunfei and tend to his wounds. While rushing to the heart, Jiang is ambushed by several blood beasts between level 70 to level 120. When the others arrive, they lament that they're screwed since they'll soon run into level 150 if they're already encountering level 120 so soon. Jiang immediately summons Xiao Zhou and the bugs to block the blood beasts in front, while Xianyue leads everyone to hold off those in the rear. However, Xianyue informs him that she'll blast a hole here and take care of this herself, but our boy reminds her that this is an ancient god's meridian, and it can't be blasted through, so he tells them to hold their ground because they'll survive as long as he comes back. Jiang tries to use the god elephant prison suppression body to break through the wall to reach the heart, but it's useless because the ancient god's corpse keeps healing incredibly fast while he tries to blast it open. If they can't blast open just the meridians, they have a much smaller chance of blasting open the outer exit, which has the strongest defense. Eventually, he uses more power and blasts a hole through the meridian, but he manages to tell them to survive and wait for him before the opening closes up again. Xianyue tells him to be careful, and she places some of her teammates on the left side and right side to protect them from the blood beasts. She reminds them that their fate is in their hands right now, but assures them that her great-grandfather, Li Lingqiu, will come to rescue them immediately. Meanwhile, Hong Yin is shocked to learn from the senior that they lost contact with the kids 3 minutes ago when a sudden fluctuation that they've never seen before came from inside. The old man explains that he went to check but found out that the ancient god's corpse has been sealed from the outside world, but he finds it strange that the corpse hasn't disappeared but is still in the original dimensional space. Overwhelmed by the fact that it took their Ji family hundreds of years just to barely open the passage to the lower leg, he asks the man to inform the old master to come back because they can only rely on him and to inform Master Gu as well. Deeper in the body of the ancient god, Zhang continues to war with several blood beasts using various forms of the heavenly blade, while little Jia grants some support. Jia regards the blood beast corpse as junk food since there's still a feast waiting for him ahead. Meanwhile, some people watch the entire fight through a magic display. The ancient god himself, named Duanxiu, tells some other being close to him, whom he refers to as Brother Manlong, that he never thought such a talented youngster would appear among the humans. Manlong narrates how Duanxiu faked his death to avoid the heavenly tribulation for hundreds of years, hid his heart, and waited for the new era, only for his still intact heart to be discovered by this little brat. Duanxiu reasons that this intruder is no ordinary brat because the bugs he released are those of the nine-winged plague of heaven's wrath, and his moves show he's no ordinary fighter. Brother Manlong protests that the kid is still doomed since the space has been sealed, but Duanxiu mentions that the kid has many unusual powers, and he's worried he may actually reach his heart. No matter the number of blood beasts he creates, they seem not to be able to stop the boy, and Duanxiu explains to Manlong that he won't be able to protect him anymore, and they'll both be gone if the boy manages to destroy his heart. When Manlong hears that, he assures Duanxiu that he'll crush the kid to death easily, even though he doesn't have much of his essence anymore. Meanwhile, Zhang begins to pant when he realizes the blood beasts are getting stronger, and even notices those in level 150 coming up, which means things are not probably going well for Xuanyue, and he'll have to hurry so that something really bad doesn't happen. They keep fighting their way through, and Jia assures Jiang that the heart is not far from the next intersection from where they are. Jiang is shocked that the ancient god has decided to hide his fourth heart in his wrist. Suddenly, the blood beasts in front of them run away, and Jiang worries that something strange is going on. As if that's not enough, our boy's sea of consciousness suddenly goes out, and he can't see the tree of origin anymore. When he turns back, he sees a huge dragon with its crushing talons coming towards him, and it turns out to be Manlong. Before he can react, the monster grabs him, and our boy wonders what the heck this is. Manlong controls the dragon monster from where he is, and as Jiang winces in pain, he's certain that the kid is done for. As the monster crushes Jiang, he wonders why he is unable to resist and why he's suddenly feeling a great need to sleep. Immediately Jia comes to check on him to know what is wrong, but Jiang communicates with him through his mind that he can't say anything. Suddenly the ring that the great dreamer gave Jiang shines bright and blasts away the monster's hand. The system informs Jiang that he's been attacked by a curse from an unknown entity, and it has been blocked by the heart of the star god, which has become damaged. Jiang is shocked that a curse could bypass the ancestral tree of origins, and he's glad that dreamer gave him this ring. The strength of the opponent intrigues Jiang, but he decides to take his turn to attack since they couldn't kill him. While Manlong attends to his wounded arm, Duanshu urges him to quickly attack the kid again because he doesn't believe he can take a curse for the second time. However, Manlong protests that the difficulty of the last curse was beyond his imagination, and he's already depleted his soul essence and would fall into eternal slumber if he uses that curse again. Seeing that Manlong is no longer useful to him, Duanshu decides to kill him, even though he pleads to help him control the monsters with him. However, Duanshu plans to use Manlong's last bit of essence to plant a bewitchment in Jiang's soul and lure him there to make Jiang just like himself and foil his plan to destroy the heart. Eventually, Jiang and Jiao reach the fourth heart. Jiang asks little Jiao how long it'll take to break the restriction around the heart, but little Jiao launches several attacks at the heart and assures him it's quite easy. Jiao is biting the blood vessels to shreds to break the restriction. Suddenly, Jiang notices that his heartbeat feels like it's synced with the ancient god's heart, and he wonders if it's an illusion. As Jiao is about to break through the restriction and stop the heart from beating, Jiang has a strange feeling that his heart is going to stop too. After Jiao starts feeding on the heart, he starts to feel a strange desire to go to the cerebral domain for a great opportunity, and he wonders if this is a sign from the heavens. Eventually, he reminds himself that the cerebral domain is the most dangerous part, and he needs to figure out a way to get Xian Yu and the others out first. Shortly after, Jiao comes back completely full and explains that he can't eat any more of the heart, but he's refined the leftovers into essence blood that's ready to take away. Just by consuming the heart, Jiao has already reached level 30 so quickly, and he can reproduce 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, time is tight now, and our boy has to reunite with Xian Yu and the others first. Regardless, Duansha is certain that the curse of karma has already been planted, and there's no way this kid will be able to escape from here. He decides to play house for a little longer because he's certain that Jiang will come to the cerebral domain to find him. Meanwhile, several of Xian Yu's team members who are holding the left line become injured, so Xian Yu and the rest turn their attention to holding that line. She's very tired and is uncertain she can hold on for much longer because it seems that even seriously injuring the blood beasts of this level is nearly impossible. It seems that little Nine is also struggling now, so she figures that there's no way she can come over to save them. Suddenly, a huge blood beast appears from above, and Xian Yu braces for impact, worried that their magic city is truly going to face annihilation this time. However, Jiang shows up out of nowhere and punches the blood beast in the face using his elephant skin. The punch launches the monster backward onto its back, and Xian Yu is surprised to see that he's alive. Jiang apologizes for being late and uses the Star God's Blessing Ring's healing function, even though it's damaged. Immediately, the injured team members notice the pain in their bodies begin to subside. Suddenly little Nine jumps on Jiang's back and protests that he took her stinky little brother out to play and didn't take her. She adds that she ate till she threw up, fought till exhaustion, and got injured. She laments that some of her babies even died and she needs a hug, so Jiang assures her that Daddy is here to pick her up now and asks her to go to the Taishu monument to heal. Before she leaves, she assures little Jiao that she'll beat him up one day, and Jiao hides behind Jiang because of how scary she is. When Jiang notices that the blood beasts are about to attack again, he tells the team that he'll break open a pathway in the meridian and asks everyone to follow him inside, urging the defensive-type magic users to hold back the monsters for a while. Immediately, Jiang asks Jia to activate the divine elephant suppressing prison body, and that allows him to create an opening for the others to pass through. As they pass through, Xian Yu notices that Jiang needed dozens of punches to break open the meridians earlier, but only needs one now, so she wonders what suddenly changed. After everyone passes, Jiang picks Xian Yu up when he notices her standing there in a daze. Shortly after, the hole seals up, and the beasts are unable to follow them inside. There are other blood beasts in the section they entered, so Jiang leads them to a nearby flesh gap, while Xian Yu protests that he put her down. When he gets to the gap, he abruptly drops her and assures the team they should be safe now and can rest here for a bit to recover some strength. While they rest, Jiang asks Xian Yu which part of this area is connected to the Ji family's Divine Treasure Pavilion array, so she directs him to the array core that leads directly to the Divine Treasure Pavilion. However, the external defense of the core is much stronger than the internal meridians, but Jiang tries to break through it first before doubting. Taking some time to meditate, our boy tells Jia to start reproducing, but Zhu protests to her daddy that this is her territory. To calm her down, Jiang tells her he's borrowing it temporarily and her brother will finish his business soon and leave. While Zhu continues to rant, Jia asks his father why he doesn't have his own house. so Jiang promises to get him one once they get out. He immediately begins to reproduce, and Jiang accelerates it with his skill. Jia is able to reproduce 3 times and eventually produces over 300 other bugs. Our boy is truly stunned by how resourceful the ancient god's corpse is, and wonders what resources the cerebral domain would hold if a single heart can help achieve this. Suddenly, Jia cries for help, and Jiang has to save him from little Nine, who had just attempted to eat him because she believes he favors boys more than girls. Immediately, Jiang orders all the reproduced scarlet armored elephant bugs to merge with his body. With a power of over 300 scarlet armored elephant bugs, his body density and strength hit a whole new level, and he even feels like he should be able to match Wuxuan now. With the new power, he immediately tries to break through into the array core and tells the team to be ready. Meanwhile, Master Ji Lingqiu, who has arrived, explains that breaking into the divine corpse from the outside in a short time is virtually impossible since the passage has been sealed, except if the little ones can shatter it from within, which is unlikely. The likely solution seems to be to prepare for the worst. If there's an anomaly, they have to destroy the divine treasure pavilion and banish the dimension housing the ancient god's corpse into eternal chaos. That doesn't sit well with Hong Yin, and he reminds Ling Qiu that his great-granddaughter, Xianyu, is still inside. But Ling Qiu asks him if Xianyu's life is worth more than countless citizens of Great Xia, which will be lost if something inside the ancient god's corpse escapes. Despite all this, Gu refuses to subscribe to that, and he promises to fight to the death whoever tries to touch his disciple. When Ling Qiu advises him not to act recklessly, Gu still insists that he'll be a good master to his disciple. Suddenly, all 3 men hear a loud thud nearby, and they wonder how it's possible for something inside to make such an impact. Immediately, they decide to attack the wall from outside to assist the kids inside. Zhang hopes that his divine elephant-suppressing Hellfist can break through for him, and the backlash of his strong hits is so strong that Xianyu has to tell her teammates to step back so they don't get killed by the shockwaves. Our boy manages to make a hole in the wall, but it soon begins to quickly heal, which means they have little time to pass through. Determined, Zhang sets up a batch of bugs to serve as a self-destruct bomb for the spot and launches them. After the explosion, they attempt to pass through, but the wounds heal instantly, and the healing speed increases. However, a sudden gash appears in the wall, and it turns out to be Master Gu and Master Ling Qiu's work. They tell the kids to come out immediately, and they're glad they made it out alive. With Xianyu and Zhang left inside, Zhang urges Xianyu to pass through, and she tries to bring him with her, but the passage becomes too narrow for both of them. She refuses to leave without him, so he has to generate a vine to pull her out against her will as the wall closes in on him again. When the vine finally drops her, she informs the masters that Zhang is still inside. Hong Yin quickly comes to hug his daughter, but she pleads with him to save Zhang, who is still inside. Immediately, Ling Qiu and Gu prepare to storm the wall again, but the wall suddenly grows an extra layer from outside. The body seems to be actively reinforcing itself, so Ling Qiu suspects that something inside the ancient god corpse is awakening and controlling parts of its body. At this point, no matter how well they coordinate, it'll be impossible to break through. However, Gu refuses to believe that crap, so he hits the wall with his heaven-cleaving blade, but it doesn't open up. Ling Qiu warns him to stop wasting his strength since the mutation is a grave matter. He tells Gu to stick to the plan and banish the body into eternal chaos if there's any chance of the mutation spreading outside. As Gu laments his disciple, Ling Qiu warns him not to do anything reckless. Suddenly, Yunfei mentions that Jiang gave his life to save them, and they all owe him their lives. Meanwhile, inside the body, Jiang refuses to rush out and considers heading to the ancient god brain domain first because there's still a great opportunity waiting for him there. Excited that the fish has finally taken the bait, Duanxia believes he'll be able to revive and escape by merging himself with Jiang's body. Soon after, Jiang reaches the entrance of the cerebral domain. He finds sword marks on the door that have been left there for over a century, and figures it must have been left by sword god Ling Qiu when he first entered this place. As he opens the door, he informs Xiaojia and Xiaozhou to stay hidden as his trump cards in case something goes wrong. The moment he steps in, he becomes overwhelmed by many voices that begin to whisper in his head. Jiang falls to his knees and tries to quiet the voices that seem to be driving him crazy. Suddenly he sees Duanxia levitating above, and he welcomes him. Duanxia explains that he has waited here for countless ages, and he introduces himself as the ancient god, while Jiang is in awe of the warmth of his presence. Duanxia explains that he's the ancient god, and he's also Jiang, and as Jiang asks what he means, Duanxia begins to transform into Jiang. Soon after, he completely transforms into Jiang, and proposes that they merge into one. Shocked by the identical nature, Jiang suddenly snaps out of it and attacks with his sword energy, warning the god to stop pretending. Duanxia returns to his original form, and is intrigued by the attack because he didn't expect the martial arts of the new era to have progressed so far. Duanxia crushes the energy in his hands, much to Jiang's shock, and he mentions that Jiang is making him waste his already low essence. Infuriated, the god states that he would have used the most horrifying means to obliterate him if not for the fact that his body is useful. Suddenly, some dragon-like creatures appear behind Duanxia, and our boy realizes that the weakest among the creatures is at the 6th awakening level, while there are several among them that are at the 9th awakening level. This explains how even the sword god nearly perished back then, and Jiang realizes that even all of his strength might not be enough to fight these monsters. Because desperate times call for desperate measures, he orders Xiaojia and Xiaojio to release all the bug swarms now, but he suddenly realizes that his connection with the insects has been severed. Immediately, Duanxia captures Jiang and proposes they end this. He immediately begins to merge with Jiang's body, which causes Jiang excruciating pain, but Duanxia assures him he'll help him live a better life. Suddenly, the Tree of Origins appears, and a multicolored fruit buds on it. Jiang is transported to the Sea of Consciousness, and he's unsure of what's going on since he was in the grip of the ancient god just now. His attention is drawn to the new rainbow-colored fruit, which is odd because the Tree of Origin couldn't possibly bear rainbow-colored fruit at its current level. His system informs him that the fruit is immature and grew from the seed of an extremely powerful divine soul and contains its divinity. He's cautioned to water it often with the divine souls of all things to make it ripen sooner. Jiang finds it amusing that the ancient god's soul was trying to take over Jiang, but the Tree of Origins turned him into a fruit. Although the Tree of All Things can't block curses, it's still super strong when it comes to souls and spirit training. However, it's going to be super hard to get the divine souls of all things to water this fruit. While Jiang is thinking, little Jia arrives on the back of one of the monsters that was with Duanxia and tells Jiang that he's already taught these monsters a lesson. Our boy is completely stunned because the monster that little Jia is riding is a level 9 monster, a monster that even Ji Lingqiu from back in the day couldn't handle. Not only that, little Jia seems to be controlling all the other mind monsters too. When Jia notices Jiang is speechless, he comes down and explains that this specific monster is super docile, even though Jia doesn't seem to like it. He helps Jiang up, but Jiang, who is still shocked, asks him if he's really controlling this thing. Little Jia excitedly agrees and explains that these monsters are called nether demons. According to his inheritance memory, there are tons of them that are naturally suppressed by him in eternal hell. Still shocked, Jiang asks if they can take this thing out of here, and Jia agrees but adds that the heavenly way will clean it up if it's out for too long. These monsters only exist deep in eternal hell, and it's unexpected that they appear from an ancient god's consciousness sea. Jiang thinks it's too bad they can't keep it out for long but considers that it'll still be the strongest card in their pocket, even if it's just for a short time in an emergency. When Jiang recalls that there are about 5 level 9 nether demons here, he asks Jia where they are, so Jia tensely states that he ate the rest. Stunned, Jiang reminds him he had just said he was too stuffed after eating the heart, but Jia protests that he reproduced and got hungry again. Suddenly Jiang covers his face in pain but assures Jia he did good. He wants to get out of here to be alone for a minute, to consider how his own kid just squandered all their wealth, but he tries to encourage himself since they still have one left. Suddenly Jiang hears someone using the heaven-cleaving blade method nearby, so he realizes that the outer layer's defenses must have gone since the ancient god's soul is bound. Since the Ji family will be arriving soon as well, Jiang quickly tells Jia to order the little bugs to hurry up and eat and pack up what they can't finish because they have to retreat now. Little Jia pleads that they come back again if they can't finish eating, but Jiang reminds him this is someone else's treasure. The reason why Ji Lingqiu was able to become the sword god has something to do with the opportunity here, and he won't probably be cool with it if he were to come in and see this. Little Jia quickly draws out the power from the monsters and compresses it even though he can't store it since he doesn't have his own nest. Jiang leaves the job of storing to Little Nine, who becomes infuriated at the sight of the stinky balls and begins to chase Little Jia for leaving the mess for her after she cleans it up. Meanwhile, Gu is proud that he was able to blast the entrance open, but Master Ling Qiu is surprised that it opens so easily and isn't healing as usual. Both masters decide to rush in to save Jiang, but as they reach the entrance, Jiang jumps out and pleads with Gu to quickly drag him out. Instead of Gu, Xianyu pulls him out in an embrace, glad that he's okay. Our boy simply remains in her arms, unsure of what to do. Eventually, he pushes her out of the way and tells them there's no time left. They all leave soon, and Jiang whispers to Master Gu that they'll die if they don't leave soon, and Master Gu quickly leaves with Jiang on his sword without requesting any further explanation. Everyone looks at them in surprise, and Xianyu, who is now teary-eyed, asks Jiang if he really hates her that much, and Hong Yin chastises him for not appreciating his daughter's beauty even after giving the brats some divine demon blood. Suddenly, Xianyu starts to berate her father for talking to Jiang like that after he saved her life. She also considers that he must care about her for him to save her life, but doesn't understand why he's treating her like this. Eventually, she chalks it all up to the fact that he's doing this because he's trying not to affect her performance in the Heavens ranking competition. Based on that, she promises not to let Jiang down during the Battle of the Heavens ranking and show the perfect version of herself. Meanwhile, Master Ling Qiu considers that Jiang's reaction felt off, so he decides to go check it out. When he enters the treasury, he finds out all his treasure is gone, and there's none of the countless mine monsters in there anymore. Immediately, he realizes that Jiang left after his guilty conscience pricked him for what he did. Even though he's annoyed that Jiang didn't leave something for him, he wonders how he managed to even conquer the monsters when even he barely survived when those level 9 monsters attacked together. It seems this kid is hiding something, so he decides to accept this price for the sake of the future, but still show Jiang that he has totally underestimated him. Meanwhile, Gu confirms if Jiang is certain that he really cleared the Sword God's treasure vault. Master Gu wonders how he, a law-abiding and good citizen, got to be saddled with such dog students. Back in the day, his eldest proclaimed himself the Blood Fiend Saber King and caused chaos throughout the Qinglin War Zone. His second son is a serial dater that goes after girls from well-known and powerful families, but this third kid is even harder to describe with words. Suddenly, Jiang reminds the teacher that the Heavens Pride ranking contest is in 3 days, and he asks how he thinks he'll fare in a fight with Wu Shuang and Xianyu at his current level. In response, the master explains beating Xianyu is easy from what he's seen, but there's been news that Wu Shuang also had an unprecedented breakthrough, and he's to be reckoned with. As for Ying Zhan, Gu mentions that he's not just the first in this generation, but his talent is proclaimed to be the greatest in 800 years within Xia. Normal awakeners need to wait until they are 18 for their spirit power to fully mature and then awaken, but Ying Zhan awakened at 3 and already got the divine weapon called the Royal Human Sword at age 9. He entered the Forbidden Area at 12 and came back at 15, spending the next 3 years at a training base at the capital. When Jiang asks why Ying Zhan's level is so low even though he awakened so early, Master Gu replies that it's because he has been cultivating top-level techniques from the Tianwan clan apart from cultivation through class. Meanwhile, Zhan, who had just taken a bath in a river of blood, considers that his blood fiend physique will soon be completed, and he asks his uncle if there's any news about Jiang Chen. While they're traveling, Jiang asks Master Gu if it's possible for him to cultivate the techniques of the Tianwan clan. Gu mentions that he doesn't know because the techniques were deemed unfeasible and seem to contradict the way of heaven. However, Ying Zhan succeeded, and he seems to be the only one who has in the hundreds of years of Great Xia's history. Apart from that, even if Jiang is an exception, Master Gu mentions that he doesn't have the means to acquire the elusive Tianwan clan's techniques. The reason Zhan was able to get it is because he's the descendant of the Great Xia Emperor, the same emperor who led his troops to counterattack the Tianwan clan and seize their techniques. Gu proposes that Jiang may be able to use his authority to obtain a few manuals from the capital if he gets first place in the Tianjiao ranking, so he agrees. Later that evening, Jiang finally returns home, and he considers how fruitful the trip to the ancient god's corpse was. Tonight, the offspring of Little Nine and Little Jia can reproduce again. Suddenly he notices that the Tree of Origins has borne fruit again, and he wonders if it's because of the number of bugs growing exponentially. This time, it's a green opportunity fruit called the Thunder Fruit, which awakens a hidden job class called Thunder Master. The obtainable class talents are a level 1 red lightning flash that transforms the user into an electric current, allowing them to teleport freely in an electric field. The second is Thunder Assimilation, which allows the user to absorb any lightning energy and store it for release in offensive purposes. The third is a level purple Divine Judgment that transforms the user's palm into a lightning source, unleashing ultra-high voltage lightning current. Shocked by the fact that he has a second job class plus his divine level Soul Cultivator, he's proud that he's now a true dual job class holder. Soon after, Little Jia's offspring complete reproduction, and he gets 30,000 out. While he's at it, Little Nine tells him to get out once he's done reproducing, and she also completes her own reproduction and creates 12 million. The strength of 30,000 bugs merged with Zhang's body invigorates him, and his combat power soars quickly. Due to the properties of the crimson armored elephant beetle, his attributes have almost doubled compared to before. Although he may be unable to use the 9-winged miasma during the Tianjiao competition, with this lightning-filled fist as well as his swordplay, he can achieve a clean sweep. If push comes to shove, he'll expose little Jia and 9 awakening nether demon with him. Sometime later, deep within the Qinling Mountains, in the Qinlua War Zone, a guy named Yun Zhantian, a guardian of the Guanghai War Zone, arrives to have a meeting with the guardians of the 5 other major war zones. He's surprised that they're already here so early, and they tease him for his flashy appearance on a dragon, but Zhantian claims that Guanghai people care too much about appearances. The Qinglin guardian suddenly stops them from chatting so they can get right to business. The meeting is regarding the Tianjiao competition for the year, especially because the situation has changed compared to last year, as Magic City and Jiangnan have also surfaced aside from the strongest, which is the capital. They discuss Wu Shuang and Jiang Chen, who are from Jiangnan, both with an overall strength greater than that of Demon City. In the past, the Jiangnan War Zone was as close as brothers to them, fighting against Magic City in the capital, but they have no interest in forming an alliance with them this year. More so, the Qinglin Guardian mentions that his old friend, Xiao Yuanxian, was unexplainably exiled into a cave, so those seated decide to join forces to focus on eliminating Jiangnan first, since it's terribly hard to target the capital, but they can focus on aiming for second place. They make a vote, and 5 of the present war zones vote positively, except Zhantian. When asked what the problem is, Zhantian informs the other guardians that he's not here to form an alliance with them, but to tell them that this year, Great Xia's Tianjiao competition is as good as one for the Guanghai War Zone. They're shocked by his speech, but he insists that the first position belongs to his war zone and proceeds to leave. Even though he won't join them, he promises not to tell anyone about their plans either. Some of the guardians wonder if Zhantian got kicked in the head, or if he has a newfound trump card that they don't know about. However, the Qinglin Guardian tells the others to leave him be, because it doesn't matter as long as their 4 major war zones formulate a perfect plan in advance to defeat Jiangnan. Meanwhile, at Chujiang City's Wushan Peak, the 7th leader of the ancient god cult asks the others how the progress is over at the side of the great Son of God, and they assure him that the Son of God is doing well. Apparently, he has successfully positioned himself in the Guanghai War Zone as their #1 genius, and is deeply trusted by Guanghai Guardian Yun Zhantian. With the strength of the Royal Highness, the Son of God, they're certain he will take first place in this year's Tianjiao ranking list. Amused, the 7th leader hopes to see the expression on the face of the Guardians when the time comes to take away the honor of Great Xia. Now that all their plans have been put in motion, they just need to wait for the Tianjiao competition to occupy the attention of the entirety of Great Xia, so that the beast tide will sweep across the entire Chujiang city and offer a sacrifice to cause the return of the ancient god. Sometime later, at the Jiangnan War Zone Central Square, it's announced that the Tianjiao competition will begin the next day. Commander Duan repeats the rules to all the competitors in case they've forgotten them. The Tianjiao competition consists of the 8 major war zones and 80 participants. The competition is divided into 2 rounds, with the first round being a team competition. The 8 war zone teams will enter a permanent secret realm in the Qinlua War Zone and attack each other to determine the 4 war zones with the least number of survivors to be eliminated. The first round tests their unity and cooperation, since failure to protect one's teammate spells failure no matter how strong an individual is. More so, the area of the secret realm will shrink every hour, and anyone outside the area will be immediately struck to death by a lightning strike and eliminated. The death will feel real, but that player will be resurrected after leaving the secret realm. Excited by the mention of lightning, Jiang wonders if his Thunder Master class can utilize the lightning strikes to charge up. The second round takes place in the capital in the form of individual ranking battles. There will be around 30 people left at the beginning of this round, and they will undergo a free-for-all round tournament where the winners move forward and the losers are eliminated. Commander Duan immediately tells those in his war zone to pick their team leader, and Jiang immediately feels everyone's gaze focus on him. Sun Dao and Hen Qiu excitedly chant Jiang's name, and the others agree with them. Meanwhile, Jiang is unsettled by the choice and doesn't know whether to be happy or not. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and Tanging choose Jiang because he's more stable, even though Jiang is strong. Suddenly, a nearby lady votes for Jiang because he's handsome, and a male friend of hers agrees. When Jiang asks what their names are, the lady introduces herself as Li Bing, a nurse, and the guy says his name is Prince. Eventually, Wu Shuang tells Jiang that he'll vote for him as well for the fun of it, and Jiang laments that he doesn't want to be a team leader. When Jiang laments that he has a weak mentality and can't take too much pressure, Commander Duan shuts him up and declares that a little rascal like him is 800 years too young to pretend in front of his elders. Eventually Duan awards him the position. He also informs the team that Jiang Nan has been bullied by others for many years, and it will depend on them to see if they can flip the script this year. He creates a flight of stairs for them to the teleportation zone as a gift, with the hopes of seeing them all climb high, and informs them that a fellow named Tian Daowang is waiting for them above because he'll be the representative guardian to accompany them to the Qinluo area. The next day, at the Qinluo War Zone entrance in the permanent secret realm, a crowd gathers to watch the proceedings of the competition. Tian watches the kids from the frontmost row, but the kids are surprised that Hong Yin, king of the Magic City, is also sitting in the War Zone Guardian area. Suddenly Xuanyu stammeringly informs Jiang that Magic City doesn't have a war zone at the moment, and that's why her father is standing in, but the ladies quickly block Jiang when they notice that Xuanyue, who is from the enemy team, is looking at their captain with her face as red as a boiling pot. Soon after, the Capital War Zone team arrives with a powerful presence. The combat power of their ship is comparable to that of a War Zone Guardian 8 times over, and few people feel like the War Zone simply wants to flaunt their wealth. Soon after, Ying Zhan, who is the lead participant from the Capital War Zone, leaps down from the ship with an extraordinary aura. It's not just the Capital War Zone showing off, because the Guanghai Zone refuses to lose in terms of awe and shock. Yun Zhan Tian shows up looking arrogant with 9 dragons pulling a coffin, which is more exaggerated than the capital. Zhan Tian is certain that the number 1 spot in this year's Tianjiao list belongs to them. After the rules of the first round, which is a team game, are announced, each team enters into the secret realm. They find the battlefield along with the final battle zone, and Zhang's team members ask him to tell them his plans. When Jiang seems surprised, Feng explains that only 1 in 10,000 gets to compete in this competition, so they have to find ways to strike first to eliminate the other teams. Annoyed, Han Qiu scolds Feng for speaking so rudely to their team leader, but Zhang immediately pulls her head down and promptly agrees with Feng. He agrees they need a plan in this situation, but tells them to wait for him to pull something out of the storage. As they wait for him to bring out his plans and sketches, he brings a mat and several foodstuffs, and the teammates are surprised that they're having a barbecue. For the first time, the ladies disagree with Jiang because this is inappropriate for this situation, and Ying Tang becomes worried that Jiang may not be cut out for team leader even though he's good at other things. Feng tries to remind Jiang that they will be struck by lightning if they remain here according to the rules, but Jiang explains that he feels they still have time to have a small barbecue, especially since they need to eat well to fight. Intrigued by Jiang's genius, Wu Shuang admits that he totally understands it now, so he joins in preparing the meat for the barbecue. The team watches in shock and wonders what the chances are of having 2 unreliable people at the same time, and also wonders if there's a deeper meaning behind this. Eventually, everyone pretends to get what's going on, and they pitch in. In truth, Jiang's first reason for the barbecue is that he's really hungry, and his appetite has skyrocketed ever since the bugs started reproducing again. Secondly, he's not afraid of the lightning punishment, and wants to even take advantage of it, but looking at their expressions, he's certain that they must have justified this with more complicated explanations too. When Han Qiu comes to admit to her master that she's understood what he's doing too, he asks her what she understands, so she confesses that she really doesn't, but she just did it because everyone else said they did. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang considers that the strategy that Jiang is using only appeared once in history. Hadn't studied hundreds of previous Tianjiao lists, he probably wouldn't be able to fully comprehend it. He hadn't expected Jiang to try so hard for this competition, and he believes he truly deserves to be team leader. He believes Jiang is waiting for the opportunity to strike by playing the pig and eventually attacking the attacker, even though the risk is extremely high. He wonders if Jiang isn't afraid to be surrounded by a group or anything, and wonders if this is the invincibility mentality. To him, this confirms why his grandpa had told him to hang with Jiang and observe him, and he believes that he needs to learn Jiang's determination to face everything even if they rival in strength and talent. Meanwhile, Jiang just wonders why Wu Shuang is staring at him like that. They both head to the grill to work on the skewers while the entire crowd watches them from a screen. Master Gu wonders why the Jiangnan team is having a picnic while other teams are exploring or resting, and he suspects that his senior sister, Hong Yao, had led him astray. Sorely embarrassed, he wonders how he'll face old Duan when he goes back. Suddenly, a fellow in the crowd mentions that the Jiangnan has truly come prepared this time. When Red Huang was younger, he also deliberately stayed where he was, waiting for the lightning punishment to come, following which, 4 teams were attracted and came to investigate, but were all wiped in one swoop by him. His cruelty and bravery made people admire him. Now hundreds of years have passed, but the descendant of Red Huang, Ingzhan, has yet to achieve anything major, but the fellow considers these unworthy people who are imitating Red Huang's strategy as chicken and dog shit. Annoyed by the comment, Master Gu tells the man that he's one to talk since he's a deserter who hid himself in a cave. Immediately, Hong Ying calms Master Gu down and tells him about the alliance made by the 4 war zones to take down the capital. However, the master responds that the Tianzhou seedlings this year are not all weak, which means the capital might be in for a car crash. But the previous fellow responds that the opposition are all barking dogs and are nothing against the capital. While they look at the screen, Master Gu realizes that the elites from the 4 war zones are not targeting the capital, but Jiangnan instead. And the fellow from before laughs because it seems there's a good show ahead. In the secret realm, the team for the alliance of the 4 war zones finds the Jiangnan team 10 miles northwest of their position, but they're surprised to find out that they're eating a barbecue and don't have any defense set up. They wonder if they're just really hungry or just setting a trap. When the members begin to accuse, their team leader and number 1 prodigy of the alliance team, Luo Sun, stops them from arguing and tells them to continue according to plans so they can deal with the other teams since the Jiangnan team has no defense set up. Shen instructs that they'll divide their 20 elite soldiers into 3 groups, and his group will be responsible for holding back Wu Xuan. He places the number 1 prodigy of Qingluo War Zone, Wu Qingqing, in charge of the team responsible for dealing with Jiang. Qingqing mentions to her team that Jiang can control calamities, but he can't use them here, so he should be easy to deal with as long as they don't let him draw his weapon. The group with the difficult task is that given to Wuxiang War Zone's number 1 prodigy, Dan Li Suang, who has the responsibility of dealing with the rest of the members of the Jiangnan War Zone group. Finally, Qinglan War Zone's number 1 prodigy, Liu Hang, is given the responsibility of assisting everyone by manipulating space. While Gu watches them on the screen, he wonders why Jiang hasn't detected the enemy team that has entered 500 meters within their position. Even though his disciple is undiscerning, he doesn't believe that Wuxiang must have discovered them at least. At this point, they're going to be killed if they continue eating. While this is going on, the guardians of the 4 alliances laugh and boast about the unparalleled strength of their prodigies. The alliance team keeps closing in while Jiang is eating until they're 100 meters away. As they prepare to execute, Wuxiang watches Jiang, and he considers how the enemy has reached them before the lightning did, and also wonders why Jiang isn't making a move even though the enemy has reached the 100-meter mark. He wonders if Jiang hasn't discovered the enemy, but he doubts that. When the enemy gets within 10 meters, they prepare to give Jiang Chen his death. Meanwhile, Jiang, who is still eating, throws the beast claw he was eating because it's not properly cooked, but somehow he manages to throw it right at Shen's face. Confused, Shen wonders if they were detected. Considering the toss of the meat as a signal to fight, Wuxiang excitedly jumps to attack the men. Now certain that Jiang had been aware all along and had been masking his thoughts, even though Jiang doesn't know what he's talking about, Wuxiang quickly rushes to the illusion the other team set up and breaks it with a punch, informing them that they've fallen into Jiang's trap. Surprised, Shen wonders why they didn't make a move since if they had detected them, and since they can't retreat now, they decide to fight for their lives. The other team members begin to praise Jiang's strategic behavior, so Jiang decides to play along with the lucky coincidence. He quickly swings into action and asks the ladies to help Li Bing and Prince and prevent anyone from defeating them. Although looking at Wuxiang's momentum, it seems that no one else needs to do anything at this point because he's destroying the other team with the full power of the 8-armed god of war. When Shen realizes that Wuxiang is too strong, he quickly signals Liu Hang to bring the other teams to support them. Immediately, Hang opens a portal for Dan Li Shuang's team to come over and tells them nothing is going according to plan. When Jiang notices the space-based ability user providing remote support, he quickly ambushes him and tries to strike him down, but Hang quickly avoids his attack and hides in a void to protect himself. He wonders why Wuxinking's team hasn't dealt with Jiang yet, but it turns out that Qingqing is temporarily held back by Tang Ying. Dan Li Suang, on the other hand, is being stopped by Feng while the other team members face each other. Sandow creates an eternal earth shield and asks Li Bing to follow her in the protective shield while providing remote support with her frost arrows. Meanwhile, Han Qiu asks Prince to debuff the enemy with curses and cover her while she fights, so he puts a curse of frustration on one of them, allowing Han Qiu to slash the guy from behind. From within the void, Hang realizes that the team will be wiped out if this continues. When Jiang realizes that Hang is playing hide-and-seek, Jiang decides to hold him down from helping his teammates travel through the void, whilst also slicing up some other guys using one of the forms of the heaven-cleaving blade. Meanwhile, Wu Xiang severely injures Shen and his team and asks him if he has more people he can fight with. At this point, the entire plan is in disarray, and they'll be doomed if this continues. Suddenly the clouds begin to gather, which means the lightning punishment is imminent. So Shen quickly asks Li Xuang to summon the lightning quickly. When Wu Xiang realizes that this is what they were aiming for, he signals to the others to kill Li Xuang first. Before they can do that, Shen activates his Chaos Illusion skill and creates a realm of flaming sea as well as a sword-killing realm. Held down by the illusions, Wu Xiang realizes he was careless, and Shen admits that he can't hold down Wu Xiang for long, but he only needs to trap him down for a short time to allow them to eliminate the entire Jiangnan team. While Feng tries to cut Li Xuang's head off, Shen tells her there's no time, so she uses a water dragon's lance to push him back, and she applies the forbidden curse on all the members of Jiangnan. When the curse is applied, the other alliance team begins to run away, leaving everyone in the Jiangnan team with a mark above their head. Suddenly, the lightning shapes into a dragon, and Sandao realizes they've been locked on by the lightning punishment. The power of the lightning punishment is comparable to that of a 7th-level king, and there's no way to escape under these circumstances. While Ling Tang celebrates that she cut Qingqing 3 times, who people popularly say is a stronger assassin than she is, Qingqing enters a portal and tells her it doesn't matter since their Jiangnan team will lose anyway. Annoyed, Bai Feng tells Li Xuang not to escape into the void if she has a spine, and Prince tells Hankyu that it looks like they're going to die together, but she laments that she doesn't want to die with him but with Jiang, her master. Meanwhile, Li Xuang tells Sun that the lightning punishment cannot kill him, but he promises to hunt the entire 4 war zones and kill them all once the illusion wears off if Jiangnan loses. Jiang, on the other hand, rushes toward the lightning punishment, much to everyone's shock. The other team makes fun of Jiang's foolishness, but Jiang thanks them for bringing the lightning down sooner, and tells them he hopes this isn't their trump card because it's weak. Suddenly, the other team realizes something is wrong when they notice the 9 thunder dragons are heading towards Jiangchen. Li Xuang is more shocked when she realizes she's lost control of the thunder dragon, which should be impossible. Fueled by the power of the 9 thunder dragons, Jiang returns with a smirk on his face, and his teammates realize he has a dual job class. Immediately, our boy announces that the time has come for their Jiangnan hunt to begin, so he activates the Sword of Heaven and the Sword of Thunder at the same time, and he plans to find out if Hang's spatial teleportation is faster than his lightning. With the Sword of Thunder, Jiang slashes several of the other team members hiding in the void, and Shen realizes this battle is a defeat when he sees that Jiang's attack is now able to cut into the void. He immediately tells his team members to get out of the void and escape to preserve their numbers, especially because Li Xuang is going to break free of his control very soon. However, Sandao creates an enhanced Eternal Earth shield around the battlefield to stop them from leaving, so Qingqing tells them to all focus on attacking one spot of the barrier together. As she rushes to hit the barrier, she's intercepted by Ying Tang, who's not had enough of their fight. Meanwhile, Bai Feng continues his fight with Li Xuang, but Li Xuang tells him he's not worthy to be her opponent. The other team members of the Jiangnan team also join the fight and start to pick down those they can handle. When Hanqiu sees her master massacring the opponents, she quickly joins in to have some results also, and Prince joins her. When Jiang kills 2 other people in the void, Sun signals to Hang to quickly create a void ambush to restrict Jiang first. Hang quickly performs a spatial jump, but Jiang teleports using his lightning flash skill and cuts down one member of the other team at the same time. Zhou Hong becomes worried that he has no way to catch Jiang because of his speed, so Sun joins his consciousness to Hang's because his pupils can detect Jiang's coordinates. However, before Hang can track Jiang down, Jiang, who has been waiting for this moment, uses the Sword of Heaven and the Great Sword of Thunder on him. Immediately, Hang is obliterated. Suddenly, Wuxuan breaks free from Sun's illusion, but the other members of the Alliance team arrive just in time to help them. They can't escape anymore, so they have to risk their lives to find a way to win. As the men rush towards Wuxuan, he smashes the first person's head into the ground and then the second, declaring to them that they're courting death. When Jiang notices Wuxuan's speed, he comments that it seems there are not enough people for both of them to kill, so Wuxuan retorts that whoever's faster to steal kills wins. Li Xuang, who is angry at how cocky they are, summons her azure water of the sky to strangle Feng and to purify him. Held down, Feng calls out to Jiang to save him, and he immediately teleports there to sever Feng from the hold using his Sword of Heaven. Li Xuang watches in shock, and she wonders how Jiang can be so fast. Immediately, our boy uses his growth of all things to create a vine to pick Feng up and drop him off with the ladies so they can provide treatment to him. Suddenly, Sun realizes that Jiang is able to move through an electric field with a radius of 50 meters, and that's why he's as fast as lightning. He immediately signals to Li Xuang to find a way to dissipate Jiang's electric field, so she uses her red gold water to isolate and restrict him in a column of water. Amused, Jiang immediately tries to break through the water using the Sword of Heaven, but it doesn't break. Li Xuang reminds him that cutting water only causes it to flow even more, so Jiang tells her he won't use his knife then. He immediately puts his knife in his storage space and activates his armored elephant skin to use a move called the prison-busting Divine Fist. With one punch, he breaks the water prison open and sends a huge punch towards Li Xuang, who is shocked to see he was able to break free from one of the strongest defensive items in the world. While she wonders how this is possible, she's hit by the punch and knocked several feet backward and is severely injured. Jokingly, Jiang asks her not to die yet and help release some water because he wants to wash his hands. Sun is surprised that Li Xuang's red gold water was broken through, and Wu Shuang is worried that Jiang has already finished his fight, but he's still playing around with these guys. Annoyed, he uses one punch called the War God's Avatar to summon several others that kill all the men instantly. When Sun sees that everyone has died, he falls into despair and triggers a move called the Origin Combustion as a last resort. He activates the Realm of Flaming Sea again with both pupils, but Wu Shuang retorts that the same trick won't be able to hold him back twice. Jiang too isn't affected by any illusion because of the Tree of Origins. Annoyed, Sun rushes towards Wu Shuang, determined to take at least one of the men down even if it costs him his life, hoping that he could give his other comrades a chance if he takes one of them down. However, Wu Shuang punches him into the ground while mid-air and reminds him that he had said he would slaughter all 4 major war zones. When the fight ends, Wu Shuang commends Jiang's strategy, but our boy tells him not to be too happy because it seems the secret realm is about to shrink. They all have to leave the area as quickly as possible to avoid getting eliminated. Meanwhile, Martial God Xuanji is intrigued by the fact that Jiang also had a hidden lightning attribute and considers how the boy makes others look forward to his progress more and more. Xuanji believes that he may be able to make it to the golden list of all clans in the future with his potential and the 9-winged miasma. Nearby, Sword God Lingqiu commends Xuanji's family, Wu Shuang as well as Sun and Li Xuang, who are unlike his Xianyue, who is still leading her team through the battlefield with no clue as to where they are. However, Xuanji assures him that many geniuses are challenged directionally and he does not have to worry about it. While this is happening, Hongyin scolds Tian Daowang, the Jiangnan representative, for hiding the fact that Jiang has a hidden lightning attribute from him. Meanwhile, Gu also pretends to be unfazed, but inwardly he is completely shocked that his disciple had hidden this from him too. Soon after, Hongyin compliments Master Gu's ability to pick disciples because the lightning attribute's jobs are number 1 in terms of offensive power, but Gu just laughs uncomfortably at what his little brat disciple has done. An update on the number of those remaining is displayed, and it is shown that capital, Jiangnan, Magic City, and Guanhai war zones still have 10 people left, but the Alliance seems to have only 5 people remaining for each of their war zones. The Alliance is surprised that half of their teams have been eliminated so quickly even though they are elites, and they hope the others can lay low until the remaining 2 hours run out because it seems they are not as good as the other war zones. While they compliment Jiangnan Warzone's strategy, they comment that it seems Jiangnan is really aiming for first place this time and even the capital may be overturned. However, the loudmouth guardian of the capital from before informs them that the capital is not a trash war zone like theirs. Suddenly, Yun Jiantian tells the allied war zones to stop raising pointless arguments and focus on their crumbling war zone that is Guanhai war zone is approaching. They are shocked that Jiantian is also plotting against them too, but Jiantian refuses to miss out on this bargain. On the battlefield, the members of the Guanhai team attack some members of the allied war zones, while the team leader of the Guanhai team, Song Chang'e, watches them. He is glad that he does not have to do anything in figures that his trash teammates have proven to be useful. Chang'e likes the identity that the ancient god cult arranged for him this time. Even though these geniuses that are now his teammates were unconvinced to fight beside him when they were forcefully brought to Guanhai Warzone 2 days ago, they fell for the fact that he is powerful and polite. It amuses him that humans cannot resist strong and humane men after all, and he plans to take all these genius girls as his concubines once he gets to first place on the Tianjiao list. To him, their bloodlines and souls are pathetically inferior, but it is better than nothing. Once they are done, the ladies ask Chang'e where to go next. He asks them what they think about dealing with Magic City next since it is a safe choice, and they agree to follow him as long as he says the word. Meanwhile, Ingzhan, the leader of the capital war zone, leads his team to the abandoned city that is the final center of the shrinking circle. The city is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides which form a natural barrier, and the only entry point to the city is the bridge under their feet. Zhan proposes they wait there for others to walk into their trap, and he asks his team to destroy the other 7 teams because he wants the top 10 positions of Great Xia's Tianjiao ranking to be theirs. At this point, all the folks in the allied teams have been eliminated, leaving only the capital, Jiangnan, Magic City, and Guanghai War Zone. When Zhan notices this, he wonders how 4 teams have been eliminated so quickly with the other teams suffering no losses. Suddenly he changes the plans because this kind of easy win is too boring. Zhan tells his other teammates to follow him to the front lines instead of waiting and bring the fight to the other teams, and they excitedly agree. Meanwhile, someone in Zhuanyu's team laments that 4 war zones have already been wiped out in less than an hour, but they have only just found the right path, and the circle is shrinking. However, Yunfei tells the guy to shut up because there is no way the goddess would lead them on the wrong path. Eventually Zhuanyu stops their arguments and asks them to move forward. She recalls that she had promised to put up a good show for Jiangchen, but things are not going so well. Since all the 4 war zones usually unite against the capital, she considers that they must have been wiped out by the capital, and also considers that it is possible that Zhang's team has not yet engaged in battle like hers too. While they are moving, she notices something is wrong and warns her team to stop and stay alert because she senses killing intent. When she asks the person to show himself, it turns out to be the Guanghai team, led by Chang'e, who praises their perception. Chang'e mentions that he would have shown some sympathy for Zhuanyue under different circumstances, but they are in the Tianjiao ranking competition. As Chang'e asks if they have prepared themselves for their deaths, Yunfei tells him to screw off since they have defeated the Guanghai war zone for many years. Xuanyu tells Chang'e to cut the crap, and fires a fiery meteor arrow at him. The fire from the arrow is so strong that Chang'e's team members are affected by the oppressive aura from the god-level class. As the arrow heads right for Chang'e, he commends Xuanyu's attempt because it has some power behind it, but he immediately entangles the arrow with a thin thread, and Xuanyue wonders how that is possible. Out of courtesy, Chang'e declares that he will let them die knowing why he is a dual god-level class holder. His first class is the Skyweaver, which he just used, and the second is called the Divine Shadow of the Great Zayudian. Although these 2 god-level classes are not as good as Xuanyu's God Yi's Sun Destroyer on their own, they can be scary when put together. When Chang'e multiplies into various forms, the team begins to panic, but Xuanyue tells one of her teammates, Xiao Song, who has a sensory attribute, to try to detect the real body. However, Song explains that all the clones are anchor points, and the real body can be transferred to any anchor point at any time. It seems like things are not going well for Magic City, but Xuanyue tells them to follow the previous plan and fight if they can, or find a chance to escape if they cannot, but they must ensure she is protected. Surrounded by the team, Xuanyue fires another arrow with scorching sun of the sky that develops into a golden crow fiery rain. Chang'e finds the technique beautiful but useless since he can create as many clones as he wants, and there is no way for them to break through. When he is bored, he activates something called a 1,000-strand silk to form a dragnet to restrain the crow fiery rain, which should be impossible. More than just restraining it, Chang'e tightens the net and crushes the bird. While this is happening, Xuanyue watches as the golden crow fiery rain, which she upgraded with great difficulty, was just destroyed like that. When they realize that Chang'e is trying to encircle and trap them, Xuanyue tells them to hold the fort and activates an extreme protection of flame. Nearby, Jiang detects Xuanyue's golden crow fiery rain, and he figures out that they are in deep trouble. When his teammates ask him what is wrong, he asks them to follow him up ahead to save Magic City. As the crowd watches on the screen, the idea of a dual god-level class is considered an unprecedented legend in the history of Great Xia, and even the human Emperor Ingji didn't have such talent. The allied war zones finally realize why he didn't consider their invitation to form an alliance, but Jiantian boasts that he rejected everyone else too, and he claims that Jiang, Zhan, or Wushuan are all trash in front of Chang'e. Hongyin realizes that their Magic City war zone is in peril, and he's aware that victory and defeat are common in the military, but he's worried about how Xuanyue will handle this. While Jiantian laughs, Gu assures Hongyin that Jiang is going to help Magic City, and their peril isn't certain yet. Meanwhile, the pressure on the battlefield grows as the glow of the extreme flame bow that Xuanyue set gets dimmer, and some of her teammates struggle to hold their fort. Xuanyue wonders if their Magic City Warzone is going to be eliminated like this, and she remembers how long she had prepared for this, and how she wanted to impress Jiang. Suddenly Yunfei activates his heroic spiritual sacrifice, and he swears to protect his goddess, Xuanyue, until his death. As he attempts to break out of the thousand-strand silk, Chang'e snickers that his talent isn't worth his attention. However, Yunfei's power suddenly grows stronger, as it seems he's burning himself in exchange for explosive power, which means he's trying to commit suicide. Yunfei explodes and declares that he'll sacrifice his blood and body, but tears fill up Xuanyue's eyes as she watches him explode. The explosion breaks a single point on the strand silk, which pleases Yunfei, but unfortunately, Chang'e creates another net above the one he broke and calls him naive. When Chang'e gets tired of playing with them, he decides to kill them all by constricting their walls with his strands, and several of them are taken out. On her knees, Xuanyue apologizes to Jiang in her mind, because she knows she's going to disappoint him. Chang'e's teammate praises his awesome strength, but they suddenly notice a being flying towards them with streaks of lightning around it and are soon all struck by lightning. Chang'e is shocked that his useless team members have been wiped out, and he realizes the lightning punishment shouldn't happen yet since they've not been immobile. When he looks closer, he sees Jiang on the back of the bird calling out to Xuanyue to hang in there. Xuanyue immediately hears his voice, and when she realizes that Jiang has come to save her, she receives strength to burn the extreme flame bow much longer. Immediately Jiang strikes all of Chang'e's clones with the lightning punishment. Intrigued by Jiang's pure lightning attribute, he considers that the heavenly way is too kind to him, because he's been able to obtain a class that the myriad races of the cave only obtain after hundreds of years of practice. Annoyed, he creates golden silks above Jiang, and Jiang orders the lightning bird to conquer all of Chang'e's clones while he deals with the net. As the net comes down to hold down our boy, he immediately breaks through with the divine elephant armor. Suddenly, the net regenerates, and Jiang keeps punching through, hoping to see if he can tear it apart faster than it can weave itself back. Finally, he tells Chang'e that his net is too slow, but Xuanyue suddenly calls out to tell him she can't hold the extreme flame shield up much longer, so he goes to help her. Amused, Chang'e admits that he's impressed by Jiang's skill, but he assures him he'll be making a serious mistake if he doesn't take him seriously. He immediately creates 1,000-strand silk to encircle the sky to destroy the annoying fly, Jiang, but Jiang summons little Jia to help him swallow the net while keeping a low profile. Throwing spots appear around Chang'e's silk and begin to corrode it, but he doesn't know about little Jia. Meanwhile, our boy goes to help Xuanyue and attempts to help her leave on the lightning bird because the bird's energy is running out. Out of nowhere, Ying Jiang and his team find them and declare to them that none of them will leave this place today. At this point, our boy realizes there's a big problem, but he's in luck because Wu Xiang and the others soon show up, and Wu Xiang goes to deal with Jiang while Jiang continues his fight with Chang'e. Immediately, Wu Xiang goes to corner Ying, who asks him if he really thinks he's worthy to fight him. As Jiang blasts the ground with immense power, he assures Wu Xiang that his war god's avatar is completely insufficient, but Wu Xiang breaks the 9-layer restrictions on him and activates his invincible war god's avatar, which is a huge replica of himself with multiple arms. Excited by the increase in Wu Xiang's strength, Jiang hopes he's as brave as his grandfather, Xuanji, who killed a dragon in a cave. Xian activates his blood dragon armor, and both of their avatars begin to war. Meanwhile, the ladies go pick up Xianyu to help them deal with the other folks from the capital and not hinder their Jiang from fighting. While they're doing that, Jiang calls Chang'e, who had been watching the fight between Wu Xiang and Ying, and reminds him that it's their turn. Seeing that the 4 heavenly geniuses of Great Xia have assembled themselves there, Chang'e retorts that there's no need to wait for the individual tournament anymore, or to disguise himself as a low-level race like them and limit himself to using just 30% of his strength. Jiang is confused as to what he means, so Chang'e releases his origin restriction to restore his true form as the Tianqing god race, and he confines the entire secret realm. The Tianqing god race is from the myriad races of the caves, and when Jiang hears that, he quickly signals to everyone to self-destruct and leave the secret realm immediately. However, nobody is able to, and they find out that they can't move. It turns out that the secret realm has fallen under Chang'e's control, and no one can move in, leave, or enter the secret realm. Originally, they would be able to revive outside if they died here, but Chang'e plans to refine their spirits while within the realm to ensure they stay dead. Chang'e calls out to Wu Xian and Lingxiu, mocking them for ever believing this day of reckoning would not arrive. The officials jump to their feet in shock, realizing a powerful ancient deity has slipped in unnoticed. Panic spreads when they sense him activating the Tianqing race's innate soul-absorbing ability, clearly intending to drain the students dry without mercy. The Capital Division commander suddenly lashes out at Jiang's people, accusing him of betrayal, but Hawaii's shirt denies knowing anything. The redhead cuts in coldly, warning that Jiang is the last of their bloodline, and if anything happens to him, his nation will not survive the fallout. Before the argument can explode further, something crashes down beside them, revealing the martial king alongside Ling Xiu. The Lord of Swords Ling Xiu openly starts roasting everyone for becoming soft and panicking over something so trivial. At the same time, Wu Xian asks Gu how many 9-wing miasma have been produced so far, since that could shift the entire situation. The old man admits he has no idea. Meanwhile, the martial king reasons that is unlikely given the recent battles. However, the Lord of Swords feels something far more dangerous brewing. He points out that it is extremely difficult for a Tianqing race deity to disguise themselves as a human, meaning this incident is no coincidence. The martial king replies that while the cave itself should be secure, other locations like the military headquarters could already be under threat. Only Ling Xiu senses something wrong. Just then, a massive bone temple materializes out of nowhere. Beside it, an ancient monk slowly forms into existence, rambling about Buddha, life, and origins, as if reciting broken scriptures. The shriveled old raisin continues chanting nonsense, and even asks the stunned crowd what they think of his words. The Sword Lord raises his blade, demanding to know why the monk has suddenly become active after remaining peaceful for so long. The monk replies that enlightenment is coming and releases something from his mouth. Understanding the area, he realizes the monk's true target is not them, but the young geniuses themselves. Wu Shan shouts, snapping everyone out of their trance. The old monk warns him not to interfere, claiming divine punishment will descend from the heavens if the process is disturbed. However, the damage is already done, as several geniuses lose their heads on the spot while the monk mocks their helplessness. Furious, Ling Xiu moves to deal with the monk and shouts at the martial king to guard the cave immediately. Smoke begins rising from multiple locations, forcing Wu Shan to command all guardians to return to their posts and protect civilians at once. The commanders scatter without hesitation. Gu swears under his breath that if anything happens to his beloved disciple, he will personally join the martial king at the cave and wipe the Tianqing race from existence. However, Wu Shan is focused on the live display, confused by what he is seeing. The screen shows Chang'e kneeling before Chen, making them realize that the situation there is already under control. They quickly turn away and rush back to their duties. Rewinding to a few minutes back, the geniuses were desperately attacking Chang'e with everything they had. The deity merely warned them that the more they struggled, the more they would suffer later. He then shifted his attention to the captured girls, declaring that his soul-absorbing defenses would first crush their mental defenses, slowly destroying them. Chen struggles as well, feeling the insects within him grow restless and hungry. He had promised not to expose the 9-wing miasma, and while he still has other options, he cannot guarantee everyone's safety if things spiral further. Activating his sight ability, Chen inspects Chang'e's stats. An idea sparks when he realizes Chang'e is only from a branch of the original race. He immediately tells Jia to give him a drop of divine demon blood. The greedy insect admits he already consumed it, but then mentions that he can extract it from himself in a purer form. Chen praises him and instructs him to give only a little for now, saving the rest for his signal. Power surges through Chen as he releases his ultra instinct. Chang'e stares in disbelief, wondering how he managed to break free at all. Our boy then creates a barrier around the two of them, isolating the space, and which makes Chang'e even more curious. Advancing to the next phase of his plan, Chen shouts at the deity for ruining everything and calls him by his true name. Shalanduo panics for the first time. Feeling the overwhelming demonic aura, the guy wonders if he belongs to the original dark race. Our boy scoffs at the assumption and instead leaks Chang'e's full name and family history, freezing him in shock. Convinced that Chen must be from a higher original race rather than a mere branch, Chang'e's confidence collapses. Our hero plays along, releasing even more pressure and declaring that the ancient deity cult, along with Chang'e himself, should be erased for nearly destroying his plans. Completely broken, Chang'e drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness and swearing absolute loyalty on the spot. Staring down at the deity, our boy decides it is better to deal with him quickly rather and avoid risk exposing himself. He plays along, telling the deity that his plan was more or less complete and that he is willing to forgive him. Chen even offers to hide the man inside his pocket dimension. After all, there is no way he could peacefully return to the cave after revealing his true identity. Lan Duo is overjoyed and doesn't hesitate for a second, willingly letting himself be absorbed while loudly praising his savior. The moment it's done, Chen drops the act and calmly calls out to Nine to take action. The sudden betrayal leaves the deity completely dumbfounded. The mother insect gives him an unmistakable era look before digging in and finally devouring Lan Duo for good. Back in the real world, our boy asks why everyone is still kneeling. All of them are frozen stiff, still trying to process what just happened. The girls immediately rush over, clinging to him and showering him with praise. Jan's faction nervously asks if he still wants to fight Chen, but the top genius shuts it down instantly, reminding them that their lives were just saved by him. Chen then casually announces that there is still an hour left, so they might as well head to the center and have a barbecue party. Sometime later, the geniuses are gathered together, eating, gossiping, and slowly calming down. Chen checks Nine's stats and nearly chokes when he sees that she leveled up 9 times, briefly wondering if she ate the deity entirely by herself. Nine then spits something out, revealing the soul-absorbing thread Lan Duo used earlier. After checking its properties, Chen realizes Lan Duo lost to him because the thread was incomplete. He hands it over to the ancient tree, deciding to let it complete the item for future use. Almost immediately, the system notifies him that the thread has already been fully mastered, catching him completely off guard. Looking over the updated specs, Chen realizes the thread can protect his soul as well as block the Great Dreamer from accessing it. Satisfied with the new abilities, he decides that once he obtains the Tiger Sword, he also feeds it to the ancient tree to enhance the weapon as well. As if responding to his thoughts, the ancient tree begins sprouting new fruit. While they don't match the last batch in quality, their sheer number makes up for it. The blue fruit allows a complete redo of a job transfer task, while the green fruit massively boosts experience gain, letting him reach 3rd grade at terrifying speed. The scene shifts to the ancient deity cult, where the 7th bishop is watching Lan Duo dominate the battlefield through a projection. Concluding there's no need to observe further, she turns her attention to her own plans. Standing before the gathered crowd, she announces that all factions have risen at once, including the cave, the sea, and the abyss, leaving the protectors stretched thin. She declares that no one is left to defend Zhejiang City, whose destruction will be used to resurrect the ancient deity. Finishing her speech, she announces that wiping out humanity will cleanse their bodies of human blood. The crowd erupts in cheers, fully embracing her madness. Meanwhile, the Night Watch commander and Tang Jin stand overlooking Zhejiang City, discussing the situation. She remarks that even though the city is small, they cannot afford to lower their guard. She reassures him that the defenses will be complete in a few hours. He then wonders aloud how the young geniuses are doing. The fire mage calmly replies that with both Wu Shuang and Chen there, nothing should go wrong. That calm shatters as explosions erupt across the city. The rest of the Night Watch arrives, reporting that defenses and communications have been destroyed. A massive army of beasts is approaching, making it painfully clear that Zhejiang City was the real target all along. She immediately takes command, issuing rapid orders. Dan is sent to stabilize the defenses and prepare the nuclear weapons. The healer is tasked with finding someone capable of restoring communications. Bulang is ordered to gather every available fighter and establish a defensive line. With that, Qi leaps off the wall, declaring that he will lead the charge himself. Returning to our hero, the geniuses finally exit the realm, only to find the surrounding area completely empty. A projection of Wu Shen appears out of nowhere, briefing them that all regions in the Empire are under attack and everyone is busy defending their own zones. He then announces that Zhejiang City is under siege. The color drains from Chen's face as he demands to know where his master and sister are. The Martial King explains they are tied up fighting the Sea Clan along the coast, and that no one was sent to Zhejiang. Chen barely restrains his anger, stating that this is exactly what the enemy wanted. Wu Shen admits they considered that possibility, but there was no way to confirm it in time. He then asks Chen what he plans to do with this knowledge. Chen answers without hesitation that to the commanders and lords, this country is their home. However, to him, Zhejiang City is everything, and he will never abandon it. His teammates declare that they will follow their leader wherever he goes, which makes him a bit relieved. However, Wu Shen warns them bluntly that the enemy is overwhelmingly strong and that death is a very real possibility. That warning makes some of the weaker fighters hesitate, and a few decide it simply isn't worth the risk and step back. The rest immediately call them out as spineless cowards, though they admit it's probably better this way. Wuxian asks if this is truly Chen's final decision, and he answers yes without a shred of hesitation. The top 3 geniuses step forward at once and voice their support, which makes the martial king visibly proud. Wuxian announces that they are now officially the top 10 finalists of the competition, while everyone else who stepped out is now eliminated. Each of the 10 receives a red bracelet that will record their points and will ultimately decide the top fighter. Closing his eyes, Wuxian warns them one last time that not all of them will survive, and that those who fall simply aren't worthy. When he opens his eyes again, he finds the group already gone. John and Wu Shuang remind the old boomer that they have already understood the risks and are leaving anyway. The old man clicks his tongue in irritation, but deep down, he's proud and silently hopes they all come back alive. The remaining participants start to mope around, thinking that maybe they made the wrong decision, but one NPC counters that they are all at least alive right now. The scene shifts to the seaside, now completely flooded with monstrous beasts. Commander Duan and Gu stare in disbelief, realizing this is the largest beast hide recorded in history. Duan quickly concludes that this has to be a distraction for something bigger, possibly Chujiang City. He can't be certain, but all the beast waves have appeared in remote regions, clearly meant to pull the top forces away from the capital. The commander then announces that the martial king just told him that Chen is teleporting toward Hubei City. Gu instantly understands our boy's intent to save Chujiang City and bolts without another word. The commander chases after him, reminding him that the other geniuses went too, and that the 2 of them still have to deal with the sea beasts here. Furious, Gu launches himself at the nearest monster and unleashes a devastating strike. Meanwhile, over at Chujiang City, waves of beasts relentlessly hammer the barrier. The defense garrison chief rallies his soldiers, ordering them not to retreat and declaring that if he falls, command will be passed down the chain without hesitation. Ji fights at the front lines alongside the fire mage, tearing through beasts non-stop. The healer stays busy reinforcing everyone with buffs. Suddenly the tank is restrained by tentacles as a flying beast dives in, but Don snipes it out of the sky just in time. Ji catches his breath and warns Don to keep a sharp eye on the situation, or they are all dead. Scanning the battlefield, Don realizes the beasts have abandoned the barrier and shifted their focus to the defenders themselves. He announces that a failsafe is already in place. If the barrier falls, nuclear weapons will be deployed to take everything down with them. Approving of his fighting spirit, Ji raises his sword and starts chanting the Night Watch oath. The entire squad repeats it after him and charges forward. Just as they start gaining ground, the healer suddenly goes pale and screams for everyone to fall back. A massive ape-like beast storms in, and they barely manage to block its opening strike. Exhausted and overpowered, the impact sends them flying back. The giant beast lifts its foot, and Ji and the fire mage silently wonder if this is the end. Frozen in fear, regrets start flowing through their minds however. Just then, the ape abruptly loses the privilege of having a head. Chen drops in fashionably late at the last possible second and announces that he is here to take over. He immediately throws up a shield barrier and orders everyone else to retreat and recover. Ji is overjoyed but then demands to know why Chen is here. He starts ranting that everyone in the Night Watch will now die, but our boy calmly tells him not to worry since he has a hidden ace. Chen explains that their memories regarding the nine-winged miasma were erased, and if they want to judge his true strength, they should just watch. Ji is more fixated on the nine-winged miasma, but our boy just promises to explain it all later. Leader Ji and Tang Jin are completely flabbergasted when they see Chen has effortlessly taken down a 6th-grade beast. When questioned, he calmly explains that this time he isn't fighting alone. The assassin and the redhead immediately start complaining that it's unfair for Chen to kill such a powerful monster so easily, only to realize moments later that he only received 1/10 of the merit. The other NPCs refuse to be left behind and start hammering monsters one after another. Sandao and Han Q work together flawlessly, determined to prove themselves worthy in front of their master. Xian Yu relentlessly fires her bow, raining down powerful shots and striking beasts out of the sky. Wu Shuang and Zhan also go all out, unleashing their full strength and absolutely tearing through the enemy ranks. From the sidelines, the Night Watch can only watch in silence. The new generation is completely dominating the field, and there's nothing they can do but acknowledge it. Seeing his comrades grow so quickly fills our boy with satisfaction, but it also lights a fire under him. Taking himself straight into the fight, he boldly declares that first place in the competition is as good as his. With morale surging, Leader Ji snaps back into action. He orders his team to hurry and reseal every crack in the barrier to support the geniuses on the front line. Elsewhere, the 7th bishop watches the chaos unfold and nearly combusts from rage. She can't understand what went wrong with Chang'e, and the sight of the nine-winged miasma leaves her shaken. Grinding her teeth, she announces that she'll report everything to the ancient deity and tells her followers to immediately contact the Spider Queen. Back on the battlefield, Chen slashes through monsters with absurd ease, and he tells Little Nine to eat as much as she wants. Returning briefly to the ancient tree, he feels deeply satisfied with how many experience points he has gathered. At this rate, obtaining a new mother insect is only a matter of time. The Crimson Beetle hesitantly asks whether all the excess souls should be stored, leaving our boy momentarily confused. Jia explains that he doesn't want to eat these disgusting, low-level souls anyway, since Chen promised him a proper feast later. Realizing the ancient tree could use the extra energy, he gives the green light but warns Jia to be careful. As the fighting continues, John grows increasingly irritated that Chen has already broken into the top 300 rankings while he is far behind. Turning that frustration into fuel, he doubles his efforts, determined to locate and destroy the teleportation circle to rack up points as quickly as possible. The scene shifts back to Leader G, who gets worried as he notices Chen pushing deeper into enemy territory. He then announces that Chen is about to reach level 3, stunning everyone present. The tank immediately voices his worry that while the third level provides a massive boost, clearing the job quest requirement is very difficult. Dropping into lore mode, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th levels function like brutal boss walls. Very few people manage to pass them smoothly. Compared to the other geniuses who are already approaching level 4, Chen is technically far behind. Just then, a massive white flash erupts, blinding everyone. When their vision clears, they realize with shock that Chen has completed all the requirements for level 3 without clearing the quest at all. The only explanation is that he used a class promotion skip item. However, the process leaves him extremely vulnerable till it completes. Leader G immediately orders his squad to protect him. The other geniuses catch on just as fast and rush toward Chen, forming a defensive perimeter around him. Meanwhile, John finally tracks down the teleportation circle, discovering its link to two yin and yang monsters. He steels himself to face a 7th grade beast and even prepares several overpowered scrolls, determined to claim first place no matter the cost. Just then, he notices something is wrong, and before he can react, an 8th grade giant spider queen appears out of nowhere and locks onto him instantly. Facing her down, John knows the scrolls won't be enough, and Chen is in the middle of leveling up. Dodging her attacks by a hair's breadth, he decides he has to warn the others and immediately turns to retreat. The Spider Queen refuses to let him go, firing webs that bind his arm and begin draining him on contact. Without hesitation, John slices off his own arm. Not stopping there, he detonates both legs to gain an explosive burst of speed. Using his own blood like jet fuel, he rockets toward everyone at full speed. Reverting time to a few minutes ago, the ancient cult members inform the Spider Queen that Chen is in the middle of his breakthrough. This makes this the perfect moment to slaughter them all, to which the Monster Queen smiles and agrees. The scene shifts to the coastline, where the Heavenly Blade King and the commander are calmly carving through massive sea beasts. Yuan then reports the good news to Gu, explaining that the nine-winged miasma has successfully contained the beast invasion in Chujian City. On top of that, Chen has officially entered the top 300 rankings. Just then, the sky suddenly tears apart with a violent red flash of lightning. The warning system left behind by the Emperor activates, signaling the appearance of an 8th level or higher threat. A projection forms in the air, revealing the Spider Queen, which immediately puts them on edge. Before they can react further, another colossal sea beast surfaces nearby, forcing them to make a quick decision. Gu orders Duan to take Hongyao's place and let her rush to Chujiang as fast as possible while they hold the line here. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, thousands of armored human soldiers stand in formation. An order spreads through the ranks that if even a single demon takes one step forward, they are to be slaughtered without hesitation. The Martial King stands at the front, having a face-off with the 9th level demon, Taiyong. The demon mocks him openly, questioning how he could allow the nine-winged miasma to live in the first place. Taiyong keeps up with taunts and asks if Wushan is not afraid that all races might unite because of those insects. The Martial King claps back, calling the demons so weak that they would only unite out of fear from a swarm. His aura surges as he summons his towering avatar, demanding to know who Taiyong thinks he is to speak so boldly. At that moment, the red warning signal appears here as well. The demon finally loses his patience and claims he could easily wipe out the insects and the so-called young geniuses. That statement instantly ignites Wushan's rage, and the two clash head-on in close combat. Even as they exchange devastating blows, Wushan orders his captain to head for Chujiang immediately and rescue everyone there. The demon responds by opening portals and unleashing waves of beasts, ordering them to tear through the human forces. The martial king refuses to back down, commanding his men to slaughter any demon foolish enough to advance. He charges Taeyong directly, the battlefield erupting into chaos. Elsewhere, the Spider Queen calmly questions the cult worshippers about the Lord of the Swords. A hooded figure reassures her that the Lord of the Swords is occupied fighting a 9th-level dragon in a forbidden zone. Still cautious, the Spider Queen releases her baby spiders to scout Chujiang for any unusual presence. Back to the battlefield, Zhan zooms towards the others, urgently warning them that an 8th-level monster is approaching. Leader Ji immediately explains that Qin cannot be moved during his breakthrough, meaning they have no choice but to hold their ground. He orders the young geniuses to retreat into the barrier and recover. Nearby, the caveman NPC asks his companion what they should do since they are clearly outmatched. The man with the hair bun pulls out a glowing treasure and starts shouting for his grandfather to save them. The treasure itself responds, warning them bluntly that they have no chance and must escape immediately. Light envelopes them as the item activates, teleporting itself and both men to safety. However, the girls refuse to retreat and stand their ground without hesitation. Even Wu Shuang feels uneasy, yet forces himself to stay, unwilling to abandon defenseless allies. The NPC looks back at Chen, silently praying that he wakes up soon, fearing they cannot protect him much longer. Inside the origin space, our boy wonders why he has been dragged there. He then realizes that unless he chooses one of the stars quickly, he will be forced to complete a job quest to reach level 3. Scanning the stars, he senses that at least one of them must be a god-tier item. After the system completes its screening process, only 9 options remain. He makes his choice, and his profession immediately evolves into Thunderlord, unlocking a set of terrifying abilities. As he feels a domain forming under his control, Chen wonders how it compares to his master's or his sister's. Just then, the discarded stars begin glowing again. The system informs him that his innate ability, Soul Cultivator, has upgraded to the highest tier, granting him an entirely new skill set, which makes him excited. With these abilities, he realizes he could potentially learn the skills of every race in existence. Combined with the insects he breeds, their numbers could easily reach the billions. A woman suddenly appears before him and introduces herself as Chan, which catches him off guard that the third mother insect already has a human form. Back in the real world, the Spider Queen's babies engage with the 9-wing miasma, canceling each other out as 2 disaster-class forces clash. Everyone prepares to deal with the baby spiders, and Sandow erects a defensive barrier around Chen, pouring everything she has into protecting him. The Spider Queen gets irritated and annihilates their resistance with a single overwhelming attack. He immediately begs Chen to wake up and stop the monster that has slaughtered so many of her children. At that critical moment, Chen's eyes snap open, and he announces that he successfully reached level 3. He begins by using his newly evolved growth skill, pulling back everyone who was protecting him. They warn him that it is not possible for him to fight solo without them, but he orders the fools to get as far away as possible, because he cannot go all out if they are in the way. Hearing that, the Spider Queen is amused that a mere human thinks he can defeat her. Level 9 asks if he plans on bombing the enemy with her babies again, because that would make her very sad. The Spider Queen taunts him that even the grade 9 Lord of Swords was not able to beat her. He smugly answers back, hoping she keeps underestimating him. The little cultists ask the Queen to stop jesting and finish him off before the Lord of Swords arrives. With that said, he asks 9 to give him a drop of demon blood, confident his body can handle it. Suddenly, the blood courses through his veins and his power immediately rises to the 7th grade. He is shocked to see his transformation, because a 3rd-level human body should instantly explode from so much power. Still unfazed, she shoots her webs to immobilize him, but Chen dodges it completely, going against her ability to predict his movements ahead of time. The only explanation she has is that he also has the ability of foresight, but that should not be possible for a low-grade weakling. He takes advantage of her confusion to strike her with Sasuke's Chidori blade. His lightning has become so powerful that all of the others cover their eyes in pain. Next, he uses Evil Eye, another new skill. The mental attack on the Queen's soul is super effective, because demons are incredibly weak to mental assaults. The Spider Queen starts rampaging to crush him before his Evil Eye completely consumes her soul, but he zaps around at the speed of lightning, dodging her every attack. Getting desperate, she casts a web all around her so he has nowhere to run off to. She looms right over him, believing there is nowhere he can escape to now. Unfortunately for her, he never planned on running away. Chen counters with his sword and lops off her giant leg in a single slash. The others stare in amazement at the kid whose sword skills are rapidly approaching the level of his master. However, it becomes clear to him that his body cannot handle the demon blood drop's power much longer. He needs to end the fight very fast. He taunts the Spider Queen, calling the legends of her power fake and claiming she was just hiding out of fear all these centuries. That completely pisses her off, and she reveals she did not want to use her trump card on a bug like him until now. She uses her strongest move, domain expansion, making everyone wonder if it is finally over for Chen. The battle is already decided. Our boy uses his own Thunderlord domain, which is overwhelmingly too strong. The Spider Queen demands to know how his third-rate domain is stronger, but he does not have time to waste on her now. His attack brings her to her knees and she begs for forgiveness, swearing she will never hurt anyone again. He is not taking any chances, though. With her soul still intact, she is a very big threat even in her current state, so he orders 9 to watch her carefully and consume her when his lightning makes her vulnerable. At that exact moment, he collapses to the ground, because he cannot handle the demon blood anymore. Chen comes out to support him, apologizing for being completely useless in the battle. He tells her not to beat herself up, because her foresight as the time spring insect was what allowed him to win. Watching from the outside, the others are baffled at how he used domain expansion at his level. Chen is irritated that his rival just vanquished a national-level threat all by himself. He and Wu Shuang accept defeat for now, being powerless compared to him even though they are at the same level. The scene then shifts to the underground temple in Chujian City. There, the 7th seat of the ancient deity cult informs her master that there is a serious problem. A 9-winged miasma user is interfering with their plans. Their master refuses to believe it, because such a threat would never be allowed to breed inside the human empire. When the bishop swears that she is not lying, her master starts going completely berserk with rage. The bishop claims she already sent the Spider Queen to clean up the mess, but the demon forcefully grants her some blood, giving the order to exterminate every last 9-winged miasma. The demon also orders them to bring back the Spider Queen's soul, because it is good fodder. Meanwhile, at the Abyss defense line, Wu Xin is close to finally killing the demon, but the demon laughs, saying the Spider Queen was not their last resort. Suddenly, he receives a warning that a 9th-level threat is approaching Chujian City. As the demon runs away, it offers him to play a little game of hide-and-seek. If he does not accept, the demons will attack the human city. The fearless general replies that this is the end of the line. He orders his army to rampage through the territory where demons reside, killing any demon they spot for 10 days straight. Demon Commander Chang is dumbfounded, questioning why he is starting a war over the lives of a few brats. He says he should be afraid of the consequences. Wu Xin makes it clear he fears nothing, and he will seek vengeance for every genius killed by the demons. Back in Chujian City, the bishop is surprised that the queen was defeated by Chen's pathetic domain. When they dispel the barrier, the queen thinks she is finally saved. In his normal form, Chen is completely paralyzed in the aura of a 9th-level threat. The 7th bishop introduces herself as lover, and wastes no time starting the extermination. 9 screams to Chen that she is scared, but he tells her to stay hidden no matter what. Everyone feels helpless, only able to watch him get tossed around by the 9th-grade monstrosity. In that moment, he orders Jia to release his captured 9th-level dark beast. The bishop is confused because it should not be possible for a human to summon a behemoth like that. Jia is confident that the dark beast can defeat the bishop, but there is a big problem. It cannot be summoned for more than 10 seconds at a time, or its body will be destroyed. While the bishop is immobilized, his master and senior land solid strikes. Right before the 10 seconds are up, he orders Jia to unsummon the dark beast. Realizing she is at death's door, the bishop begs them to let her go, because she will spill everything. She reveals that there is a deep underground facility. There an altar is created to use the blood of all Chujian City residents to feed the ancient deity. The cult plans to resurrect their master one day to unleash chaos on the continent. Once Chen confirms there is nothing more she can tell, she swears to accept any punishment if she is lying. But that is not his concern, because he already told Jia to enjoy feasting on her. The Spider Queen tries to run away on seeing that, but his mother insect is already on her way to eat her up. However, spikes emerge from his body all of a sudden. Everyone panics at what to do as the demon blood goes berserk inside his body. Uncle G recognizes this as the blood side effect, and orders the others to transfer him to the biggest hospital. The others want to help, but he tells them to take care of the monsters. He yells out loud, calling for 9 to come out if she wants to save her master. After she carries her master away, Zhan and Wu Shuang take care of the monsters. Meanwhile, General Shen makes his way to the underground facility to destroy the ancient demon's altar. They try their best to slay the ghostly creature, but it quietly disappears into a hole to escape. The scene transitions to Chen in a hospital. Confused, he wonders why he is in a water bath, and Nine keeps annoying him, excited that she can reproduce again. He tells her to wait till he can arrange a bigger home for the offspring to stay at. With his upgraded evolution ability, there will be at least 1 billion insects he is going to have to house in the near future. Jia also bugs him to find him a bigger place to live in as soon as possible. He tells the poor guy to move into Nine's place after she gets a much bigger one for herself. He is not happy though, always getting her hand-me-downs and never something new. Moving on, he remembers he never got a good look at all of Chen's powers during the previous battles. The only one he knows is the skill that lets him see into the future, but the other ones are still completely hidden from him. Curious, he asks her to come out and explain things properly. He asks her why she is able to go from bug to human form without any evolution at all. She shyly mentions that growth takes time, and she grew fast because she controls time itself to some extent. Hearing that, the dunce suddenly realizes he still has not even evolved her to her final form yet. On using it, the system gives him the choice to sacrifice 4 items in order to advance her evolution, but in his mind, he does not recognize even one of the strange items on the long list. Putting that aside for the moment, he decides to finally get out of the bath and stretch a little. Right then, a priestess walks in and calls him Major Chen with a respectful tone. The top 10 people in the tournament were all promoted to the rank of Major after the event ended. The priestess calls his recovery miraculous because every single cell in his body was near death before this treatment began. She is glad to hear he is doing well, and says she would like to drain the soul essence from the tank since it is more valuable than liquid gold. When she questions where all of it went, my guy tells her he was so thirsty he chugged all of it without leaving a drop. He feels a little guilty, since he was the one who gave Jia the permission to drink it. When he gets out, his master wraps an arm around his shoulder, giving him a job well done on drinking the life essence. It is said just bathing in the stuff can make you live 100 healthy years longer than normal. The man explains it is something so valuable that money cannot buy it anywhere, but true geniuses can trade it for merit points. Excited, our boy asks him about the light water he needs for Chan's evolution right away, but his master explains that it is far too rare. He name drops all the other extremely rare items, and his master immediately recognizes the time fragments among them. He asks Commander Duan for confirmation. The man makes it clear they are incredibly hard to come by, and the only 2 available right now cost 150,000 merit points each. Chen says he needs both of them, but Duan explains he can only get them from the dreamer herself. He immediately asks where she is at the moment. The commander says she will return after patching a dangerous rift in Chujian City. The scene then shifts to his home where he decides to finish his insects pending level ups before meeting the dreamer. He freaks out when he sees the insanely powerful attack his crimson beetle gained after evolving. Then, he prays hard to the RNG lords that the ancient tree's fruit is an insect nest for 9 billions of baby bugs to use. The tree comes in clutch, and he congratulates his insects because they just got a brand new house for all the little buggers. With all that finally done, his final task is to consume the rainbow fruit, which asks him if he would like to fuse with it. When he reads the name, he suddenly remembers his master once told him there is an item that promotes a 9th grade genius to the level of a deity. He wastes no time fusing with it, gaining the brand new class called God of War instantly. As he revels in his overwhelming new power, a message informs him that his insects are done reproducing already. At that moment, he hears a knock on the door outside. Commander Duan and his master look quite concerned as they tell him that the dreamer will be living with him for some time now. Before the Blade King can warn him about her personality, the baddie tells the old men to stop stalling and let her inside immediately. Standing outside, the Blade King tells him to quietly obey whatever she says. Right from the very start, she interrogates him, questioning why he suddenly has a godlike aura around him. He pretends it must be the after effect of the demon blood drops he used earlier. She is convinced by his simple excuse because he cannot possibly have such power at his current level. Moving on, she mentions she knows a reliable way he can get the time fragments he is looking for. She tells him about the 3 overseas islands beyond the continent. Thousands of years ago, the human emperor had a major fallout with the 9th grade legend, the Flame Lord. Because of their disagreement, the Flame Lord and his people left the continent to live permanently on the overseas islands. At that time, he also took the time fragments along with him when he left the continent. Chin asks her if the guy died. She bursts his bubble by explaining that masters of the 9th grade can live for thousands of years. The dreamer also warns him not to even think about taking them back by force. The overseas islanders are far too strong. Despite that, the Flame Lord never tried to conquer their nation. They have their own powerful masters like the general protecting them. Still, the Empire is on a losing streak in the tournament held every year between the two nations. It got so embarrassing that they stopped participating for the last 50 years entirely, but that changes now that they finally have a strong competitor like him. Our boy quickly realizes he can obtain the time fragments if he actually wins the tournament there. She clarifies that anyone under 30 can participate, so he will be at a clear disadvantage against his seniors. Watching him get way too hyped up, she tells him to stay cautious and remain indoors for a few days. Apparently, many powerful mercenaries from different kingdoms have already been hired to assassinate him. A few days later, an awards ceremony is held to celebrate our hero for slaying the national grade threats while only being at the 3rd level. Ignited by his achievement, everyone becomes eager to train in the abyss and push themselves to grow stronger. The former top 2 geniuses, John and Wushuang, now have common ground. They both know they will never catch up without training like their life depends on it in the abyss. Commander Duan begins the event by inviting the nation's top grandmasters onto the stage. The first one to make her entrance is the Dreamer. The baddie immediately starts teasing Chen with her Era Aura energy, watching him farm aura with his fresh outfit. Every girl at the venue gushes with excitement. Moving on, the announcer asks the crowd to build hype for Chen's new title. Our boy dies of embarrassment when he hears the crowd loudly chanting, "Insect Demon." He feels disappointed that he suited up for a formal event just to receive such a dumb-sounding title. However, the Dreamer then reveals that he was actually awarded the title of Plague Monarch by the military command. Adding to that, he also gained significant political influence over the Sea regions as the newly appointed king of Shanghai. She continues by saying that his current status now stands equal in rank to the grandmasters like Wu Shan and Ling Chu themselves. The Night Watch leader's jaw drops the moment he sees his rookie receiving such an incredible honor at the age of 18. However, making him the ruler of the Sea regions clearly means there are future plans of engaging with the overseas islands. The Swordmaster is then asked if he is not concerned about his disciple being thrown straight into the fire this early, but the old man firmly believes his boy can accomplish things that absolutely no one else can. Next, our boy receives a gold play button to properly honor his outstanding achievement before the entire crowd. Out of nowhere, a ninja-looking dude riding a tiger congratulates him and openly challenges him to a deal. That instantly gets on the Dreamer's nerves badly, before she deletes him from existence. However, our boy calmly says he will take out the trash personally by himself. Chin is disappointed by the weakling boldly thinking he could win against him head-on. The ninja smugly replies he will prove Chin completely wrong in the duel. One condition, he is not allowed to use his miasma bugs. Chin gladly accepts the condition, deploying his domain expansion right from the very start of the clash. The thundershot completely blasts off all the confidence the ninja and his beast came with, but it turns out to be only an illusion that slowly fades away. Just then, the real beast suddenly attacks him from behind without any warning. He smacks it straight in the face with lethal force, and that also turns out to be nothing more than a projection. At that exact moment, the real ninja finally appears from above, revealing that Chin had been fighting fakes this entire time. The ninja proudly declares that he specializes in assassinating lightning users, and no lightning user can ever move faster than him. Gu and the Dreamer both become completely infuriated as they watch him get struck by several poison darts. Even then, our boy tells them to stay exactly where they are because he still needs to prove his true greatness here. The ninja keeps taunting him, asking if he is going to act like a coward and use his poison insects or secretly dope himself with demon blood drops. His arrogant attitude seriously gets on our boy's nerves, so he decides to punish him using his newest trump card. The ninja is completely taken aback when he sees that Chin can still move freely despite the deadly poison spreading. Chin then attacks him with the Spear of Hades, which now carries a brand new attribute of pure darkness. Seeing that terrifying attack, the ninja immediately decides to run away and live to fight another day. The monster curves midair and completely shatters his entire escape plan. It ruthlessly pursues him and punches a massive hole through his body, finally getting rid of the pest for good. Everyone starts losing their minds when Chin takes down such a high-level assassin without even using his 9-winged miasma insects. Xian Yu's father lightly teases the Heavenly Blade King for briefly losing his composure, while the old man pretends like it's nothing. His master asks him what he knows about that ability, and the old guy explains that it was a dark attribute skill. That revelation stuns him, especially when he realizes Chen now has 3 professions despite only being level 3. The dreamer congratulates Chen on defeating the assassin, and the tension finally breaks as celebrations erupt. Voices rise as people begin chanting for their new monarch, filling the area with excitement. Sandow and her father step forward first to present their gift, personally congratulating Chen. The other clans are annoyed that they were beaten to it. Sandow's gift turns out to be an ominous-looking sword radiating hostility. The moment Chen picks it up, he senses the blade is trying to attack its wielder. Without hesitation, he offers it to the ancient tree to assert dominance and show it who is the real boss. With that, he successfully suppresses the sword and declares himself its new master. Her father is completely stunned that Chen masters the blade so quickly and feels relieved that the gift went to the right person. He reveals the sword's name as Divine Sin, a 4th-grade weapon that consumes its owner if it fails to kill the opponent. He explains that the blade was once offered to the Heavenly Blade King, but the old man was not too fond of it. Sister Yu recalls that the sword actually attacked him back then, making Gu briefly embarrassed. He simply laughs it off, saying the disciples surpassing the master is every teacher's wish. Next, Han Chiu and her father step forward and announce their gift, a sea deity pearl capable of summoning an ocean. The moment Chen accepts it, the geezer bluntly asks him when he can expect grandchildren. After that, the remaining clans step up to present their gifts one after another. During this time, the Night Watch can only observe since they lack the wealth to offer expensive treasures. Leader Ji eventually steps forward and announces a collective gift from all Night Watch members, a string of faith. Hong Yao wonders if such a gift is appropriate, but Gu immediately states that faith is among the most precious gifts of all. Leader Ji explains that the strand can unite millions and even block an attack meant to wipe out an entire nation, leaving Chen visibly moved. The squad realizes their leader worked tirelessly to prepare such a gift. At last, the Heavenly Blade King presents a sword talisman containing a stored divine sword strike capable of protecting the entire country. Chen asks if he can use it however he wants. After getting the green light, he immediately hands it to Leader Ji for the upcoming Abyss expedition, which catches everyone by surprise. Chen admits they can call him ignorant or rude, but he cannot accept losing his family. Ji accepts the talisman, but forces our boy to keep the string of faith in return. With that settled, he offers most of the valuable gifts he received along with his old equipment to the Night Watch. The squad is pushed to tears by his generosity and vows to work even harder. Suddenly, a red aura fills the area, putting everyone on edge. The Lord of Swords makes a dramatic entrance and announces that he wants to present the level 9 blood dragon he defeated to the new monarch. Everyone starts celebrating since that means that the forbidden blood dragon pawn is finally at peace. Hong Yao jokingly asks how she can become that awesome, and her master plays along, telling her to train harder. The Lord of Swords then raises his blade and the crowd begins chanting for the Empire's greatness and prosperity. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, leaders of the various races gather to observe the situation. Taiyong starts the meeting by mentioning the Nine-Wing Miasma and the Martial King's decision to attack Abyss cities. He attempts to manipulate the others into forming an alliance to destroy the nation. Yunshu of the Immortals rejects the idea, stating that the demons were the aggressors and that his people seek peace. Taiyong starts raging and accuses the Immortals of scheming, claiming he knows about their plans involving the Sea Islands and overthrowing the nation. Yunshu denies the accusation, and the two continue arguing until Khan of the Dragon Clan interrupts, reminding them why they gathered. Chan agrees that an alliance is necessary, but asks who will fight on the front lines. The Great Dreamer has broken abilities that can rival the ancestor deities. Even if they all attacked her, hundreds of level 9 fighters will lose their lives, so no one is willing to step forward. Another demon lord, Zhu Yi, reminds them that anyone above level 9 would be annihilated by the heavenly Tao if they fought. However, the 10th seal has partially opened and will fully loosen within a year. Once that happens, all 10,000 races will be able to freely unleash their power. The human nation, with only 3 level 9 fighters, would be at a severe disadvantage. The group agrees to quietly support enemy forces within the nation over the coming months. They then turn their attention to Chen, dismissing him as a minor threat due to his low level. The Demon Clan has already hired elite assassins to deal with him, and prepared contingencies in case he reaches the Tianyun competition on the islands. Tang adds that he has shared his power with the Sea Clan of Yuan. He announces that since the Dragon Genius will participate in the tournament, so Chen is as good as dead. Coming back to Chen, he asks his master if he can finally leave the house. The old man replies that most of the assassins have already been dealt with, though an 8th level one is still on the loose. Chen questions why he cannot just hunt them down himself with his broken abilities and complains that all this protection feels like a waste of time. To prove his point, he suddenly pulls Tanging out of a hidden portal, leaving her scrambling for excuses about sneaking around. His master demands to know how he even noticed her, and our boy calmly explains that he can sense energy fluctuations. He then casually reveals how he defeated Chang'e, who turned out to be an ancient deity. After hearing about Chen's sight ability that lets him view everyone's stats, his master finally agrees to leave the remaining assassins to him. He gets visibly excited at the thought, though his master immediately tells him to calm down and not get carried away. At that moment, Han Q steps forward with tea, catching the old man completely off guard. Chen then reveals that Sandao is also staying behind to help manage the house, while Xianyu is busy grilling food using her fire abilities. Gathering all the girls together, he assigns them a new mission to hunt beasts so he can grow stronger. Meanwhile, far away in the Gobi Desert, an armored man announces that most of the assassins have failed, but at least their target has gone public. The Knight Templar states that cooperation is now mandatory, and that every group present will be given a key capable of unlocking 9th level power. Someone immediately complains that deploying so many members makes the reward distribution unfair. Before the argument can escalate, another assassin arrives and announces that, although they deployed fewer forces, the top assassin himself is joining the operation. He adds that this assassin has been an 8th level far longer than the Knight Captain. The man then produces a flute and explains that the plan would have been impossible without it, as it allows control over millions of the 9-winged miasma insects. The knights begin mocking Saito for failing to appear, only for the top assassin to suddenly materialize and execute them on the spot. Saito calmly asks if there are any further objections regarding deployment numbers. The Knight Captain hurriedly apologizes, but Saito dismisses it without concern. The 5th-ranked assassin, Yun, steps forward and announces that she has already dispatched her top 2 subordinates to lure Chen out. She explains that her frost abilities and the crystal ball can perfectly suppress lightning. Saito confirms that between Yun and his own subordinate, 2 of Chen's abilities will be handled. Chen reveals that their target also possesses a dark attribute, prompting the head monk of the Shiva kingdom to speak up. The monk claims his people can sever Chen's connection to the underworld, preventing him from using dark attribute skills. With that settled, Saito reminds them that they must still avoid alerting top-tier fighters and deal with a 9th level demon. The Knight Templar then presents a holy light divine scripture capable of blocking all energy signatures. The tool can hide users inside a mirror world, rendering them completely undetectable. He activates the scripture, stating that even if powerhouses intervene, no traces will be found as long as Chen enters the mirror world. He adds that the same method can be used to trap the 9th level beast, allowing the Heavenly Tao to erase it once after 10 seconds pass. Saito concludes that as long as Chen's abilities are neutralized, he can finish the job with a single special move. The scene shifts to the Jiangyan main base, where everyone watches in awe as their new monarch finally appears. Chen zooms through the sky, farming aura with his 9-winged miasma. He reasons that the best way to deal with assassins is to lure them out. Nine and Jia peek out, watching nearby school children, and casually ask when they will attend one themselves. Chen ignores the question and instead tells them they are here to search for a new mother, catching both of them off guard. Using his sight ability, he quickly locates the 2 frost assassins Yen sent. Realizing it would be difficult for them to act in public, he deliberately flies toward a remote area. The older assassin mocks his carefree attitude, stating that if they fail here, they can simply lure him toward the Gobi Desert ambush. The shorter assassin grows impatient and charges ahead, eager to kill Chen herself. After flying for a while, he finally slows down inside a dense forest. Right on cue, the 2 white-haired assassins suddenly appear, with the older one pretending to be injured as if bitten by a snake. Chen sees through the act immediately but decides to play along for amusement. He begins praising the woman's beauty and declares that he will save her no matter what. Pushing the act further, he dramatically announces that he wants to marry her, all while her younger sister sneaks closer from behind. In the next instant, Chen drops the act and smashes the woman across the head. The younger sister instantly realizes that the act is up and switches to Plan B. She turns and runs, begging for her life and promising to hand over any treasure Chen wants. Chen quickly deduces that she is leading him toward an ambush. Even so, he follows without hesitation, deciding that wiping them all out at once will be more efficient. The scene shifts to a genius from a previous generation Ding who is sprinting through a massive monster wave. The wall of sludge rolls behind him without mercy, but the red-haired man is even faster. After finally escaping, Ding explains to his squad that following Chang'e's death, the demon sent another revenge squad, which is why he was forced to lure a desire wave monster into flooding the entire region. However, the enemy survived. A green-haired woman named Yen speaks up, asking if he is not afraid of being consumed by desire and dying on the spot. Ding immediately denies it. Yen then tells the group that they are heading back to Great Sia for the upcoming competition. She admits the island factions are more advanced, but says they still need to save face and participate even if victory is unlikely. Ding recalls hearing rumors about a 9-winged miasma user who possesses dual hacker-level professions. Yen adds that the Martial King personally took an interest in this individual and even rewrote laws for him. Ding praises her intelligence network, and she shoots back that he is not bad himself for being ranked second in his generation. The two quickly fall into bickering. Turning serious, Yen mentions that among his generation, Chen is the only one participating. One of their older geniuses was captured, tortured, and killed by abyss demons. However, another senior genius who once defeated the demon clan's second-ranked powerhouse survived and vanished afterward. That individual has now returned to Pajin City and is scheduled to meet the Martial King to serve as their leader. In Pajin City, Wushan meets the white-haired swordsman and congratulates him on becoming the sword demon. The old man asks whether he believes himself capable of leading, then simply tells him to do his best. When asked about Chen, the Martial King admits the boy is troublesome but essential for securing dominance over the islands. The white-haired swordsman declares that he will protect Chen no matter what. Wu Ji adds that since the Martial King favors Chen so heavily, he also feels obligated to ensure his safety. As their talk concludes, Wushan advises the sword demon to pass through the Gobi Desert, sensing that an ambush is waiting there for Chen. The sword demon asks why Wushan did not stop Chen outright. The Martial King replies that Chen possesses many hidden powers, and they need to support him. However, he refuses to elaborate further on the matter. The scene returns to our boy, who has chased the younger assassin all the way into the desert, only to lose her trail completely. Chen summons Chen and asks her to activate her future sight. The vision reveals multiple hidden assassins lying in wait. Chen realizes they have already set up a barrier, making it easier to eliminate them quietly. Inside the barrier, the assassins grow uneasy when Chen fails to make a move and begin to wonder if they have been discovered. Unluckily for them, Chen is standing just outside the barrier. The assassins begin debating how to lure him inside. At that moment, the Knight Templar notices movement in the distance as the geniuses from earlier rush toward the area, shouting about an ambush. Annoyed that his plan might collapse, Chen decides to jump straight into the barrier and end things quickly. The arriving geniuses are baffled when they see him deliberately walk into a trap and instinctively try to follow. Upon reaching the barrier, they realize they cannot enter and are forced to wait outside. Inside, the assassins mock Chen for throwing his life away so carelessly, but Chen just tells them to stop talking and attack already. The assassins respond that they will simply sneak up on him, but our boy finally loses patience. He releases the 9-winged miasma insects to locate and strike them. The flute assassin immediately starts busting some tunes, disrupting the swarm. Little Nine panics and warns Chen that she is losing control over her children. Our boy tells her to increase the insect numbers until her control becomes impossible to suppress. He releases over 1 million insects at once, causing the flute assassin to panic as his skill gets pushed to the max. Just then, dark energy blasts slam into Chen, directly damaging his soul. In response, he activates the Crimson Beetle body enhancement, sending several assassins flying. He then unleashes his lightning abilities, but Yun steps in instantly, using her crystal to absorb the attack. Without hesitation, Chen summons his spear, only for the monks to activate suppression seals that block dark energy entirely. The head monk reveals that his 2 subordinates have already sacrificed their lives to sever Chen's connection to the underworld. Chen bursts into laughter and asks who the hell told him that his spear is even made of dark energy. Jia grows irritated too from the constant mention of the underworld since he is its lord. Chen releases the Crimson Beetle, who instantly rushes toward the head monk. The bald man panics when he realizes this has nothing to do with dark energy at all. This thing is practically the underworld itself. Out of desperation, he summons a Buddha shield and throws everything into defense. Chen does not slow down and summons even more beetles, forging them directly into his spear. The weapon punches through the shield and pierces straight through the head monk, ending him on the spot. Chen immediately turns his attention to Yun, who narrowly dodges his strikes as the remaining assassins scramble to shield her. Nearby, the flute assassin is barely holding the swarm back and starts begging for help in sheer panic. At that moment, the knights charge in. Chen recalls some of the beetles to reinforce his body and tanks their attacks head-on. The knights are left stunned when their blows do nothing. Our boy does not let the disrespect slide and begins condensing power into his fist. He unleashes a devastating punch and mocks them for daring to return after suffering a humiliating defeat 4 centuries ago. Looking at the devastation left by the punch, the Knight Templar yells for Saito to carry out the plan already. Just then, Chen senses something wrong and orders the ancient tree to neutralize any curses. Saito starts sweating when his curse fails completely. He realizes that if the next move does not kill Chen, he himself will be in danger. Our boy also understands that the top assassin is about to switch tactics and decides to deal with him first. He summons his 9th level demon, unknowingly stepping straight into their trap as Saito gives the signal. The Knight Templar activates the Holy Light Scripture, opening a portal that drags the demon away instantly. Chen commands it to break free, but it vanishes before it can respond. Ticked off, Chen then decides to deal with the knights and rushes towards them. Seeing no other option, the Knight Templar turns the relic into a mirror shield. Chen's fist collides with the mirror and the reflected damage sends him flying backward. He quickly realizes that brute force alone will not work. Seeing his body enhancement again, he prepares for a different approach. The other assassins breathe in relief as the beetles forming the spear are briefly recalled. Condensing all the beetles' power, Chen charges again. The Knight Templar assumes the boy has lost his mind. This time, our boy barely touches the mirror and the unexpected lack of impact catches the knight off guard. It is already too late when the dark spear slips around from behind and strikes him from the rear. Chen follows up, shattering the mirror shield into fragments. At the same time, Saito finally understands that the spear is directly linked to Chen's body and that he is currently vulnerable. He activates his one-shot death ability, freezing Chen in place for an instant. The String of Faith activates automatically, blocking the lethal strike. Chen stares at it in disbelief and wonders who could have unleashed such a terrifying attack. Saito panics for real now, questioning just how many hidden trump cards the kid still has. Annoyed that the precious gift was forced to activate, Chen summons the spear once more. It pierces straight through Yan, instantly restoring his thunder abilities. He then turns toward the flute assassin and orders Little Nine to stop holding back and release everything. The renewed swarm overwhelms the assassin, who staggers under the pressure and realizes his end has arrived. In a final act of defiance, he detonates himself and screams for Saito to finish the job. The top assassin begins charging his 1000-piercing sword technique. However, our boy is already prepared as he tells Chen to use her future sight ability again. In a frightening step, Chen cleanly dodges the curse and lets the ancient tree neutralize it. The assassin is completely shaken that even this plan fails. At the same time, Little Nine finishes off the flute assassin. Our boy immediately commands his dark spear to lock onto Saito and end it once and for all. Saito narrowly avoids the first strike, stunned that the spear can still track him despite his broken stealth ability. Chen does not let up and begins chaining his attacks non-stop, giving the assassin no space to recover. Outside the barrier, the geniuses start discussing whether Chen has already been killed inside. The sword demon comments that Chen is only level 3 and far too reckless, adding that it might be for the best if he does not make it to the island tournament. Disappointed in the martial king's judgment, he decides to leave and signals the others to follow. Just then, the barrier violently shatters and the swordsman instantly senses the killing intent of an 8th level fighter. Everyone braces themselves, only to freeze when they see the top assassin kneeling before Chen. Confusion spreads as no one understands what they are looking at. Moments earlier, Saito had chosen to surrender. Our boy mocks him for his cowardice and warns that any trick would cost him his head instantly. Chen summons a binding scroll and tells the assassin to sign it if he is truly sincere. He casually adds that if the old man complies, he will help him break through to the 9th level. Saito is stunned, but Chen cuts him off and summons the pillar he stole from Yunmeng Lake, briefly opening the gate to the 9th level. He shuts it immediately, leaving Saito desperate for more. Seeing the hunger in his eyes, Chen knows the bait worked and asks what he intends to do. Chen slams his head to the ground and declares absolute loyalty, signing the scroll without hesitation. Chen is satisfied, knowing he can kill the assassin with a single thought if betrayal ever occurs. He begins to assign Saito a task, and the old man eagerly declares that he will help him take over Sakura country. Chen plays along with that idea, though his real intention was to only use him as a spy. As the mirror world barrier begins collapsing, Chen asks what happened to the 9th level beast. Jia casually replies that he ate it instead of letting it die. Chen shrugs it off, saying it is better than wasting it, while Saito is left speechless that such a powerful being even exists. Our boy then orders Saito to head to Sakura country and prepare for his arrival. Back to the present, the sword demon and Chen quietly size each other up. Wuji confirms Chen's identity and questions the old man behind him. After a brief exchange, it becomes clear that Saito is now Chen's retainer. Our boy then asks the swordsman's name and confirms that he will indeed be joining the island competition. Nearby, Ding and the green-haired girl are caught off guard by how calm and precise the conversation is. From their perspective, it looks like a fight is about to break out, when in reality, the two are simply talking like comrades. After a short silence, Chen and the sword demon complement each other's strength and hype one another up. The swordsman warns Chen to be careful during the tournament since he will not be able to rely on his insect swarm and promises to protect him if needed. As the sun sets, they decide to head back. Chen tells Saito to leave for his mission as well. Watching them go, the assassin realizes that the rest of the group has no idea just how terrifying his master truly is. Meanwhile, Chen reflects on how absurdly strong Wuji is for his age and notes that he needs to improve himself quickly. Just then, Chen informs him that the ancient tree has produced a rainbow fruit. Chen remembers that the last time he consumed one, he unlocked the Heavenly Warlord's skill set and wonders what it will be this time. He is surprised that the fruit ripened naturally and finds out that the ancient tree gathered souls on its own. Without waiting any further, Chen absorbs the fruit and unlocks a brand new ability. Brand of Faith. His new ability is truly bone-chilling in effect. It allows him to brand a specific type of creature or even an entire race, making them his loyal subordinates for eternity, even future generations. But the strict condition for that is to first subjugate that race's monarch in battle. When Chen asks him what is really on his mind, he reveals that the first human emperor was betrayed by his own people, but his brand will permanently erase any chances of betrayal. With that, he returns home to his master, who is clearly mad at him for destroying the Heaven Punishment Squad's morale. They devised the perfect strategy to save him safely from the ambush, yet he went in and soloed the entire enemy team alone. The Blade King questions how he can even manage that so casually. He assumes it is because of the 9-wing miasmas and keeps guessing how many millions he currently has. The old man goes quiet when our boy does not confirm the number even at 80 million. Anyway, he informs Chen that the Dreamer created a seal over the country's communication channels, so the outside world only knows he has 10 million insects for now. Hearing that, our boy casually asks him how many bugs it would realistically take to defeat the Flame Lord. His master reminds him that the Overseas faction is capable of crafting powerful divine artifacts. For someone that well equipped with such gear, he would probably need around 100 million just to weaken the master. Just then, the old man realizes that he might already possess 100 million if he is asking this so calmly. He questions just how our boy bred so many in such a short time. Chen reveals his secret is simply feeding them fresh monsters constantly. His master gives him some golden advice about properly mastering that simple trick. He even offers to issue an order for everyone in the country to kill monsters and gather their bodies for him efficiently. Regardless, that still will not help him much in the competition since his miasmas are strictly not allowed there. Chen assures his master that 2 months are enough for him to grow stronger, and his true power does not just lie with his insects alone. After that, he pulls out his status screen and notices he needs to reach the 4th level before the tournament begins. That will be tough with his 3 classes active, since his XP points will be split evenly 3 ways. The condition to level up his weakest skill is to personally hunt 1,000 beasts with his own hands. To challenge himself, he wants to complete the level up mission deep in the abyss, where 8th rank monsters like the Spider Queen can be found. The scene then transitions to Magic City, where everyone is gathered for an urgent meeting inside a beautiful garden courtyard. Lin Qiu starts the discussion on how to make their region more stable. For that goal, they must reunite with the Overseas Islanders before another devastating war begins. Negotiations have been attempted several times before, but they all ultimately fell through because of the Flame Lord's stubborn rule. The only realistic way to succeed now is to remove him from power permanently and take over the islands. Wushan, the Dreamer, and the Lord of Swords realize, however, that none of them can actually defeat him in a fight. That brings them right back to square one again, wondering what the next plan should even be. Wushan firmly claims there's only one thing they absolutely must do: protect their number 1 genius at all costs. Lin Qiu openly doubts what a single amateur genius can possibly accomplish. The martial lord explains he personally came to save the boy when he broke a major taboo for a serious reason. It would immediately start a war if news of his miasma wings ever spread outside. Those insects are an infamous scourge that he himself would have ordered to be eradicated without hesitation. He does not reveal the full truth of the matter, because that would result in severe punishment, but a mysterious figure with a butterfly on his shoulder once returned from 10 years in the future timeline. The Dreamer completely loses her composure, because only a 10th grade person can ever travel back through time. She demands to know exactly who that person is, but the martial lord refuses to reveal anything further. The punishment of exposing that secret would mean instant death. With that in mind, he calmly states that the best strategy for them is to simply listen to and support Chen as much as possible. Lin Qiu argues they should protect the boy, and he should not participate in the upcoming tournament if he is that valuable. The dreamer backs him up, knowing that even Sword Demon Wuji cannot save him against the divine artifacts of the island faction. Yet Wushan firmly refuses their suggestion, saying they absolutely cannot interfere with his destined path forward. If they do, Chen himself would suffer the heavy karmic punishment instead. As he walks away from the meeting, he feels that the empire is completely safe in Chen's capable hands, and that things are progressing quite well overall. Meanwhile, at one of the overseas islands, all the top academies are gathered together in secrecy. The Flame Lord's first disciple, Yang, gives them one clear goal: to win the tournament with complete and utter dominance. There are quiet whispers among the crowd about whether the Flame Lord's so-called weakest disciple was truly sent to represent his master this time. It is said that the man was once part of the first emperor's personal guard unit, but the traitor became infamous throughout the continent after his betrayal, and later became the Flame Lord's head disciple. So there is little doubt that his master would confidently send him in his own stead. Yang asks if anyone openly disagrees with him, and no one dares to raise a voice. He continues that the plan is to fully mobilize their hidden forces and publicly flex their strength. They will also run a large propaganda campaign to humiliate the human emperor before everyone watching. And lastly, they will send a brutal message by ensuring that Sword Demon Wuji is killed during the competition. These, he firmly claims, are the direct words of the Flame Lord himself. The audience goes wild after they finally learn the true purpose behind the competition. A cautious man from the side questions the risk of retaliation afterward. Yang claims people have grown weak during such a long era of peace. He boldly declares that Great Xia has been in the spotlight for too long. Now it is their turn to rise up. Some people raise the point that while their top warriors are individually stronger, the Xia Empire still heavily outnumbers them in foot soldiers, and continues to have the Dreamer's support. Yang finds their constant worrying rather amusing, and reveals that the Flame Lord already has plans set in motion for everything important. As they speak, he mentions that his master is currently negotiating with the Sea Tribe for warriors in the upcoming Great War, and the tournament as well. Not only that, but every participant from their side will be equipped with a powerful divine artifact. The scene then shifts to an official order broadcasted to every genius within the Xia Empire. They hear Chen bluntly asking everyone to hunt monsters and bring their bodies back so he can level up faster. All of the academy students go absolutely wild when they hear that, because the merit point reward for each monster is insanely generous. Later, Chen's master gives him the good news that their warehouse is completely full just 12 hours after the announcement. Inside the massive room, our boy spots thousands of beast corpses stacked high on top of each other. When he brings up the financial burden, the Blade King explains that every major family in the country stepped up to sponsor him. Moving on, Chen orders Little Nine to devour the high-tier corpses first, while the baby bugs swarm in to finish off the leftovers. His master watches the millions of insects he summons in awe. The old man wonders out loud just how much these bugs are about to multiply. Chen immediately bursts his bubble, saying they would need at least 10 times this much meat to make that happen. But the Blade King is sharp. He estimates they should hit the required number within a month or so. Our boy then adds that he won't be able to house the swarm if they breed again at that scale. That's why he plans to use the abyss itself as a home base. Gu suggests dispatching an army to clear the place out first, but Chen shuts that down. He wants to clear it on his own, without letting the insects lift a leg to help. His master naturally worries about him, but Chen claims it'll serve as a perfect practice run under the same conditions as the upcoming tournament. Plus it's not like he doesn't have other aces up his sleeve. Right then, Little Nine pops up and says she wants to tag along. He's genuinely surprised she would rather stick with him than stay behind with a mountain of food. Jia pops out too, demanding to know when he's getting his promised buffet. Our boy tries to shut him up with some divine demon blood, but the little rascal calls him a terrible father who makes fake promises and neglects his own kids. Truth be told, he would gladly march the boy straight into the treasury, also grabbing the tiger soul saber, but the treasury's locked down tight, and there's no telling what kind of danger is still inside. The scene then cuts to the dreamer, who is visibly cranky. She was abruptly dragged out of her precious beauty sleep by Ling Qiu. He informs her that the overseas islanders have already kicked off a propaganda campaign against them. Hearing that, she drops the sleepy act and turns deadly serious about punishing anyone who dares smear the Empire's name. Ling Qiu then moves on to the next item on the agenda. Under the cover of ordering massive beast hunts for Chen, the Empire is quietly stockpiling weapons and supplies. That way, their enemies stay completely in the dark, never realizing they're steadily gearing up for war. On the other hand, our boy is busy grinding deep in the abyss. Right in the middle of his farming session, Little Nine gets worried about him and scares all the beasties away. He pats the cutie on the head, telling her to relax and trust in his abilities. In only 15 days, he racks up a kill count of 900. The condition to hunt 1,000 monsters gets completed soon after, unlocking his second-class promotion quest. The requirement is pretty simple: slay 10 third-rank monsters back-to-back within 3 hours. But that's way too easy for a certified Chad like him. So bro sits down and sets up a barbecue, meanwhile telling Little Nine to wipe out all the low-rank trash in the area. 2 months go by in a flash, and he reaches the level with rank 6 beasts. At that point, taking down a Crimson Scorpion alone pushes him to the limit. He is forced to pull out every trick in his arsenal, but it's all worth it. He clears the 3rd promotion quest and reaches the very nice level of 69. Chen is slightly surprised his class grows stronger without evolving, probably because the Tyrannical Martial Master is already the peak class in its domain. Chen honestly wants to keep farming, but the tournament is coming up. On his way out, he lets Nine feast on every monster in sight. Back on the surface, his master stares at him buck naked. He asks if the abyss bullied him so badly that it even took his clothes. Our boy plays along, not about to explain they were shredded because the Martial Master class triples his muscle mass. Moving on, Gu proudly announces that the mountain of monster corpses they gathered will definitely shock him. The old man even brags that some species might have gone extinct at this rate, but when the two of them peek inside the storage warehouse, they're met with nothing but empty space. As the swarm grows faster, their appetite scales with it. No amount of hunting seems enough. Chen simply calls the insects back, looking satisfied. They've stockpiled enough food to reproduce several more times, just like the hive he established in the abyss. He confidently tells his master that hitting 100 million bugs won't be a problem after this. The old man is stunned, imagining even the Flame Lord struggling against numbers like that. What he doesn't realize is that's only the tip of the iceberg. Chen still hasn't used his creator skill, which multiplies the number of insects produced in a single batch. Once that kicks in, the swarm will explode in size. That's exactly why he asks his master to seal off all public access to the abyss. Only a dungeon has enough space to house that many 9-winged miasmas. Deep in the abyss, our boy kicks off the breeding process, unleashing an enormous swarm that swirls through the cavern like a hurricane. All of a sudden, a violent urge to devour anything and everything floods his mind. He wonders if the bugs are trying to push him over the edge and make him lose control. Chen warns him that if he loses control, the swarm won't hesitate to eat him alive. But the pressure disappears soon, as Nine steps in and quite smacks some sense into her little buggers. With the breeding complete, he now commands a staggering 80 billion insects. He orders a portion of them to remain inside the hive. The rest move out the abyss, devouring everything in sight. Now with an army of killer insects prepared, he's more confident than ever that the Flame Lord and his precious islands are about to go down.